Sure. I mean, I've made espresso before, and so the shit's under pressure. You
The
like,
espresso machine works in Narnia. Okay, it works in Narnia.
So what are they sucking it out of? It's fucking piping hot. They're gonna put it in a cup, shit.
Espresso
yeah, it would just, all the
machine
coffee would
for-
just float out of once you start brewing it. It would just float out of the top of it. So dumb. So
It's gonna
dumb.
melt back. So I mean, that's retarded.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
Welcome back, broken and faded Elijah.
All right, I just started the stream again, so everybody, welcome back. Halloween night, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Halloween 2022. Let's see how many
What do they
characters.
call it when Halloween falls on a Friday? What do they call that? Call that again?
I don't know, but boo, boo. Don't be afraid of your globe claim.
You guys just
You know what really is scary? What really is scary is that people in 2022 think the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, that's beyond scary. There's no explanation for that one.
That should be the horror. That should be the horrifying
All right.
thing.
I got your answer here, Elijah. I'm typing it in chat right now. This is how to drink piping hot espresso on the ISS. Ready? Here it comes. Just a thin cellophane bag, just like everything else.
I was talking about how it's brewed, though. I was talking about how it's brewed. And the earlier picture with Don Pettit making his coffee and then drinking the bag, we were talking about, what, an hour ago? We were talking about that. It's like, what's your favorite way to brew coffee on the ISS?
I mean, they show the stupidest shit on the ISS. I mean, it's like show coffee being brewed. They show stuffed animals. They show balls. They show. I mean, it's just it's like kindergarten shit. What are they doing up there?
The backstory on the coffee
Have
doesn't work.
you seen the latest one? Have you seen the latest one with the I guess who the fuck joined the damn ISS? But anyway, that's mostly SpaceX people. But they got all these women. They got 3 women coming in, and they got all their hair just like that's the big subject of the whole video is their hair and how it's moving, and it still doesn't move quite like zero gravity, but it's funny. That's the point of the video.
Bride of Frankenstein hair.
All you got to do is watch the Vomit Comet, the rides they take in that airplane for practice and weightlessness, and watch their hair, and it's nothing like what they show on the ISS. That hairspray they use to glue that shit straight up like that's ridiculous.
And keep up with the interior decorating and the hair.
First woman that comes through the porthole has like almost 3 feet of hair, right? So it's like one has like a decent amount. The next one has a little bit more than her, and the third one.
Any man that lives with a woman, you have to clear out your drain in the shower like at least twice, 2, 3, 4 times a month.
Nobody can understand you. You're roboting.
Me?
Sir. Yes. Whoever's talking was.
Hey, Fraud, I hate to tell you. No. Helios sounds good. I think you're just hearing him broken because it might be your connection, man. Sorry.
No. Well, I'm just saying, anyone that lives with a woman for long enough, you have to clear out the drain in your shower for like at least twice a month because they lose so much hair. If you go to the ISS with all that hair, what are you going to do with that?
You're worried about the hair. What about all the fluids that they just keep like letting float around? Right, that doesn't get in the electronics at all.
The fluids.
Silly. It's the silliest thing. It's like
I was speaking about
ISS is Sesame Street for space believers.
Okay, gotcha. I'm with you.
But I think about it like this. It's a liability to have hair like that in such an environment. So why do they have that kind of hair?
I don't think they would let them if they were actually planning to go there.
No, it is an entropy violation, and they're not going to space anyway. So
I have long hair. It brings more light into my face.
People don't pay attention to. These are Like
Yeah.
in the Marines, you gotta cut your fucking hair off. You know what I'm saying? You can't have hair like that in Marines, right? So if you're a woman,
Unless
so you're
unless
in the
you're
most
just a
elite.
ninja.
You're in the most
Unless
elite.
you're just a rock and roll.
fucking
Unless you're just a rock and roll ninja like me.
What
Oh.
the fuck is that? I keep forgetting to get cash.
Yeah, FR, you're breaking up real bad.
Domo.
Yeah, I think Fraud has had, when he's talking and nobody else is talking, we can hear him, and he can't hear us when he's trying. There's a little bit of difference.
It looks like Elijah's trying to queue up as well.
No, I think Elijah's kind of. I don't know if there's a hot mic. I can't. Are you trying to talk, Elijah, or are you just like? I see you lighting up. Not sure if you're hot mic. Who else was trying to talk?
He muted.
All right, cool. Yeah, all right, Fraud left. He'll come back. I just want to make sure that it sounds good for everyone. It's all good.
We got Mary Gillett that just joined us. Hello, Mary.
Hey, everybody.
How's it going?
I wish we could pay for Elijah to have a mobile antenna so they could have a good signal all the time.
Mary Gillett,
Welcome to the chat.
welcome to the server.
Damn it, I keep forgetting to get gas. Son of a bitch.
Somebody mute Mary Gillett.
Welcome, Mary.
And why?
Why is Mary muted?
I don't
Yeah,
know. I
who
just
did that?
unmuted her. Somebody muted her.
I'm good.
Okay.
Excellent. How'd you find us, Mary?
Well, I've been on a couple times,
Okay.
and
I didn't even check your roles yet.
She's BC verified in Ladies Night.
All right, cool. Yeah, I just.
I've been flat earther for almost 4 years now.
So you're not trick or treating tonight?
What's that?
You're not trick or treating tonight? I'm just playing.
No, I don't celebrate Halloween.
I'm like,
Nor I.
I don't give a shit about it either.
I'm at work right now, actually.
Just another control mechanism. Just give them candy, right? Let them eat cake.
You're at work talking to us? Cool. I mean, some people can do that. I can't talk while I'm at work. I use power tools, and it would be a total disaster.
I work in a hospital. My shift's almost over, so it's no point in taking another patient.
I feel for you. I worked in hospital for quite a long time, more than 10 years.
Yeah, I do ultrasounds.
Really? So nurses that do
Sonic baby wave.
do that, I mean, it's.
What's that?
I was just going to say. I mean, it really takes a special person to relate with the patients, the husbands and wives that come in for the ultrasounds. I mean, it's a special time for them. So anyway.
Yeah, I also have to do ultrasounds on sick people now too, because we do look at like the liver and kidneys and.
Are you looking for like
check for blood clots?
Clots and lumps or
no lungs?
Cancer.
Yeah, I mean we could potentially see cancer.
Yeah.
Not often. But yeah, it's fascinating to be able to see inside the body.
What's up? What's it? Why ain't you talking, man? I'm finally in here and you're not going to talk?
What's it? Where's
I see that you're posting your vid.
He's not in the chat, I don't think.
In the YouTube chat?
He just posted a link to his video for What's It Gets It. Halloween.
Oh, he just did. Yeah. He might
talk to us. What's it? Tell us all about it. Tell us about your video, man.
He's not in here, I don't think.
Well, he just posted in the last.
He's obviously listening. He's just scared. He don't want to talk about Halloween because he's scared.
He's not scared. He's probably just busy or whatever. Yeah. Shout out to Wiz.
Oh, he is forever busy, man. He is forever busy. No doubt. Like he's got a new baby on the way. He's newly married. And he still, pumps out videos. Yeah, he's a busy guy for sure.
He's one of the first people I listened to, actually, in the beginning. I don't know how I found him.
Do you ever listen to his interview with Just Jack Flat Earth?
No, I haven't.
Should check those out. He was hanging with me for a couple months and made, I think, some of his best videos.
Mm-hmm.
If we can drag his ass in here tonight, then you might hear another.
Yeah.
Right?
Who are you dragging in here?
What's it?
Oh, what's it?
He said he might be busy.
Oh, isn't he doing his own show?
Well,
I mean, obviously, he just came in here,
he just
posted a link, and yeah, he came in here, posted a link, and he's going to go live in 100 minutes.
Oh, I was thinking so yeah, he's not going to be in here tonight.
I was actually contemplating whether I was going to start my own channel, but I'll stay on this because I like 24/7. So I think we already have a platform here. Why reinvent the wheel? You know, it's already here.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, he's got 104 minutes that he could come in here and chat. So the countdown's there.
Yeah, he might come in and just say hi and to promote the video. And I'm definitely gonna, when he goes live, I'll be listening. So it's all good.
I'll be promoting Helio's channel because I always give him a shout out. Helio's pretty cool. So yeah, so we got 11 people that are watching right now. You guys, thank you very much for watching us. Of course, you guys know it's Halloween. It's not a big day for somebody, but there's people that actually like it. So anyways, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You guys know the drill. We want you to have a conversation with us. So come on in here. Let us know, do you think the Earth is a globe, or whether you're on the fence, or you know the Earth is flat. Either way, we do want to have that conversation with you so we can know more about what you think the shape of the Earth or lack thereof is. So come on in here. Helio Skeptic is the guy running the channel for all of us in here. We have a great flat Earth panel, and also we have an open panel, so you can come in here if you're not a flat earther. But we do have a whole bunch of people that are in here, including Andy is Flat, Chili, Cleander, Seal, Critical Inception, Conspiracy, Elijah, Fraud, Godrock, and Helio Skeptic, Jesh Perman, Julius J, Just Jack, KJ, Mary Gillett, Michael Gleason, myself, Morvis, Old Haas, Sasha, Sunny. Anyways, a quick shout out and come on in.
And please share the show.
Yeah, I mean the last stream, you know, when I stop the stream, it tells me the max concurrent viewers, and we had up to 48 on the last stream, which is an improvement.
And also, if you guys are you want to show a little love, Helio Skeptic can put his link for his PayPal, and any way that you can donate, that would be much appreciated. You know, we got to keep the lights on, folks. So, yeah, that'd be great. Little gift towards Helio. I almost called it Gilio, but yeah, that'd be great.
Is this Gilead like Handmaid's Tale kind of shit? I'm just playing.
What the hell you need money for?
Dude,
you got to keep the lights on, man, obviously.
Get podcasts out there and work.
Well, it's great that you can be a content creator, or just host a channel and, you know, have people appreciate that channel. That's a great way for us to.
Dude, I'll tell you what.
You know, every bit helps.
I'm not rich. I mean, I ain't rich. I ain't sitting here e-begging, but every little bit helps me because, you know, I'm.
That's a new one. I like that. It's funny. I'd heard that one. E-begging.
So yeah, just make those checks payable to helioskeptic.com.
Just go to the PayPal and just give me some money.
I'm just kidding.
I'm just playing, but it's serious. I really am kind of like, you know, in a funk right now, and I could, you know, since I'm doing this, you guys are enjoying it. If you can just send me a little bit, it'll be all right. I ain't gonna like do like more gal shit. Man, I'm gonna keep this alive as long as I can, because I respect all you guys. I respect the platform. And you guys have supported me, and we've supported each other, you know, through how long? 4 years we've been doing this shit. Oh, yeah. I appreciate you, you know, saying that, Miggy. I'm not going to say it myself. So.
I know that. I know you won't. That's what I'm saying. But as your link's not showing up, so I don't know. Maybe people are trying
Well,
like, well,
my
we wanna
link's
give
in the
it.
PayPal. I mean, it's in the description. You just click my PayPal link if you want to send me, $10 or whatever. Do it.
FYI, Mary, I'm posting my playlist of all my different interviews, and just look for the ones that say "What's It" on it, and that'll be all the ones that him and I, did together.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. Is that just Jack Flat Earth?
Yep, that's me.
Wow, you look crazy in that picture, bro.
What is he just pushing?
You're talking about my logo picture?
God, dude, shut up.
I had to show off my deep baby blues. Yeah, the animated picture and the actual picture are very similar. It took me a while to do that.
So the new argument for you guys who weren't here or heard it, this guy came in earlier and was using the argument that the Tonga eruption provided evidence that the sound waves that traveled on the Earth were proving the shape of the Earth to be a globe. The volcano, the Tonga volcano that erupted, the sound that it made when it erupted was reverberated through the whole Earth and through the whole globe Earth, and certain weather stations captured the sound with the barometer, and so that's how we know from those different weather stations that the Earth is a globe. And that was the first time that I heard that particular claim. So I was kind of, I remember the one that they were talking about with the seismic waves, but this one using the sound through the air, and like all the other anti-flat earthers that were in the YouTube chat were all kind of saying the same thing. Yeah, of course, that's easy, basic physics. I was like, that's the dumbest thing that you could use for the example of the Earth being a globe.
It is.
Sound traveling through the air, bro. Sound traveling through the air, therefore a globe. By a volcano, no less. Volcano eruption equals sound equals globe. Boom.
That's hilarious, dude.
Ain't that dumb? That's so dumb. Yeah. It can only happen on a globe. Whatever, dude.
They have nothing, man. It just shows you, man. These guys have nothing, bro. They have nothing.
And
nothing
before that, so he went to 3 things that I explained to him. Could this possibly work on a flat and stationary Earth? Well, it's possible. Okay, then. But he did. The first one was Eratosthenes, which I asked him the very same question. Could this happen on the flat Earth? And I demonstrated, that even Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying that it could happen on the flat Earth. The Earth could be flat, like the way he says it, right? So we know that it could happen on a curved surface or a flat surface. So that much we already understand. So then he went into navigating on the open seas and talking about, what does he say, Sunny sextant? Did he use a sextant and then said that using the trig that you can actually know that the Earth is a globe? And I was like, can that work on a flat Earth as well as a globe? Well, yeah, he conceded there too. So I was like, okay, well, that happens on both, and you can't use it for evidence of anything because you're just saying that you don't know. And so he went to the last. Well, he actually had 2 more. This next one would have been the Tonga explosion from the volcano that erupted, and like the sound waves that it made in the air was captured by barometers around the world. And so those barometers were capturing the spike, a certain spike that when it erupted, at the time that it erupted, like that sound that it made provides evidence that the Earth is now a geometric shape, which is
over the same elevation, which only works on a flat Earth, by the way.
Right. And he's like, go watch the video, dude. You're gonna see for yourself. I'm like, dude, it's no
bro.
We're not gonna look at no video to solidify a point that's you're working off a presupposition, first of all. No one's gonna do that. No one's gonna go to no damn video to go look at your this can only happen on a globe. You see, he said it. So what? Dude, he's presupposing too. Like, what, I'm gonna put you in the same camp as this guy. That's not gonna make any difference to me. Like, I need hard evidence. Because I asked them for the shape thing.
What happens is they do they're like, oh well, if there's any reason to at all doubt a flat earther's argument, not the fact that Earth is flat, right? But a flat earther's argument, then they're like, well, that was a flimsy portion of one flat earther's argument, so the Earth is a globe. It's like, I don't. That's not how that works, guys.
So, and the very last thing he did was he played pigeon chess. He dropped a little diagram of some idiotic thing that he was trying to provide evidence for the globe with this little zoomed in portion of like, he's like, can angles work on this? And he showed the image. Is this an angle? And we were like, yeah, it looks like you're working with an angle there. And he zoomed it all the way out to like this, like it's on a curved surface, kind of like gotcha. Like it didn't work because his diagram was worked on something like paint. So it's like, dude, you can't use this in a real world example as in like evidence for shape claim. Let me see if I can scroll all the way back. I'll find it for you guys. Put it in there. Oh, there it is. Oh. Yeah, this is crazy, man. The lengths that they go to actually provide some sort of argument because they want to win. They're tired of losing. So they're throwing whatever they can at this thing, man.
Yeah, they don't even care if, they know that it's flat. They just want to win an argument against us now. It's not even about the truth. They just want to, pat themselves on the back more and more and more. Aren't you guys already getting paid? Come on.
The anti-flat earthers were in a tailspin in the YouTube live stream chat. They were all about it, man.
I'm sure they were.
This was evidence in the volcano erupting, man. That's basic physics. Like,
right.
Lack of understanding is disturbing about with these people, and I don't know if that's telling of the times that we're really wrapping up here because they have no power of discernment whatsoever. They don't even know how to activate it. It's like that. It's cringeworthy the level of the deception that they're in, and they're fine with it. You know what I'm saying? They're cool with it, and they don't care. It's the ignorance. So I don't know, man. I don't even know how to help people like that anymore.
Yeah,
they're walking, talking contradictions. That's what they are. On the one hand, 8 inches per mile squared is good enough, and the other group is saying, nope, you're a con man if you're using 8 inches per mile squared. They can't make up their minds on what to settle on for the method by which they're going to find this curvature. It's like, and that's not our claim because we're saying there is no curvature. So, let me see if I can bring up this guy's example so I can show you.
Is it 8 inches every 10 miles or 30? Which one is it? They need to really figure it out, man.
So anytime a Glober wants to show you a picture of, you got like a building, you can see the whole building, and then another time at the same location, the bottom portion of the building is hidden by obstruction. Now, once again, we have one image where you can see the whole building and another where you can only see some of it. It's obstructed from the bottom. These motherfuckers are saying that the temporary obstruction, right, is Earth curvature.
No, both of them are Earth curvature because the Earth changes size when you look at it.
Correct.
You know?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got it. So the horizon changes given the observer's bias. Right. No, I got that. But I'm just saying. So what needs to happen anytime a Glober or anti-flat earther shows a picture from a location and they're saying, look, it's being obstructed by this hump of water. Well, any hump of water that y'all see, just from now on say, oh, I got it. So the Earth got rid of tides, swells, and waves, did it. And that's that. I see. Okay. So remember, kids, tides, swells, and waves debunk Earth's temporary curvature, temporarily blocking shit in the distance. Thanks. No water hills.
Look at this.
No water
Let me show you.
hills.
Earth changes size as you zoom in.
Look at live stream voice text. This is the gotcha that he provided. Everybody would look at that and say, yeah, it looks like an angle, right? And this is what he put after that. What you're seeing right there is this zoomed out. Isn't that a weasel?
Okay. So if you draw that curve in AutoCAD, right, that specific amount of curvature in AutoCAD, and then you try to measure an angle, guess what will not work? Guess what?
It won't.
Now look at this. Now he further did another example. I'll put this one up.
Maybe since it's Halloween, we should talk about spooky action at a distance.
Yeah, look at this right here. Look, see that right there? Look at this.
Oh,
he zoomed in. He zoomed in and said it's this.
Parallel lines.
Once it's done processing.
I see it.
All right, let me put the other one. So those are the lines that are hitting that circle right there. According,
you know what's really funny? You know what's really funny is now that I know there's curvature there, I can actually see it.
Guys, yeah. So check the livestream voice text. I just posted a brand new video from Taboo Conspiracy about refraction, mirages, compression, and our flat Earth.
Yeah, Taboo Conspiracy kills it, man. He's very good.
Yeah, it's really good.
There's another person by the name of Mindshock. You guys gotta get up on
All I'm saying is get ready to defend your country November.
What?
I was put in a dream by the CIA, and I saw myself lined up a target with a couple of my schoolmates with the military. So get ready, November. Yeah.
Good
What
luck.
part of
Good luck
November?
to you.
Give us specifics or it didn't
November
answer.
Talking about the 5th of November? That's coming up.
Yeah.
You know what's going to happen on the 8th of November? A blood moon eclipse.
Is this
Hold on, let Elijah speak. Hold on, let Elijah speak.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Here, let him tell us what the CIA told him.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. No, that's like no. Just good luck, you kids.
I was lined up at a Target with a bunch of my schoolmates. We're all lined up.
Hold on, Elijah. Hold on. Listen to Elijah and then
Motorball, hold on for a minute for Elijah to speak, please.
All right.
Well, Miggy knows where I would be going if I was addressing him. I'm ignoring him. I'm going back to the whole the diagram of the thing that he showed, right? If you look at it, it's not actually curved. Like all of them, each line in each individual box is a straight line. Then and it changes angle ever so slightly across each box to make it look like it's curved. So, for all intents and purposes, just that one line that he did was flat. So it was an angle.
Yeah, it might as well be flat, right, Elijah? It might as well be.
If that were to be a star and the GP were to come right down 90 degrees at the end of that line, then that would be representative of any radius for navigation. And I don't think that the Earth is that big.
Okay, Motorboat, now you can go ahead and say what you were saying. Go ahead, Motorboat.
Miggy, are you going, Miggy?
Oh, it's
yeah,
Motorboat.
I'm
There's the other guy. There's another
I
guy
feel
that
like
wanted to
these guys that come in here, they're young men. I mean, they're young men. They probably don't have too much to do, so they're trolling on the internet. So they're trying to get a lot of fun out of it and cheap thrills and whatnot. But
hey,
there's
it's
nothing
fun
to be
for
had
us
here.
too. It's fun.
Well,
for us
there's
too,
nothing to be had here for like the instigation side of it, you know. So we wish him the best that he doesn't get mixed in there with some bad trouble. But obviously, we can only give him advice not to do that. But if a young man's going to do what a young man's going to do, and then obviously the repercussions from that could be that he's reprimanded in some way. But to each their own. So
I just hope they don't come after him.
Well, I mean, obviously, if you do the time, you might do the time, right? So,
well, you can do the time in Discord, kidding. But whatever. No, man, that's true for a lot of people because people get banned or put in, incog dis, which is pretty much like a detention. Like, can I get out of there so I can?
Well, he said Target. They're not going to use Targets. They're going to use Walmarts. Okay, get real.
Anyways, as
had
per
nothing to do with what Elijah was talking.
Yeah, as per what Elijah refers to is like just pay no never mind to that guy that's coming in here doing that. Just let's keep moving forward. And he usually if you don't pay him attention, then obviously the focus becomes what we're talking about. With
I had to turn him up to be honest, so I apologize.
I didn't even know what the whole point was. I didn't get what the whole claim was.
It's angles. I mean, it's a baseline. I think that's what you were talking about, right, Elijah? You're talking about a baseline based on triangles.
Yeah,
have triangles on the globe.
The baseline needs to be flat to work.
Yeah, he was arguing with Sonny. And they got into it, man. Sonny like twice he got close to banning him because he got some kind of like DM war with him or something. Like something was happening. And Sonny can probably clear it up if he's here. But anyway, because Sonny claimed that he's a mariner, so he knows a bit about like navigation and whatnot. So this other young man that was in here, Kessler, you guys probably know who he is.
Oh yeah.
Did he come back?
He was there earlier. So anyway, he was just going over the fact that it's possible that it works on the globe. And I think they were actually getting to like with the sextant, using that on the on the water. So, and then he was saying that of course that gives us evidence that it's on the globe.
They make it more complicated than it really is.
What, their arguments?
Yeah, about using a sextant.
It's a derivative topic. We haven't extrapolated the information that they should see. Like I've always said it this way, and I know it might sound a little bit off to people that hear it, but flat Earth is never supposed to be on the defense ever. Like we're only offense, like completely 100%.
Check this out, man. Shipmen, the people that navigate across Earth with the boat.
Let me just tell you why. The burden of proof lands on those who make the claim. We didn't make the claim of the globe Earth. So the burden of proof rests on their shoulders. They got to tell us everything. What's the claim? Well, the Earth is a set side of dimensions. So not only that, if you do make another claim that, I know how to measure the Earth, then tell us how the method is done. But what happens is during their explanation, they're like, isn't this the way it works, right? And we're like, I don't know. It's your claim. You need to tell us. So they get mixed up when they're actually saying it. They don't know what they're doing. They're stumbling on their words. And so what happens is, we usually have to help them out. Like you have a citation or something. No, they give us like Wikipedias and like National Geographic or some other mainstream narrative. And so
I use Wikipedia all the time, and I understand it when I read it, and they don't obviously.
Well, they haven't read it.
Don't forget they're constantly telling us how the flat Earth works as well, as if they just created this whole new flat Earth, theory within their own mind. So
yeah, they're like, hey, prove to me why my globe model works and yours doesn't. It's like, whoa, what?
It's like, where are you coming from?
This can only, they say this can only happen on the globe. So
right.
We're into the weeds with their ideas and
tell me about my model. Sorry.
And then you hear the guys that come in here, and it's always just like, okay, we speak to them, right? Go ahead and talk, and we allow them to like say what they want to say about the globe, their feelings, or however they feel about the curvature argument. And so when they get into it, they have a really great place to start. They're like, so how does this work on a flat Earth? And they want to put us on the defense, and so we try to give them explanations, and that's okay sometimes, right? You want to talk a little bit about it, but
Dude,
on the other hand,
oftentimes
further proof should always land on their shoulders. That's always the staple.
Yeah,
we should always
oftentimes is the best thing you want to do is put them on the defense so they can defend their position, because they don't know it nearly as much about the globe model as we do. So,
I mean, their claim is hundreds of years old, right? We're just postulating that maybe their claims are false, or we're investigating it, right? So it's their claim that's been around for hundreds of years that they're believing in. You know, we're telling them to check their own claim.
Yeah, the shape claim on its face cannot stand within reason, because it hasn't been. It's only been presupposed that it
doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Doesn't it
can't. It was a presupposition that everyone uses, from Eratosthenes to Al-Biruni to like every person, Aristotle. Like there's always presuppositions of what the Earth's shape is, and then inserted into what they see in reality. So we're mixed up about like how we understand like history and that. Like, where did this ball method come from? How did we get the radius, diameter, circumference? Nobody has the answer to that. And derivative topics are fun, and it's great to engage it sometimes. But if we don't have the foundation and bring them right back to the ground and say, hey, you're talking about gravity. We didn't even figure out if this Earth is a globe, because gravity is supposed to clump things into a ball and turn it into like a sphere. Great. How did we get that to that point? We didn't even establish that. We're talking about what gravity is or is not doing. Like that's.
Yeah.
I find it funny.
I'm going to give you an amen on that one, Miggy. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Yeah, no, Miggy nails it every time. And let me continue real quick. Audience, he's talking about how people supposedly got the measurement of the entire Earth. Check this out. This will blow your noodle apart. So apparently there's this guy Eratosthenes, existed long ago, and he got the direct measurement now of the entire Earth by doing this. He stuck a stick in the ground and measured its shadow. That's how he got the direct measurement of radius, circumference, diameter, everything that you would need. He got from measuring two shadows from two sticks, guys. Right. It's amazing technology. That's all you need. That's all you need to get the measurement of the entire 25,000 miles circumference ball, is to just measure a couple shadows with some sticks. Amazing.
Wow. He must be very smart and a pioneer.
Yeah, he also he had to make like 5 assumptions to even make that even possible. Also, you know, you see in the chat all the time these people that are in chat arguing for the globe, you know, arguing against flat Earth for hours and days on end, but yet you ask them to prove the globe and they say, well, I don't need to prove the Earth is a sphere. I don't need to convince you flat earthers. And it's like, what are you doing here again?
It's like, why'd you come at us then?
Yeah. I don't care about it either way. It's like, I don't care about it either way, but you're here. You do care. You do care. You're here.
You're using precious bandwidth that could be used to watch Netflix, but you're arguing with us instead, which is more important.
Yeah, Jack, the worst. The other thing is, like, it was like, nobody here's trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. We're actually encouraging you to look at the same information we have and come to your own conclusion. Like, you guys are preaching flat Earth all the time. No, we're actually just giving information out there. You can come to your own conclusion.
I always tell them.
Yeah, go ahead.
I always tell them, like, do the test yourself. Don't listen to me. Ignore everything I say. Take the information and test it for yourself. That's the only way you're going to come to any conclusion. Why would I tell you to believe me? That's no better than me telling you to believe a scientist. There's no difference.
Right, if you don't see it yourself, you're not really actually going to get it. I don't want.
Elijah, are you trying to come through, or you're hot micing, brother?
Nobody here wants to convince anybody of anything. The word convince or the word believe, those don't have any place here. You should find out for yourself what's going on in the world. Go check it yourself. See if we're right or not, you know.
You're coming in low, Elijah, so that's why I'm asking, bro, because I could barely hear you. So if I don't know if you're trying to come in or.
Well, can you hear me when no one is talking?
Now barely. I can.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've been trying to talk. So.
Go ahead, brother. Everybody, shut up.
All I'm saying.
Huh?
Not shut up, but if there's an issue with your mic, I mean, that's just something else. But
I find that funny, Elijah. Like, no, you got to come up with something to say now, man. We're putting you on the spot. Come on.
We want to hear what you have to say. Everybody, shut up, including me.
Well, everybody should watch that Mind. What's that called? I just said it.
Mind Shock.
Yeah, Mind Shock. Because at least when I got linked to the Dave Weiss and Professor Dave debate that he put the fallacy counter on, in the comments he links to 5 other videos where he does a logical fallacy breakdown on the videos. And
I think I remember that.
Yeah, he's not doing.
Yeah, I got it.
Nothing much different than what a lot of us usually do when we're trying to point out why have a fallacious argument when everybody else, even on the flat Earth side, is fighting to have a fallacious argument. And it's boring when somebody like myself points out, hey, that's begging the question. Hey, that's not a subjective state. That's not. This isn't a subjective conversation. It's something about something that's supposed to be an objective claim, and it's like whether they flip the burden, try to get us to talk about flat Earth, whatever the fuck that is, right? All we're saying is, well, golly gee, it's exactly what everybody experiences it, locally a level plane, and the caveat is that it's a sphere, and we're only asking, well, shit, how is that? And we get into all of these weird conversations that also change who we are personality-wise when we start yelling at the top of our lungs and doing all this crazy shit when actually, yo, fam, we don't have anything to defend.
Right.
And
it's like, golly gee,
let him finish, Helio. Let him finish, please.
I know I'm being a...
If people understood basic logic, then they would understand that it's just like, oh, well, yeah, all right, that's the obvious conclusion. So I encourage everybody to look at those the Mind Shock videos that I'm talking about.
I got it right now, Elijah. It's in the live stream voice text. I just posted it. Everybody go check that out. Flat Earth Dave humiliates Professor Dave.
Yeah. Golly gee, what flat Earth? I mean, what globe? I mean, never mind.
Yeah,
what's that, Elijah?
Yeah. So he has one with the talking about the astronomer that critiques the flat Earth model, quote unquote. And he just points out how damn he's not even a flat earther. However, because his channel is about logical critique, he can't help but see that every time there's a globe Earth proponent, they just make the position sound ridiculous, and he doesn't understand why. So it's good for people to see that. That's all.
Yeah, that's a really good video. Yeah, that's a really.
That's what we do here. Well, we've been starting to do that for sure. We do have some. We do have some new people that have joined the chat, so I'm going to go ahead and just open it up real quick. We got Big Papa that joined. Motorboat Jim Deluxe is hanging out with us. And Thalos is also here with us. So if you guys are here and you want to have a conversation with us, you're welcome to.
It's me, Palestine. I just changed my name.
Who? What?
Yeah. So, he was asking, you got to ask why, when he talks about these other astrophysicists trying to debunk the globe, why do they have all these fallacies? And I think I know why, because we didn't go there.
That's a quote from Buzz Aldrin, right?
That's the way.
All right, so let me just call on him real quick. Big Papa, are you there? Want to see if there's people that are in the chat that are actually here, present. I've unmuted your mic, so you have control of your mic. If you want to go ahead and talk to us, just unmute your mic. You're muted locally. Motorboat Jim, you're there too. We heard you speak earlier, so are you there?
Hey man, yeah, I'm here.
What's going on, man? Welcome to the chat. We talked to people about the shape of the Earth here, so are you interested in having a conversation about that?
Oh man, I'm just chilling right now. But thank you so much for the suggestion. Thank you.
Hey, no worries. Jump in if you want to, anytime. Then we'll kick it over to Thalos. Thalos, you said you had a different name. Is that right?
Thanks for having me.
I was Palestine.
Oh, it's Palestine. Okay.
Yeah, man. What's up, bro?
Pretty good. Welcome back.
Hey, man. How you been?
Welcome back, Palestine.
Thank you, man. I'm glad to be back, brother.
That name's gonna. I would recommend one thing though. If you find a name, just stick to it, because jumping from name to name, we're gonna be calling you Palestine, Talos, and settle on. That way we won't be. Well, unless you want to call you Palestine from now on. I don't know.
Yeah,
listen, pal. Do you just mind if I call you pal or Pally?
Pally. Yeah. So just for people who are listening. Thalos, which is AKA Palestine, is a born Jewish man he's 16 years old, so close enough to a man, who is questioning the idea of the globe, but yet chooses to believe what he's been told because he doesn't have a reason otherwise. But he is willing to listen to all the information, and he's a pretty smart kid. So,
thank you, man. Thank you.
Sorry, child. I hate using the word kid because it's not a baby goat, but yeah.
Okay.
Not a baby.
I get it.
Tell him he's a cool bruh.
Yeah, man. Like I'm always, I'm always in the mind to learn things. You know.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
Only cool
important.
people are allowed here to talk.
They let you in, Helio. I'm just kidding.
I know, right? Look at me, you know. I'm just some guy.
Still here, you're good. You're good to go.
No, it's all good.
Okay. All right.
I just had a Glober tell me. I just had a Glober. Hold on, I just had a Glober in one of the chats in one of these servers tell me that Miggy's 3-point takedown, curvature, rotation, and gas pressure are fair points. Again, a Glober just told me those are fair points. QED.
Yeah, we've heard that. We've actually heard that. Yeah, we've actually heard that from this gentleman right here. From Palestine, he's like, you are making some good points. So, yeah. I mean, and they are those 3 points. So, yeah.
Yeah, those are the best ones. Hang on a second. Let me get the screenshot.
I'm tapping out, guys. I'm having respiratory illnesses, and I don't want to be like hacking every 5 seconds. So I'll talk with y'all later.
Sorry, bro. Dude.
All right, brother. Hope you feel better.
Take care, bro.
It's okay. Yeah. It happens every time I travel to the city. It happens every time I travel to the city. But yeah, y'all take care.
Yeah, take care, man.
He's Jack, man. Good.
Damn. Feel bad for him, bro.
Allergic to the city. I hear you.
Bro, the city sucks, bro.
Glad that shit can't get passed over the microphone. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you can't catch anything from anybody. Don't you know that?
Well, I don't know I don't think you can. It was just like I went to Dallas this weekend with my brother, and his whole family was all like sick.
You see the hockey game?
Shit. And he's like, I'm sick. I refuse to be sick, like that. So, I don't think I'm going to catch it because I just refuse to catch it. And I think that works. Now, you call me crazy. I'm not crazy. Institutionalized. You're the one who's crazy. Institutionalized. But anyway, so I spent all weekend with my brother, and he woke up. We went to a concert in Dallas, and he woke up feeling like shit. He's like, I think I'm getting it. I was like, if you think you're getting it, then you might get it. But I'm
right, exactly.
In the car with you, bro. I don't think I'm going to get it.
Like, yeah, someone very close to me just got sick, and I was with them the whole time, very close to them, and I didn't get sick. And it was respiratory. So
I didn't tell him that. I'm just like, he's like the last one in his whole family to get whatever they thought they had or something.
Yeah.
It's like, bro,
because if you think you're going to get something,
you're going to take me for a weekend trip to Dallas. And then at the end of the trip, I'm like, I'm sick now. And I'm like, okay. Well, I hope you feel better. Hopefully, he can go to work and stuff. And to not, he's like the biggest freaking Halloween, like passing out candy and shit. Now he's like, oh shit, I don't think I can do trick or treat tonight. You know, passing out candy to kids and stuff because he doesn't want to pass the whatever they, you know, the whole house does. You know, I'm just like, do your thing, bro. I ain't gonna freaking.
Look at Kessler, man. What the hell? What the hell?
Oh, he's back. Kessler's back.
Yeah, look what he put in the chat, the text chat. I gotta save that because that's save worthy. Save.
Oh, look. So in the picture that he shared, hold on. In the picture that he shared, guys, Helio, good Lord, man. In the picture that he shared, there's stars for the first time on the daylight side of the Earth. Or wait, what?
Where?
Get it?
Wait, stars on the daylight side.
There's little white dots.
Where? Can I see
Oh,
the
is this
picture?
going back to
In
the
the picture
PNS
there.
waves? This is going back to the PNS
You gotta check the voice
waves.
text, but yeah.
All right, cool.
That's Google Earth.
I know, and there's stars on Google Earth, but there aren't in reality. So who's telling the truth?
Not this guy. Anyway.
You've seen photos from space, right? Photos of the moon or the Earth from space, right? No stars. Yeah. No stars. Well, in Google Earth, there are stars. So who's telling the truth here?
Hey, so
I think it's because it just zoomed in on the actual thing they're taking the picture of.
It's not real, by the way. So
Yeah,
getting back to like the good news, we got 39 people watching the live stream at the moment. So you guys are over there listening to us right now. Come on in here. Let's have a chat. If you think the Earth is a globe, come in here and let's talk about it. Don't sit in the live stream, YouTube live stream text chat. Come in here and let's have a chat.
Yeah, like insults are not like it's not the way to go.
Well, insults are not. The Earth measures flat. So if you don't agree, come on in.
Yeah. Come in like a man.
All right. But yeah, this image that he put in there right there, that's his description of how those waves actually ripple out over the Earth. But yeah, sound waves, they travel that way, the way he's showing, according to Kessler.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that one image, a Google Earth image, you know what, man? I'm convinced. I'm going back to the globe. Sorry, guys. It's indisputable.
Red lines on the globe, Sasha. There you go. Sasha, you wanted to know. He provided the evidence.
Yeah, but I know also, everyone knows that you can find evidence in a book, TV, and computer, but outside,
You didn't look at Google Earth to see. That was your mistake, Sasha. You didn't look at Google. You just missed that one. You didn't look under that rock. That's the only rock you didn't look under.
I agree.
That's your fault, man.
You didn't look.
Yeah, he looked under every single evidence rock except for this one. Google Earth was the one. It's like, when you're hunting for Easter eggs and finally you're just like, oh, I didn't look under here.
I'm wondering how many more people, even globe earthers or flat earthers, have looked at Google Earth, the program, than I have. I'll spend like hours sometimes just going through the program. I'm like, oh, this is where I'll zoom in, and it's not.
What
I
that
go back
mean?
and forth between Google Maps and Google Earth, and it was like, oh, this is over there.
What that mean? That image of the Earth, and he wrote coincidence for what?
So that's the that volcano that erupted, right? It shows you from the point of the epicenter all the way going outward. So the sound, not the vibration, mind you. Well, vibration is sound, but like he said, the sound that's traveling through the air on the above the surface, right? Not on the surface, but above the surface. The sound traveling was monitored by weather stations that captured with barometers the different spikes that when the sound traveled to where it was, it captured a spike, and that's how they know that the sound that traveled to the different stations, right?
Now
on
I
the
get
Earth.
it. These red lines are that expansion of that sound.
Yeah, it's expansion. It's expansion.
Yeah, okay. A nice drawing.
But obviously, that's
symmetrical.
happening on the globe. So
as far as like if there's a volcanic eruption, I mean, there's obviously dispersion too. So if there's globe spinning, or if you get into the jet stream, depending on how high the eruption goes. But yeah, if there's a are we talking about the same thing, or am I?
Volcanoes erupting and the sound traveling proves the globe. That's what he's saying, Helio.
Oh God, so retarded.
Yeah. So the sound that it makes when it erupts travels through the air, and the sound that's traveling at however hundreds of thousands of miles per hour that reaches all these stations, and then everybody's recording all these, the sound reaching it.
And so the sound goes across the surface of the globe, and that proves the globe. Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that. That's so dumb.
Reification fallacy, essentially.
And that when you
don't
measure that,
sound waves travel in a straight line?
When you this one is curving, Helio. That's the point.
In every direction.
When you measure
from
this sound,
from
it's
the
curving.
origin in every direction from the original. But
yes, they travel in a straight line from every direction. Yes.
Yeah,
correct.
It's curving on sphere. That sound.
Yeah, but gravity doesn't make the sound travel over the globe. Is that what they're trying to
sound
say?
sound isn't really affected by anything. It's just there.
Yeah, this sound is not affected by gravity. Yeah,
like the speed of light is not really affected by gravity because it's just there.
Listen, but just like light is in all directions, right?
Yeah.
But you could have something block the propagation in one direction.
Exactly. Yup.
Like the same,
like sound as well.
The same thing. Yeah. So if there's all right, so you're standing on a globe. Well, guess what? Everything how do I describe it? At an angle of, I don't know. I just know the ground. Everything that's in any angle that's going to intersect my the horizontal ground that I'm on right now. Any single, I guess 180 degrees toward under me. I don't know how the fuck to describe it, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we build instruments that make sound travel across certain distance. Go ahead.
Listen, any angle below horizontal or perfectly level from your position is going to hit the ground. Everything else is going to go in every other direction.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not going to go from. It's not going to go from going straight to then when the ground falls from under it. Then it break off and go into more different individual directions from that point.
And the sound waves, once it reaches the surface, the sound waves start to react with each other.
Yes, that's why we feel like
that's correct.
That is correct. Surface, yeah.
Because it's bouncing off the surface. See, that's what he's not understanding.
Water is also really good.
He's looking at it like as if you're looking at a drop of water in a pond. You see how the ripples go outward? So his idea is they're going outward. But in this, I'll even show you here the way these examples.
It doesn't work the same laterally.
Yeah, I know. That's what I want to show.
Sound is just energy.
You don't understand. Do you know that light it's bending 8 inches per mile square? Also, atmosphere is rotating together with the air. That means that sound
waves, Sasha. Let's say on
that mean that sound also it's traveling. It's going 8 inches per mile square.
Sound is just energy because sound travels as a wave. So that's why we that's why acts as a wave because it's energy, and all energy has its own version of a wave and a different frequency.
Man, to be short, whatever sound it's doing doesn't curve the water.
Yeah, it does. It
certainly not. Hold on, if you're talking about just individual sound waves, it's like I just went to a rock concert two nights ago, and it was getting badass, and there were plenty of sound waves bouncing off the ground, bouncing above. No, it was an amphitheater. So, I don't know.
Why I didn't hear that in UK? If sound is going like that.
Well, my
I think that the energy from the
it's
sound
dissipated.
makes the water.
I don't think where this was even pointed toward the new UK, but anyway, yeah, you wouldn't be able to hear it from there.
I think the sound, like the energy made from the sound wave, is what makes the water shift a bit, not the sound itself. Like the energy that it creates. That's my opinion.
Gravity is the sound then.
Well, sure. If it's going across water, there's a different type of absorption of sound waves.
Exactly,
And how it
yeah.
reflects. Yeah. And
Yeah,
depending on depending on if like at the rock,
Like the frequency as well?
Yeah, the frequency. Everything's affected by it. Different frequency of the sound, how it's presented.
Exactly.
Like, well, check out whales. They can hear each other from dozens, maybe hundreds of miles away. Whales can hear each other under the ocean.
Yo, like this chat should just join our Discord server and just like talk to us like from voice. Like I just see them talking. Like they should just join up and just like speak their mind.
4,000 miles away, allegedly.
What's up?
No, the whales.
Oh,
yeah.
You talk about the whales; they can hear each other from 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, Taboo Conspiracy did a video on that. Talking about
I've heard so, but even way before all flat Earth stuff, it's like it was this amazing thing that the whales can communicate. They're across hundreds of miles.
Whales are very powerful creatures. They're very powerful, very very strong creatures,
and they're friendly too. Which is like you've seen a lot of videos. I have. I don't know if you have. But you can just look up where whales will come up and let people pet them and stuff. You don't want to go the whale watching trips and stuff. They'll pet them. They love it.
If whales are able to make their waves travel across deep water where the pressure is very strong, then who knows how strong they truly are when they're like tested. Because they do this every day. So like, can you imagine?
Isn't sonar built off of what whales do? Kind of like sonar underwater, like with submarines.
Sonar, I think sonar
built off of that. It travels underwater a way different way than it does.
I think
above the
sonar detects it, sends a wave down, and I think.
It also receives it.
It will measure how deep the ground is, and if they see like a submarine, then their sound wave will get up first because they're higher than the surface of the water. Like I don't know if that's how it works.
Whales. I'm talking about
like sonar,
radar. I'm talking about radar.
Yeah, like sonar. Yeah.
Underwater. Well, it's a sonar waves. Sonar waves, which are sound waves.
That's a good question. Hold on.
That's why they all go. Why you always hear the
ping sound.
Yeah, the ping. Yeah. Man, I'd love to have a Submariner in here.
So I think the object it sends off so it sends off like a sound pulse, and the object that it comes in contact with, the pulse will then bounce off of that object and go back to the object that sent the pulse, which is how sonar works. It's like an echo.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I know that. And yeah, it's a Doppler effect, like Miggy is posting there, but that works different underwater than it does above the above water. But it's very similar because you can do something similar, but it's a different different atmosphere.
Yeah,
it's like water's an atmosphere for fish, isn't it?
I mean, fish gotta breathe too. They breathe oxygen because they gotta like jump out of the water and breathe and then jump back in.
I mean, there are mammals in the ocean. We know
that can actually breathe in the water. Yes,
mammals live in the ocean. Mammals live on above the ocean. No, but most animals that live in the sea are not mammals. So
Yo, this chat is going crazy, man. Damn. It's like the same two people.
They hate us because they ain't us. It's like,
what is there?
I mean, like, they're not even like they just gotta join their server and just talk to us, bro. Like, that's all you gotta
link's
do.
out there, and just click it. Come in.
That's
here
what I
and
did.
Tell us how wrong we are. Hey, thank you for being honest with yourself and honest with us. Coming in here and having an open dialogue with us.
Yeah, man.
It's like that easy. We're not so bad.
Like, if a 16-year-old guy can do it, then I bet all you guys in the chat can do it too.
I appreciate you getting involved.
Yeah, man, no problem. And don't regret it.
Did you just pop in from YouTube? Yeah.
I love that picture Sausage just posted. Are you looking at live stream voice text?
That's cool.
That's
like
the
a
Bolivian
reflection.
salt. That's the Bolivian salt flats.
That's like
it's 100 miles wide, and when it rains there, which it rarely does, but when it does, you'll. It's only like a couple of inches of water, and it's 100 miles wide, and you can capture an image like that. You can just walk across it, and you're just walking over a couple inches of water. Flat as shit. Ain't no curve on there.
All right, this Glober is just posting the same picture
and
over and over
by
again.
the way, that's called a specular reflection. When you see the clouds reflected in water on the ground over that, look how far that looks. Right, it's mirrored from the top to the bottom. It's called a specular reflection. Pretty awesome. Anyway, go ahead, brother. Do you want to encourage some other people from other servers to come in
here? Me?
Yeah, man, share it around, man. We're always open to.
Like Genesis, like you're the guy who's pretty much like owning the chat right now. If you can hear us, then like join the Discord server, bro. Like come and talk to us. Like I don't know anything, but I just joined to like learn something new, and you can too.
Are you talking to somebody that's listening to our YouTube?
Yeah, he's in the chat. He's like going crazy right now.
It's like so scary, man. We're all here trying to learn from each other. We get passionate, on different veins of the conversation, but for the most part, we just want to learn from each other and teach each other. So
yeah,
it's not a big deal. If somebody comes and goes, "Hey, you flat earthers are dumb, and that's why I just ignored this shit." Well, if you ignored it,
why do you care about it?
It's just like you see in the YouTube chat. It's like there's people that just hang out there all day. It's just like, you think it's so dumb. Why do you just camp out on the YouTube chat all day? Are you there to defer people, like new people that find the channel? Because hey, Thalos, you found it, and like we exist to meet new people. We don't care about these YouTube trolls, to be honest. And I would encourage everyone to ignore like Bendy Light, Trillion. They're just standard YouTube trolls that just camp out in our chat. Ignore everything they say because they I don't know if they get paid to do it, or they're just obsessed. It's a weird thing. No, but yeah, right? It's like why would I've had the live chat open for a month now, and
Jesus.
Dude, they camp out there, bro. They camp out. and just don't even bring any evidence for the globe. Don't even really bring good arguments. They won't come in here and talk to us.
Yeah,
They
because
just
it's
hang
fair.
out in the YouTube chat, and they say stupid shit in the chat, and they're embarrassed. They should be embarrassed that they have to do this. I don't know who's telling you to do this, Trillion and Bendy Light. You should be embarrassed. And this ain't on you.
YouTube chat?
I'm just telling them. They know who I'm talking to. Don't worry about that.
All right.
But if you find this channel and you're new and you want to bring friends in and we want to talk, boom. Yeah, as far as those people I was talking to in the YouTube chat, they should be embarrassed for hanging out here, fucking trying to discourage people that find the channel and stuff. That's what they're doing. They're trying to discourage people from joining or thinking or even considering, the talk we're having. And in real life, I'd probably punch them in the mouth. I'm done with my rant there.
All right.
I appreciate share the link around, whatever.
No, like I joined the server as a globe earther, but like because I was like born into that mindset, and flat earthers, they believe much less things that the globe earthers do, and I to believe there's more out there for us to explore, not just this system that the creator put us in. Like I prefer how we can go and. But of course, there's always like this reasoning behind everything.
Let me ask you. How do you think this place that we all exist in came about, or is there anything you've taken a look at that you might consider as an evidence of some sort of creation? I mean, is there something there that, like, ooh, this? I mean,
personally,
because like the Big Bang theory, right? That's their theory of creation, right? The Big Bang.
I didn't exist during that time, but I don't really know for sure. But in the globe earther world, there are pictures of stars that are very old. That's all I have to support.
They're not pictures. Have you heard us talk about
They're
that?
like the artist rendition. Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, so since you've already been through that, as far as the creation story goes, in your opinion, are you familiar with religions or history about different cultures across the earth?
Nope.
And their
I mean, I
know you're a young man. They won't teach you about this in high school. They want you to be the Big Bang guy, right?
Yeah, like I briefly learned about like the Crusades, like the Renaissance era, how that changed.
Yeah, that's
like
a political thing, though.
I know, but like I don't really try to invest my time in all that, because like in the end, it's just like people trying to kill each other for like something that they're too dumb to understand.
Well, it's just like like Jesus is supposed to be the peacemaker, and then everybody's fucking killing each other over like religion, and it's just like no, that's
stupid.
That's not what peace is. Anyway, so hey, bro, that was bad. It sounds like you have a good kind of like a grasp on a start at least to kind of find out where we're coming from with this. A lot of us have been studying this for 20 years, so it's good.
Yeah.
Wow. You said you're 16, bro.
I'm 16. Yeah, what's up?
It's just like My son's gonna be.
Hey, Helio.
He's gonna be 22. Go ahead.
Oh, nice, 22. That's good, man. 22-year-old kid.
I didn't really start figuring shit out until I was 26. So,
but he's badass on the drums too, my friend. Hey, so we have a question for you.
Me?
I don't know what you're talking about, Sean.
You wanted to ask Helio what his Halloween costume is going to be. Now go ahead.
That was you, not me.
What? Anyway, Helio, do you have a Halloween costume on?
I don't, but if I went...
You should have said yes. So...
Yeah, I do. I was going to say if I was going to do Halloween, I would go as myself. So.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's what I like to hear. Okay. Thanks, guys. Take it away.
Yeah, what? You asked me that question. I already know I was going to say that. Motherfucker, you already know me.
It's all love, baby.
Like, you know, like in the flat world, there's no such thing as a star like other stars. They just view it as like light dots in the sky. I love to imagine that we live among other galaxies and other cool stuff, you know, like I love to think about that because, you know, like it opens up a whole new thing in your head, you know, you can like have dreams about it, you know, like I love the thought of that.
Fantastic point of view. You know what fantastic means? Fantasy. Someone to tell us no or where to go. I mean, that's Disney. They told you as little kids. A new fantastic point. See, you can sing it too. It's like, isn't this awesome? It's like, where do we live though? Right here, we live on Earth. Where's this whole new world? The whole new world is the concentration of the New World Order. And it's just like, how many legs do they have? Is it 8, 16, 32, 33, 45?
I feel bad for Jack,
66? I mean, I ain't trying to like take the whole piss out of you, Dallas, but because you're a young man. But bro, you're asking questions and I'm answering a little bit, but you know, some of the shit I might say might be good.
Damn, so many 9/11 memes, bro.
Yeah, you weren't even born when 9/11 happened, were you?
I wasn't even. Yeah, I was born in 06.
Yeah. Well,
but I know a lot about it.
How much? Well, this isn't a 9/11 channel necessarily, but let me talk about it a little bit. What do you know about it?
I know that that the terrorists were training for months in a flight school, and one of the times, I believe the instructor would go over the landing process, and one of the terrorists dropped out because he said that he had no plans on landing the plane.
What if that was all bullshit?
I don't know.
Because the instructor schools that they claim these terrorists were at, they didn't train them how to do commercial flights.
Well, yeah, because they hijacked.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a commercial pilot, you go to a specialized school. You don't freaking go to like some school in Florida where you're flying smaller planes. You go to commercial flight school. And most of the pilots that are...
Well, you don't go to a commercial flight school first because, like, in order to get to that point, you need hours in the sky by flying smaller aircraft.
All right, cool, exactly. And so how many of these supposed terrorists that flew the planes into the buildings reached that level? I'm going to give you... none of them, yes. 0.
Because they all had planned to hijack it by force.
and I'm gonna from one of the designers that built those jet airplanes.
Yep.
I can give you a quote, or I can send a video where the guy that designed the jet engines, said you wouldn't be able to travel that fast at that altitude with this airplane. And as far as finding the accuracy to actually just like come from a certain altitude and then fly that airplane right into the building, get that up.
That 9/11 is fake.
No planes hit those buildings. Just I'm being totally honest with you. It was yes. No, 9/11 wasn't fake because it was real for everybody.
I mean, like,
but no planes hit those buildings.
Have you seen the Twin Towers before they were knocked down?
Dude,
Like,
I'll be 50 next year. So yes, I've seen the fucking Twin Towers. Just telling you what they said. What they said about 9/11 isn't true. No planes hit those buildings.
I don't think so, man. Like,
okay, cool. I can give you some information where you can take a look at it.
Go ahead, bro. Hit me up.
You want
info?
some?
Yeah. What's the info? Yeah, man. I'm down. I'm down, brother.
You want to see some no planes information? No. You came here asking us for information. I want you to look at it.
Yeah, I was an aspiring pilot, so
don't come in here and say
stuff.
Dude, I've been doing this shit for a long time. So if I'm gonna send you a video, you gotta watch it.
I will, yeah.
I'm not gonna play it on here because this isn't a 9/11 channel. We're talking about flat Earth, but for some reason, YouTube doesn't give a shit how much piss we take out of 9/11 nonsense.
People in the chat are saying that the planes hit the buildings, but that's not what they made them collapse. And Jap Joe,
I've already been through that shit.
Because the plane was rigged with like explosives, and the plane was lodged into the building, and the explosives were the one that made the building collapse. So yes, Jap Joe, yes.
So some guy trained to fly a small aircraft in Florida, and then he ran the fucking commercial jet into the tower. He was never trained to land. He just was trained to fly.
Listen, guys, you're gonna go on and on.
But I don't have wings. This is a freaking
details aren't even important.
Dude, don't even get me fucking started. This is fucking retarded.
No more 9/11, if we could, please. It's an interesting topic, but this is flat Earth, so thanks.
Yeah, man.
It's really easy to find if you look at the right place. I'll send you a link, but bro, it's no planes hit those fucking buildings. Anyway,
okay, now let's stop talking about it. Let's stop talking about it, all right?
Well, I will too. Boom.
Okay.
So, street activism is fun. Anybody go out and talk to people about the fact that the Earth isn't a globe? It's actually quite interesting because most people are really, really nice about it.
Nope, I haven't.
No way, bro.
I don't want to get like punched up, bro.
That's suicide.
Bro, for real.
Oh, that's even worse. Oh, no, that's cool. I love it. Own it. Every time.
Man,
It's just like, how do we undig a grave that's already been dug? I mean, it's like, it's not even 6 feet deep. That motherfucker's 20 feet deep. It's like, God.
Hey, for anyone interested, Witsit's going live tonight at 10.
Oh, I think we're pretty close right now, right? Like, and it, if it's on Wits's channel, we can actually simulcast from here.
It's on his channel.
All right, so I think we simulcast. If you guys want to just keep it talking.
Not started yet, but.
Well, I mean, if it starts and nobody's talking, I might simulcast it. Fuck it.
Hey, chat, y'all should just join the server and just talk to us. Like, we need to hear all your voices. You can't really accomplish anything by just yapping your mouth in chat. Like, come in, speak to us, and then just speak your mind. All
right, check this out. We have default mode 33 doesn't have a role. I'm gonna. They
don't usually come in here.
If you come in deaf and there's no
Talos. They don't usually come in here. They're scared of coming in here because they want to stay talking about the globe in the chat where they're not disproven in here. So it's safe in there.
I never heard about you guys because I went on the internet and looked up Flat Earth Discord servers because I was just bored, and I found y'all, had joined, and I just hopped in the call, and I just started talking. It's that easy. They were very nice about it. They were patient with me, but all they want to hear is just your voice. They ask you questions, and it's not even that hard.
Yeah, those. Hey, check this out, man. We're honest. I mean, if you don't think we're honest, it's like if you come into this server and you say, "Hey, all the flat earthers are dishonest. They're throwing a bunch of bullshit out there. Nobody should believe them." Just no good. Go do your own thing. We're not here for that. People that really have that are curious about this. That's who we're here for. So, are you here for that? I mean, because we have a lot of information, even though, for me, I mean, everybody, I'm a little inebriated, but, it sounds like that. But that's kind of a standard for me. But, I mean, are you genuinely curious about, like talking about this subject?
Yes.
This isn't a debate necessarily. We have this channel open to everyone so that we can talk about it on an open forum. And we set up this channel this way so that new people can come in and learn why people think the earth is flat.
Or
round. Are you one of those people? Okay, or round, and we're quite aware of why people think the earth is round because every single person in here used to think the earth was round, or a globe or whatever. So that's the way it works here. I mean, there is no nobody's here trying to punch people in the face with with globe or flat. This isn't a fight. Dude, we get new people that join this server every single day. Dozens and dozens of people that join this server every day asking why we think the earth is flat. And then we tell them. And so if they want to continue to ask us more questions, we're going to continue to answer them. Not a big deal.
The thing is, if you make a claim in this call, then you have to be able to use evidence to support it.
Sure, everybody has questions about everything, especially if, in your mind when you're a spiritual or intellectual person, you always have questions, and that's why we're here. If you're curious about this topic, ask us questions. If you want to say flat earthers are dumb, and like the trolls in the YouTube chat, just like flat earthers dumb, you should avoid this channel at all costs. You make yourself like an idiot because you're afraid to actually have the intellectual fucking dialogue, you freaking idiots.
Like, we aren't, like, they're not one-sided. Like, they're accepting people with all beliefs. This is just like where they all meet and talk about it. And they're fair.
Yeah, we do the best we can. We have, this Flat Earth Discord has 20, I think, are we up to 27,000 members yet, Miggy? We have like 27,000 members here, and we're one of the most popular Flat Earth channels. Well, the most popular Flat Earth YouTube and or Discord and YouTube channel everywhere. I mean, as far as Discord goes, boom. I mean, it's like you're not going to find the best place anywhere to talk about Flat Earth on Discord. It's the only place. It's the hottest place. Now, I could go on a rant, but whatever. But this is the best place on Earth. In this Discord, best place on Earth to talk about this. This topic. Doesn't matter how you find us, and you'll find out if you listen that the people
you'll find out if you care.
Our detractors will never jump in here and talk to us on voice. They do every once in a while, but then the ones in the YouTube chat there, never mind.
No, you're right. You make a good point. We always got to shout out. Hang on.
What's up?
We always got to shout out to the trolls, officers, agents, anti-flat earthers, whatever you want to call them in the YouTube chat there. If everybody would turn their attention to the YouTube chat. So if you're watching on YouTube, which would be the only way you'd see the chat, take a look at that chat over there and notice how there's like a green mist coming out of the attitudes of every single one of those anti-flat earthers, right? It's like a stinky green, like, ugh, it just smells like boogers, right? Well, they don't have to act like that, but that's their attitude because they won't come in and talk to us. They just sit there and just spew venom.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Though,
hold on. Let me finish, Helio, please. The reason they do that is because here's what it is. The Earth isn't a globe, right? That's factual, it's objective. And so all we're going to get from them is bullshit. And the thing we're going to get most is an absence of their presence in our voice chat. Since there isn't any globe evidence to defend, right? They're not going to come in here against us. They'd lose in a nanosecond, right? So they're just going to sit in the chat and do what they do. Those poor babies.
There's only like 4 or 5 that are just the standard like YouTube trolls,
which is even worse for them. Yeah,
it's worse for them because we'll have like 45 people watching. I mean, a lot of them don't even type in the chat, but they're listening, right?
Right. Those are the folks I want to talk to. The people who we don't hear from,
and that
are learning from us regardless.
Yeah, we're always looking for new people. It's like, hey, are you curious about Flat Earth? Boom, jump in here, click the link. So all those fuckers on YouTube chat, all the YouTube trolls, but I get bored of freaking trying to ban them because they're assholes or just making fallacious arguments all day long. It's like, if that's your job, or if you feel good about yourself, or like trying to like say the flat earthers are dumb or some shit, like go ahead and do it. Fuck it. The chat is open. Boom. but we're looking for new people to join. So we don't necessarily care about you. We might address you every once in a while, but fuck off if if that's what you're. We already know what they do. They've been doing it for years now. So whatever. And I'm done talking. I know I'm being a drunk asshole right now, which is not uncommon.
You got done.
I appreciate everybody that participates here as well.
What is it? Lotto? Okay.
What was the question?
What's up, Elijah?
Element, the blue one. Only time something time. Y'all got
That's why I never use Bluetooth when I come in here.
How much is it?
How much is the pizza tonight?
It don't got the earbud, right? All right.
$10.25.
How's your hot micing, bro?
$13.75. That's why I never use Bluetooth, right? It's like the only time I ever come in here is when I'm right in front of this microphone.
Hey, Diesel, you should tell your brother to get on the mic. He can ask us questions if he wants. I mean, if he's feeling a little bit triggered or whatever, but wouldn't mind talking to him.
I don't.
His brother
I don't suggest you bring out like a guy who's triggered because I don't want him to like start any arguments or yeah.
Well, nobody else is.
No, I think that's part of the process, though. That the process is people have to know how to go through the steps of confronting this. It's actually confronting themselves is what happens because they're actually challenging their own mind. It's not really so much in here, but we got.
He gets like allergic to when he hears flat Earth. It's like an allergic reaction.
I get it. I mean, nobody's like I was saying. I mean, it's like people, if they don't want to talk about it, there's no reason to make them talk about it. I mean, I don't know. It's just like you do your thing. We're gonna do our thing. Now, if you're triggered and you start yelling and shit, well, that's on you.
Yeah, that's a natural reaction to having the conversation being talked about. So people get a natural visceral reaction to the information. Naturally, they're going to be like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Of course, they're going to probably put it in different words, maybe even cuss at you or whatever. Call you some kind of idiot.
Yeah, they just don't know why. They don't know why they react like that.
So that's the mind that's processing the information. And then afterwards, if they can hold on, if they don't rage quit, then you're able to actually have a conversation about topics, and they'll start asking you, what is the motive? Because that's the most important thing right now. I want to know why. Why did he lie? So because that's where the mind usually goes. They want to know, they question why they've been fooled, or why would somebody even make something like this up or whatever. And so we usually wind up bringing them back to the evidence versus the motive. But a lot of it has to do with them processing the information. And it's a lot to take in. That's why it sounds stupid when you tell them something. They get triggered. Because it's a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe. We shouldn't be looking at this information in 2022. That's what they're trying to rationalize in their mind. They don't know why they believe it that strong. They just do. It's understandable.
Well, I know why they believe it, because everybody else does, right?
Oh yeah.
But nobody even thinks about it. How many people even think twice about it? Like most people will go their whole life and not even think about it.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
But my brother, he started to get fucking angry with me. We were talking about it a little, and he basically said, "Oh yeah, I mean, flat Earth is like it's like stupid. What's the difference either way?" And it's like the biggest fucking waste of time ever. And I'm like, okay, that's great. I don't really care how you feel about it. I mean, still gonna find out more information about it, whether. Because I like to challenge my pre-existing beliefs. I mean, I don't know who doesn't.
Well, and it doesn't mean he's dumb or smart or any other thing. It doesn't mean flat earthers are dumb or smart. What?
I don't
either
push it on him
way.
either.
Yeah.
I don't push it on him.
I get his thought process, though. I get it. Like we all live on the same planet,
My twin sister, though.
Planet, sure, planet. We all live on Earth. I wouldn't say it's a planet, but Earth. We all live on Earth. We all experience the same Earth. And some people think it's a globe, and some people don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Just remember,
sometimes you don't.
Some people think it's a cube. Okay, some people think it's like a.
No, they don't. That's a goddamn lie. There's either globe or level stationary plane. Nobody thinks Earth is a cube. If they come in here saying, "Well, what if Earth was a cube?" Well, it's like nobody's claiming that. I mean, do you have it? Can you point me to someone that's claiming a cube Earth? They can't. So, no, nobody thinks that.
You can try.
Nobody thinks that. Some people think the Earth is a globe. As a matter of fact, most people that live on Earth think Earth is a globe. Third rock from the sun, and we're traveling around the Milky Way galaxy. It's a pretty much a foregone conclusion for everyone. So when we say Earth is flat, there's a challenge there, right? So that's the dichotomy. We don't have to. Well, it's pretty easy to prove Earth is a level stationary plane, but you don't know that when you first come across the topic, because the Earth cannot possibly be this globe spinning around the universe, the way they describe it. Or prescribe it. They prescribe it in your mind when you're a little kid. So, what a prescription is? You don't even know what to ask. But you see the Earth as a level stationary plane, but you say, well, it looks like a globe to me. I see globes in the sky. I see planets, and this is their prescription through the education system, which is not education at all. Shit. I'm on a rant again. Should I shut up?
No, fire away. You're pretty much saying what everyone's thinking anyway.
No, but the globe is just like, oh, yeah. Oh, that's what I went through too. Just like, yeah, no shit. I used to think the same thing, right? It's like, boom, shalakla. I mean, it might as well be a globe because that's
guys. I'm about to head out.
But there was a contrast though with some of the things, for me. All right, go ahead.
I'm about to head out. I'm tired. Y'all have fun with this, okay? I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right,
guys. Peace out, guys.
Carlos, hey, Carlos, man, come back anytime you can. But
I will, bro. Yeah, I've been coming every day.
All right, cool. Yeah, I get on rants. And, as far as like going to the next step, I was raised in the education system, and I thought the Earth was globe stuff, but I was also raised Catholic. So there's another thing there. And then when I graduated high school, I got into the Protestant side of it and started studying the Bible and all that. There's all kinds of different avenues you can go around, with spirituality and science. And bro, it gets pretty deep. Just take a look, man. Take a look.
All right, guys. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, guys.
Remember, Thalos, not everything you see on TV is real.
I know, bro. I know. Oh, yeah, man. I've seen that before. Don't worry, bro. All right, guys.
Well, I'm not worried, but you are chanting a lot of things that you've seen on TV. So good luck. I know. Good luck.
See ya.
He's still a young man, but I mean, hopefully he takes some of the advice we give him. Yeah.
Put that attitude away.
Sounds like a cool kid.
He was cool.
Yeah. I think he's 16. He said he was 16, so that's cool.
Should be getting that sarcastic good luck out there. Come on. He's just trying. He's trying his best out there.
Yeah, but what are you going to do at 16? I mean, come on.
Someone's so enamored by the BS on TV as him,
No, wait, take a look at you when you were 16. What did you know?
Well, I didn't get on a Discord and chanting that I know things because I saw them on TV.
Yeah, but he changes, his mind, or not mind, but spirit. He just got like, oh, I see, kind of what you said. I mean, I couldn't imagine getting on a platform like this, as a teenager. Holy shit. With people, like us, I think I'd be scared.
Catholic a bad word in chat?
Catholic just means universal.
No, I'm talking about the chat bot. Is that a bad word for the chat bot?
Did it strike you for saying Catholic?
Yeah, I put in detention.
Is it a 5-minute?
Probably. I don't know. I was just saying that I was raised Catholic under threat of spankings. Maybe spanking's a bad word.
Maybe spankings got you. I don't think Catholics straight.
Well, no, none of it would have. Because if the bot picked it up, it would have deleted the comment. So it must have been something else he posted.
I don't think either one of those.
Check.
Yeah, I can't.
Well, even if the bot blocked you, I think it's a 5-minute thing. You just wait it out. But I don't know what you said.
Well, the same thing happened when I posted about Robert Bassano's research on the Project Corona. Maybe Corona's a
post the video.
Yeah, that will. Yeah,
there are certain terms that you can post.
You're out.
Wait. I mean, I see you're posting last year in voice text. I was raised Catholic under threat of spankings. I mean, it's in.
Oh, no, I went through. Yeah, no, it sent me over to detention for like a minute or two. That's just weird.
Don't worry about that, man. Don't worry about the bot.
Do I have a mark on my back?
No, don't worry about that, brother. Don't worry about it.
Did you get a message from the bot that said not to use this word?
No, I mean,
it just said welcome to detention.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Weird.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, man. I mean, what you said is right back in the chat, so I don't have a problem with it. So good.
Is there a list of swear words? Because it says you've been punished for swearing.
It's not about. I just told you, your post is right back in the chat right now. I was raised Catholic.
I know. I see that.
All right. Well, then it worked. Whatever happened, it was undone, and it's good. You're good to go.
Okay, I know. I'm just saying it keeps happening, and I'm trying to understand.
Why are you? So you're trying to post the most controversial shit you can post in the fucking live stream that goes on on the Discord? All right. Well, then don't worry about it. Think something crazy to post. Like everybody. It's like, no, it's not. So it's 9 p.m. Halloween. I mean, there's no surprise. There's a lot of people taking their kids out, doing some trick or treating. Not one of those. We're all in here on Halloween night. 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Central Time. What's happening on Halloween? Oh, you know what? Check this out. I'm going to play a video that maybe you guys haven't heard yet. It came out yesterday. You guys know who Hibbler Productions is? Put out a shitload of good Flat Earth videos. Well, anyway, he was on... Yeah, you see that video?
No, it's on my watch list.
Well, it's since nobody's talking, why don't we listen to it? It's like 20 minutes long. It's really cool. Like, anybody object to it? The only people that can object to it are the people that are talking, and nobody's talking, so I'm going to fucking play it. So. Put it out yesterday. It's a really cool vid. I watched it earlier. Yeah, it's just under 20 minutes long. It's really cool. Yeah, Jim Brewer is probably going to come out as a flat earther pretty soon. I mean, talking to Eddie Bravo and Hibbler about it, he's pretty much already a flat earther. He just didn't say it yet.
I just thought the New World Order again.
Yeah, check this out, man. This is Jim Brewer talking to Sean Hibbler. Cool. I freaking didn't type it in right.
There's your flu last year. Here's your flu this year. Literally doesn't even exist.
Let's say hello to Sean. You put this film together? I'm starting to see this all over the internet. It's a full-blown film for people to watch?
Yeah. It's a 1-hour documentary. Yeah. Okay. I've made First of all, thank you for having me on the show. I'm very blessed to be talking with you,
It's
sir.
a pleasure. Yeah. It's a pleasure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been making documentaries on alternative theories and truths, things they don't want us to know. Probably about 2015, 2016, I started. A lot of it was on YouTube before they would ban stuff and just take it down for no reason. So I was hammering them with so many topics, from 5G, chemtrails, you name it. I was just hammering, building an audience. And as we all noticed, the last couple of years, they really stopped anything. I mean, it's like I can't even upload. That trailer you just showed, I put on YouTube. They removed it right away. And then I made a censored version. I was just telling Mike this. I made a censored version, Jim, where the word coronavirus or flu or anything is bleeped out.
Yep.
Even flu I bleeped out just in case. And then I blocked out the words on the news banners. Everything was blocked. They still hit me with medical misinformation. And I go, I've never replied to these clowns over at YouTube. I go, let me reply. And I go, can you please reference the visual or the audio That's medical misinformation. Knowing damn well there's nothing because everything's censored, everything's bleeped out, and they didn't reply. Of course, now I'm on my second strike on YouTube, so you know,
you will not discuss the situations of the new world order that you are a threat to our democracy. I love that word, a threat to our democracy. I want to laugh when anyone says that, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know. At this point, I'm thinking, like I was telling Mike, that they're just watching these at this point. They're not. I used to think it was like a software that would scan for words or images and be like, ban it. But now, because of what I did this on purpose. I go, let's test this. Let's see what happens. Mm-hmm. I knew I had one strike. I go, I don't think this is going to give me a second strike. There's nothing said technically, right? And they still gave it to me. No excuse. There's no reason. Just medical misinformation. So now I'm on 2 strikes and I got to be careful. But thank God for Rockfin, because, you know, my Rockfin channel.
What is that? What is that?
Rockfin is like what YouTube was in 2013, you know. Say whatever you want. And you can have, there's many talents there. I produce Eddie's show, Eddie Bravo's show. Look into it. You were on the show.
I love Eddie's show.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw the episode that you and him were on together.
Yes.
Because we kept having the technical difficulties. But yeah, I edited that. I edited it with Soros's face and Schwab's face when you were doing your voices. That was, you know, I had nothing else to do because you were off. You couldn't connect on video. It kept cutting out. So I'm like, perfect. Let me just put some visuals over this. But
the job that she did with the wonderful and talented Lady Gaga is
extraordinary. What did you give her for the work she did with Lady Gaga? Did she get an island or a small continent?
No, when we're done destroying Ukraine, she gets Ukraine.
Eddie's show's doing really well. But yeah, Eddie's on Rockfin. His show, look into it. Sam Tripoli, he's got a couple shows on there, including Tinfoil Hat. I mean, that's a great podcast. There's a lot of people.
Love them. So you put this out, and how's it doing?
It's doing well, man. It's not about just putting the information in a film for the world. It's about putting it together in a way that grasps them. You know, anybody can put something together about, you know, what's going on lately in the last couple of years.
Right.
You know, I'm on YouTube. I'll keep it clean. But everything that's been going on, we all can put something together to show someone. But I always want to make a film or a documentary where when you hit play, you're just going to stare. You're staring at the screen until the hour film is over. And that's how I'm trying to set it up, where when it's not really for people like us in a sense.
Right.
I think it's people
preaching
like
to
us,
the choir.
Yeah, we would enjoy it. And you might learn something new. Who knows? But it's for your neighbor, your cousin, the person that calls us crazy people. This is my job in this earth. This is why I'm here, is to make films for your neighbor and your cousin and your brother, your sister, whoever. That's how you guys are nut jobs. Watch this then. It would never see the day of light on YouTube, unfortunately. And that's the only complaint I've ever gotten on the film so far. It's only been out for a couple weeks, but the only complaint is, why isn't this on YouTube? I'm like, are you kidding me? On YouTube?
Have you tried it? Have you tried to dump it on YouTube
my
yet?
trailers down.
Oh yeah, if you got 2 already, then one more and you're done.
The full film, it's instant. They were probably licking their chops waiting. Is this guy, I mean, YouTube's probably like, is he gonna upload this? Because he's gonna be gone now. And I'm like, I'm not touching YouTube for a while. I'm not gonna do anything. So it's on Rockfin. If you're a subscriber of Rockfin, you just watch it. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe, because again, the talent on there, the shows on there, the content on there is amazing. $10 a month. Everything's unlimited. You get to see everyone's stuff. It's amazing. There's a lot of free stuff on Rockfin too. So you don't, but the film, you can watch it on Rockfin or go to fluvid-19.com. And then you could download a copy directly to your phone, directly to your computer hard drive. And I always tell people, look, if you want to donate, support, and rent the film, $5, you get it. Put it on your platform. Or, if you don't got 2 strikes, put it. People are sharing it, but do whatever you want with it. You own it. Email it to your neighbors now. Burn it on a DVD. Do whatever you like.
You just answered a question for me, because the first thing I thought of was, I'd love to put this on my Patreon page. Yeah. So you're okay if I buy it?
No, I'll just send it to you, boss. Yeah,
I will put it on my. I know my Patreon members will love.
Sure.
How did you meet Eddie? Like, how did you guys all come together? Because you're not a comedian, right? Like, how did this all come about?
I'm just a filmmaker, man. Years ago,
filmmaker,
producer. Many titles. I do everything myself: the sound, the directing, the editing. I'm up all night for months and months. I don't subcontract anything. I do everything myself, including the Photoshop, the DVD covers, the graphics, everything I do. Eventually, one day, maybe I can afford to get some help because it's hard to do it all yourself. With Eddie, years I don't know, I want to say 2016-ish. He was doing a comedy show in Hollywood, Comedy Store, and I think he's heard of me at that point. Obviously, I've heard of him at that point, but some of the Flat Earth documentaries on YouTube I was making years and years ago, he was a fan of it, and he would watch it and stuff. And I go, hey, I saw he's going to be on the Comedy Store. So I just went there with my buddy who got VIP, everything. So we just go in there. And after the show, I had said, Eddie, because I never showed my face before. It wasn't fear. It was because I've never watched have you ever watched a film in your life where you're like, dude, who's the editor? Why doesn't the editor talk? I go, who wants to see me?
Right.
Who cares?
Right.
But eventually people were caring. They're like, who is this guy? Is this a company? Who's this production company? Hilbert Productions. So it's like, okay. Let me. Eddie was actually one of the first, if not the first guy to see me. And I go up to him after the Comedy Store. I go, hey, I'm what's up, Eddie? And he just thought it was probably some random guy. What's up, dude? I'm like, I'm Hibbler Productions here. What? Oh shit, what's up, man? So we talked for 10, 20 minutes, all in the circle and stuff. I left. We talked on Instagram, 2016, chat back and forth. Eventually we built a friendship and we'd hang out, and a lot of the comedy shows him and Sam were doing, I would, hey, you want to come in? So I would just always be with him. And then once he told me he wants to do a show about a year ago, and we got kind of get things rolling, but he just goes, dude, can you be the engineer? Can you produce this? Can you do this for me? And I'm like, of course. Who wouldn't do that? So now every week I go to a studio downtown LA, and we knock it out. I bring it home. I edit it. I'm known for, when you're watching something, even a podcast, believe it or not, I'm showing visuals. They're telling the story about some UFC thing, or they're telling the story about this. I want to show it. I want people to be like, and you still hear them, but you're seeing it now. Yep. And that's just, and I think that's why he chose me in that sense, because he knows I'm not, I'm going to go the extra mile to make sure that the audience is entertained, the audience is not bored. And I had my own show on Rockfin for a while, Level-Headed Podcast, that just after 7 episodes, I started my films. I got busy. My co-host got busy, but the Hibbler Effect's coming soon. I'm gonna have a podcast on Rockfin pretty soon here once I'm done with my next film. The Hibbler Effect will be on Rockfin, so I'll be back ready to have guests on and do my thing like I used to, so I'm prepared for that. But Eddie's a great guy, man, and we've gotten along for so many years now. We're on the same frequency, and every time I watch your show, when me and my girlfriend, we watch your show all the time, this guy Jim is just on the frequency, and it's saying like Joe Bauman. Joe Bauman is another one of my friends. King Bao. Same frequency. When I saw him a couple weeks ago in Phoenix, and he was by my house 2 weeks ago, it's just the same. You just know. It's one of the things you're on the same frequency, and you can have good conversations, learn from one another, and this is how we change the world. Collective consciousness, Jim. If we all keep this going, they lose. They lose.
I agree 1,000%. If we don't got this, we're all doomed. We're doomed. And There's too many of this now. There's too many of this, and it's becoming like water. You may put a dam up here to stop it, but guess what? Now the water all goes that way. Now you have, like what you just said, you have Rockfin, but now you have this, like Truth Social, Rumble, this, that. It's just always going to keep counterattacking, and now that the other side knows how this side plays, the ones that have been established for so long, the Instagrams, the YouTubes, the blah, blah, blah. And YouTube's been very good to me. I did get one strike because whatever. But it's finding out how to counterplay and keep our voices heard. Whether you think they're right or wrong, they need to be heard. Our intentions are not coming from a dark and mean world. We're here to shed light. We're here to shed information and to open your mind and just start thinking. And you know what? I've come to the point, Sean, where there are going to be people where it's not going to happen. And that's okay. It's okay. And it's just, we ain't got time for that. You just keep moving along and let them stay where let them keep going to the Super Bowl, let them keep drinking all day and whatever. And I'm not poo-pooing the Super Bowl, but I'm just saying, stay in the Roman Empire. If they tell you need to go get it. If they tell you we got to go to war, send your child blindly because whatever it is. The day of questioning is now existed, and I tell you, if it's game time, and I thank God for people like you. I can't wait to check this out.
You're gonna. I was telling Mike Mike didn't want any spoilers. I was like, dude, Jim didn't see it. I'm like, the end with Jim, and it's not the stand up, it's something else. He's like, don't spoil it. I'm like, dude, you guys got to see. I sent it to Ann.
I know.
Yeah. No, it's cool. Yeah, eventually you'll see it. I'm sure once you see it, you'll want to put on your Patreon. Just hit me up. We'll get it done.
Well, I'm going to put it on immediately, and I'll be talking about this next week after I watch it. That I promise you.
No, I appreciate it. And like I did with my initial documentary Level, I made a part 2, the next level. So with Fluvid-19, I'm going to make a sequel probably next fall. And I already got the okay from Sam Tripoli. I'm sure Eddie will. Even Dr. Sean Brooks, I got doctors now. So they're emailing me after they saw it, like, hey, and like Dr. Sean Brooks, he's one of the doctors in this, talking about everything. I go, hey, would you want to be in the sequel? I'd rather come in person, hear you out, get professional camera. This is more like compilations. I found stuff and I put it together in a way where it doesn't seem like that, but it is. This is more, part 2 should and will be better and more efficient in terms of the definition of a documentary, if that makes sense, where it's real footage, it's new stuff, it's sitting down with people. So anyone that's in the first one, and I'm gonna say right now, anyone that hey, I'm in this film, if you want to be in part 2, I will fly to you and sit down and even if it's for a 5-minute thing, it's going to be in the film, because I want the second one to really be powerful and marketed heavier and stuff like that, because people need to know this. I know. Even the people you were saying that don't, they need to see it. They still need to see it, because at least we gave them the option.
Exactly.
You have the option. You unplug from the Matrix or you stay plugged in. There's no other option at this point. This is the time to unplug, and they're making it very easy to unplug. They're making my life easier. As every day Joe Biden wakes up in the morning, he makes my life easier. To show people the show that's going on, and the show that's been going on for a very long time. This isn't anything new under the sun. It's just, it's more complex now, and it's more easier to point out, in my opinion.
It's so easy to point out. I can't believe we've been asleep that long. And I think, it's like Eddie once said, Bravo. He's like, bro, we just never had the resources to question and look at everything. Before, it was just like, oh, this is what it is. Where now you go look at the things like the moon landing, and you're like, this looks so corny. This ain't real. You now look at all these, the assassinate, all these things in the past, and you're going, what?
I know. Listen, Jim, every show I've ever been on, every time I've been invited on a show, I've been on many, and the first thing, if they want to talk about anything like conspiracy, the first thing I ask them before I even start is, you think we landed on the moon? And if they say, of course, now I know which direction this conversation is headed, and that's rated G. Because I go, never mind. I'm not going to bring anything else up on your show. If you think that shit was real, I can't even do it. So I get there's a lot of doors of theories in the world that some people might not even want to go down. They like open the door. Is the earth flat? Let me open it. That's a scary one. I don't want to ruin my career with admitting this. But again, we're in a time now. We're in a time now, though, Jim, that eventually it's going to be the norm. You know what I mean by that? The truth is going to be the norm. So, I don't care. Make fun of me all you want. Anybody can make fun of me. He thinks the earth's flat. It doesn't matter. I've proven it. And I speak truth. And I'm about unconditional love. So the world deserves to know the truth about everything, including the big one. And that's where we live. But we're still trying to figure this stuff out, man. We're still trying to figure out. I can't believe a company that faked 6 moon missions, and now they're taking cartoon pictures and selling it in magazines and telling us that's where we live. I can't believe a liar. I can't continue to believe liars over and it's like, hey, they've lied since day one when the Nazi traders came over and started NASA. It's like they've been lying since then, and it's like, why would I believe them now? Did anyone see the asteroid impact on CNN? I mean, it was. If not, I want your audience just look at the asteroid impact. It looks worse in the movie like Gravity or something. It's just terrible. It's terrible. If you question the Earth, or you've heard the rumor, or you think we're stupid, this is why I have the next level. I made that again, just like Fluvid. People that are on the fence, or people that are like, I'm not sure. I don't know how to feel. I hear this and then I hear that. This side. Well, this is perfect. That's the perfect person for both topics that are interested to watch, and this is why I made them. So we can wake up and consciousness can continuing to change. There's no other way to win this war. It's a silent war. It's a spiritual war. Yep. But I do think there's a counter going on. I don't know who's in charge of it or what's going on, because I don't know. I just know, that we're going to win this. Period.
I believe so.
We're going to win this. We're going to be alive to say we won.
I love it. Sean, I love it, man. Sean Hibbler, Fluvid19. Check it out. Download it. Tell everyone about it. Even if you're not sure, why even hesitate? I appreciate all you do, and I can't wait to get this on my Patreon page. I'm being dead serious. As soon as I get it, it's going on Patreon. We're gonna do this. I thank you for coming on, man. And I want, of course, we'll get into some more stuff. We'll talk to each other again.
Sure. Yeah. You have my contact information. I'll shoot over the film for you, direct download. Okay. Put it on your Patreon. Hopefully, again, your audience will share it and watch it and enjoy it. And if anyone wants to support me, just go to HibblerProductions.com or Fluvid-19.com and support. I appreciate all the love and support, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you and Mike, and tell Shot Guy I said hello.
I will. Thank you, brother. Take care.
Thanks, Jim. God bless.
Yeah, and that's just going to keep happening. That was Jim Brewer and Sean Hibbler. Hibbler.
Yeah, man. Did you watch that today? Did you watch that?
Yeah, I watched it. And listen.
Oh, it's so awesome.
Check this out. So Jim Brewer's a huge star. He's a comedy act. He was in the movie Half Baked, right? That was his big introduction.
They're going to make a sequel to it.
Good. Well, anyway, so Jim Brewer, right? He's a big star, and Sean Hibbler is just coming up in the world as a producer, a filmmaker, and such. And it's really good to hear, somebody who's been in the business most of his life, like Jim Brewer, and then Sean, get together and talk about stuff, like-minded things. And anyway, so what I meant when I came in and said this is just going to keep happening, Globers, there's going to be more and more people of renown, more and more, any kind of human out there with critical thinking ability and a little bit of balls are going to be saying, yeah, there's some fishy shit out there, and the shape of where we live might be one of those things that they lied about. So I really, really love hearing things like that, because it was a non-scripted, off the cuff, one professional to another, discussing the stuff, really supportive of the truth. And so you're, like I said, you're going to keep hearing that, anti-flat earthers, and you don't have to like it, but the truth is going to win. So thanks.
I mean, and that's what Sean said in that that's what Jim said too. It's like, yeah, it's coming out, man.
Yep.
Try to stop it. Did you watch Jim's Somebody Had to Say It?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh God, I'm gonna post it. You gotta watch it. You gotta watch
he's brilliant, man.
You gotta fucking watch this video. It's on his fucking Brudiverse channel. It's awesome, man. I won't play it on here because we might get a strike if I play it, but that one was from Hibbler's channel, and I don't think he'll.
Yeah, no, you'll be good.
And
It's
I
good.
commented on there, but you know, Jim's channel. I don't think Jim would strike us, but you know, it might be YouTube.
No, Jim wouldn't, but somebody might. I mean, you never know.
But I'm gonna post the video. Hold on, let me find it. Oh,
Cool, man. You post it up,
bro. You will freaking love this. Oh my god, you and KJ will just. If KJ hasn't seen it either, bro, you'll just be cracking.
Helio.
We'll do it. Now that you mentioned both of us, we're gonna have to watch it.
You have to, man. It's so awesome. Yeah.
What's up, Jamesy?
What was he mentioned? Is there like some type of video he made called Fluvid19 or something like that?
Yeah, it's a video that he made a couple of trailers for. Yeah, he made a documentary. He made a couple of trailers, put it up on his channel. He had one trailer he put out, had like a trailer for the video, and he was talking. It was sort of uncensored, and they gave him a strike for that. So what he did is he put another video out where every single word about flu or the jab or CV, it was just like a bleep 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 bleep. It was the same freaking. I remember when he did it. It was all so it was the same trailer. But they blocked that one too and gave him a strike on that channel, on that too. So he's like, I ain't touching it because if he gets the third strike, they take his channel down. So
yeah,
but yeah. Okay. So it was all bleep 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 if he said flu or jab or anything to do with that. And so it was all like. Deep, deep,
I thought it was like some type of documentary that he labeled that or something.
No, I remember when he did it because I'm subscribed to the channel, and I remember when it came out. He's like, "Oh, here's my censored version," and they freaking gave him a strike for that one too. So, yeah, I mean, he was kind of fucking with them to see what they would do, and they fucking did it,
Can you plug in his channel in the chat?
Yeah. I'll put Jim Brewer's comedy show. Somebody Had to Say It. If you haven't seen this, everyone has to watch it. That interview we just played was with Jim Brewer interviewing Sean Hibbler, and but Jim Brewer is a world renowned fucking famous comedian and shit, and he hasn't said it. He hasn't said I'm a flat earther yet, but
his Rockfin.
I'm pretty sure he's a flat earther.
I put his Rockfin for that Fluvid documentary in there.
Yeah. You have the Rockfin app, or you can go to his website.
I just finally subscribed to Rockfin, so now I got access to everybody on there. Finally.
Anyway, here's Jim Brewer's special. If you haven't seen it, I've watched it a few.
Got rid of the Netflix for a while. Switch over to some Rockfin. A lot of channels with some.
No, Netflix won't put this out, but it's on YouTube. I don't know how Jim gets away with this.
Yeah,
watch that shit. Bro. It's fucking.
No, I did. I just heard it. I heard you guys listening, and then I'd watched it like twice. I think.
Oh, you've seen that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's freaking awesome.
I sent it to my mom and my sisters. I don't know if they watched it. I was trying to, and then I sent them the Rockfin link, but I doubt they're subscribed, so I don't know if they'll be able to watch it through that.
I watched it with my brother and another friend one night. The friend was like liberal guy, and he's like, me and my brother are like kind of on the same page on a lot of stuff, but he's like, he enjoys comedy. But the other guy, but anyway,
you have liberal friends? Why?
Is it?
I'll tell you what.
Oh, it is.
I'm a fucking flat earther, man.
Jebsy, was that you asking about the his channel or his? Well, that's his Rockman that I posted, but I think.
Oh yeah, thanks. I was asking about whatever conversation, whatever audio that we heard in the past. I don't know
that
how long.
audio is the one Helio posted. That's the interview, and then the second one's the actual documentary that they're talking about.
You're more helpful than Helio, 100%.
No, I posted Jim Brewer's comedy in the wrong room. Now I just posted.
Thank you, Helio. Thank you. That doesn't help.
What doesn't help?
Posting it in the wrong chat.
Okay, well now I just fixed it like 30 seconds later, bro.
You're fired.
Well, okay. Am I losing pay? Weeks helped me out a lot, and I thank everyone that does donate to the live stream. It's good stuff.
Hey Helio, if I hit the lottery one day, I'll remember you, bro. Don't worry.
Hey, but Jimsy, if you could send me $5, that'd help a lot.
$5? What you want $4 for? If you can use 2, you can give me the change back. You're done.
If you just do it through PayPal, like $5 would be like $4. They only take $3. They only take 3%.
Give me
right?
$1 back.
If it's 10%, they only take 3%. So it's if you give me $10, that would be like
$5. What you want $3 for?
$9.30 or some shit like that. I was talking earlier about.
Helio, ask me for $5.
Don't give me any fucking money, Jimsy.
Ask me for $5, Helio.
I don't want any of your money, Jimsy.
All right. Never mind.
What is that? Indio just posted. You're fired. I'm a rich bitch. Yeah, I can't play that on the live stream. Some Dave Chappelle original content. Original content. Play that shit.
You can say it though, right? You can do it.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, like I'm Rick James.
And I wish I could play this Jim Brewer friggin' special on here, man. That was so funny. Somebody had to say it. He's like, "That's a jam, got a jam, walk, walk, walk." He's so funny. You guys haven't seen that video, you gotta watch it, man. So since y'all ain't talking, find another video to play. I'd like to play that Jim Brewer video, but think Jim would strike us, but YouTube won't. So. Hey, Jimsy, do you have anything to recommend?
Yes. Don't drink any alcohol tonight.
Too late for
That's
that.
my recommendation.
Okay, well, my recommendation is if you want to fill up airtime, how about you tell us about the flat Earth? Go ahead.
No, thank you.
Okay, well then fuck off.
All right, bye.
Saying fuck off like all the way. Just saying, hey, we're trying to fill dead air here. So we have some new people coming here that we want to talk to. Hey, there's a little secret. I'm going to tell everybody a little secret. I love Jemsy. I think he's the most sarcastic and bombastic bastard that ever came across Flat Earth. And so just can give him little props. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. I love Jemsy. He's brilliant. Let me find something to play. It's not too long, not too short. Let me find something.
Do your song. Let Taking the Globe from You.
Oh, you want to hear that one? Oh.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's it's so funny, man. Every time I hear it, I laugh. Yeah, man. Yeah, I got on a tip where I was just like, I'm gonna do some karaoke's. Let's see.
All right, new microphone part 2. What do you think?
Powerful.
Okay. It's probably annoying.
Elijah? It's a little echoey. Is that Elijah?
Yeah.
It's a little echoey, like roomy, kind of like echoey, kind of. Sounds good. I mean, it's really loud, but it's just kind of like background kind of. I mean, yeah, you asked, and that's why I'm at.
You know how when you buy the $10 headphones at the gas station, for some reason when you first plug them in, there's like static or something. It's like the energy has to go through the wires or something and clear it out or whatever the fuck.
So, if I give my opinion, am I wrong? Doesn't it sound echoey a little bit? It sounds like you're in a freaking laundromat or something, with some concrete walls. That's all.
It's crazy that I am washing clothes, but
oh shit! See, I called it.
But I'm in my house.
I mean, it sounds a little echoey. All I'm saying, it's like it should be. But what you can, I mean, I'm coughing too. But hey, coughing. I mean, maybe we're both coughing, like looking for the coffin. But I'm coughing just because I smoke too much. But I was wondering about why your microphone sounds like you're in a big concrete room, and you said, "Well, I'm in the laundry room," but don't know. That's why I don't try to use Bluetooth headphones or like wired headphones.
These are wired.
Some of them might, be better than others. I don't know. That's why I rarely jump on here unless I'm in front of this microphone. But I don't blame anyone because most people aren't. I'm not trying to be a dick, right? But it is funny though. That part was funny. It did sound like you were in a echo chamber. But you're doing laundry in the laundry room, and it sounds like you're in a laundry room. That's all I'm saying. I got the dryers. Oh, fucking A. All right, you guys ready for taking your globe? Here it comes.
You guys mind playing another video?
No, I'm gonna play this one first because it was a request.
Which video?
It's my Richard Marx parody.
All right.
It's only about 4 minutes long.
No.
You fucking 4 minutes. Come on.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed. And the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cockus causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
There's a little distortion.
Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be
it sounds
removed
better now. There's
somehow.
some there.
I hear your laughter and I taste your tears. So let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance. But in the end, if I
think I can hit this note.
I'll take the chance.
there was a little distortion on there that wasn't in the original track. I'll figure out what's going on there. But yeah.
I was having such a pleasure to fuck it up.
Say it again, Jamesy.
Nothing.
All right, that's cool. I mean, as far the recording is really good, but the playback here, there was some distortion that wasn't in the original track. Hearing it playback. That's also saying. Did you guys hear?
Oh, that's why.
That's why what?
That's why I was breaking out, because I had my Wi-Fi on and I was moving at the same time.
No, that's not what
so. No, yeah, that's exactly what it was.
No, that's not what.
Yeah. My connection. My connection.
Elijah knows what I'm talking about. There was just
I'm talking about what I'm talking about.
He's heard the original track before, Elijah knows.
And I don't think you can put in the same sense. I don't think you can put the song and good in the same sentence.
Wait. Jamesy, you don't think I can do what?
Laundry with Elijah. Without making background noise. Can't do that.
All right. Jamesy, sometimes you're funny, but this one is not a good joke. What you talking about? I was just explaining to why it sounded a little distorted.
Okay, bye.
All right, well then, fuck off again. Laundry room, Elijah.
Say again?
I was just asking if you're in the laundry room because there's a lot of background noise. Now he's muted. That's cool. Cool. So yeah, I mean there was some issue with some distortion when I was playing that song. Usually it sounds. I mean, if you listen to it on YouTube, it sounds great, but it didn't sound so good here while we were playing it. That's all I was saying. Jamesy and Elijah always wanted to give me shit, so it's all good. Fucking love you guys, whatever. I'm just some fucking drunk retard or something. Fucking assholes. I don't know why there was distortion there. That song was requested by somebody that was in here, and I played it, and there was some distortion on there. Had nothing to do with the original video, so whatever. You go watch it on YouTube, and it doesn't sound like that. So, they always want to take. They hate me because they ain't me, but I hate them because I ain't them. So fucking, we're equal, motherfuckers. Can try to take the piss off. That was a request. Anybody want to request something else that we can play? Listen to? Anybody came across some cool Flat Earth videos that came up recently that we can play? Not my songs necessarily, or anything else.
Well, I just want to play like the first maybe 15 minutes of this video that I'm about to post.
Okay.
just because it just exemplifies like the kind of person that we talk to on a daily basis.
Yeah, it was pretty much displayed most of the day today, you know, with all the freaking idiots that came in.
So yeah, it's like 4 hours long. Just play like the first or whatever, but like 15 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, you're gonna send the video in the live stream voice text. This one. Mineshock. Yeah, we played some Mineshock earlier. Share. I don't know how long before we get like YouTube messing with us from playing too many Mineshock videos, but this one looks good so far. But I'm about to put it in the live in the bot. So I'll smoke a cigarette and listen to it.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Hey, Elijah, this video is 4 hours long.
This is your host, Bruce
Somebody's going to have to
McGuire,
stop it.
here with the long-awaited Joe Rogan versus Eddie Bravo Flat Earth Showdown, a logical analysis of this epic and much talked about debate. And the
Is that Amy
debate,
from that
one
debate?
of the biggest
Sounds
media
like Amy.
influences on the flat earth insanity that has spiraled out of control since then. So this took place on the Joe Rogan Experience 948.
Sounds like that
which was
tranny
streamed
Amy
live on
that
April
was-
18th, 2017. So that's almost 3 years now ongoing out of this
it's not.
flat earth insanity.
Not Amy.
And Mineshock covers the flat earth debate and other debates. And as I've stated many times, what I find interesting is the flat earthers, even if wrong, they're just mopping the floor with all these globe earthers from a logical debating standpoint.
know who that is.
Not falling for logical fallacies, using logic, reason, critical thinking, deductive reasoning, all of these things. So it's such a hilarious topic to cover. Because even if the flat earthers are completely wrong about everything, the legitimate scientific line of inquiry, as opposed to the globe earther religious faith-based model and faith-based argumentation,
I've heard this dude
while
before.
pretending, while masquerading as being scientific, in actuality only proving the indoctrination into scientism, not science, which of course, very, very big difference. And I will define it right before we get into this logical analysis. But as always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons, of course, do get priority in logical analysis requests, true crime requests, or any paranormal conspiratorial topic requests. All right, so before we jump in here, I will give the difference between science and scientism. So in general, science is a field of study referring to the natural world that is supposed to adhere to the scientific method. Now, the problem with modern science, of course, is that it's politicized pseudo-scientific religious scientism, which basically deals with dogmatic faith-based models presupposed as true, effectively being nothing more than a house of cards. Now, again, that doesn't mean they're wrong. You can make assumptions that are true before all the trolls and cognitive dissonant masses get triggered here and try to pretend that I'm a flat earther or advocating flat earth in any way. Clearly, I am not. I am advocating for the use of scientific method, for the use of logic and reason when discussing any topic. Science is skepticism.
I think I actually played this one.
Of taking things on faith, not falling for or justifying one's faith-based religious views, like Joe Rogan, using nothing but logical fallacies. Now, that doesn't mean that Joe Rogan doesn't happen to believe a priest that happens to have the correct model of the universe. I'm not saying what the correct model of the universe is. That's a topic for another podcast. I am only logically dissecting this debate/conversation on the Joe Rogan Experience 948. Brendan Schwab also guest stars for comedic relief, but the main point is
jam,
here,
man. This is
and
jam.
in all Mindshock podcasts, is using logic and reason.
Jam spread on bread.
Faith-based, religious, dogmatic. True science is skepticism. True science is not falling for logical fallacies like appeal to authority, because once again, history has shown that whatever was commonly believed or accepted, most things that were accepted actually turned out to not be true. If you just go back through what's available of human history. Now, of course, the victors write the history books and things of that nature, particularly in the field of physics. If you haven't checked out Run Z Cow's dismantling of the theory of relativity, check that out. He presents it in pretty easy to understand terms. I might do a logical analysis on that because I keep bringing it up and many, many people just refuse to even look at it. But any truth seeker is going to seek more information, more data, because why jump to assumptions, jump to conclusions?
Why
just
wouldn't
to
you,
conform
right?
to the masses, appeal to popularity fallacies galore. Obviously, science is not consensus. It's actually the opposite.
Don't be scared.
Whatever the truth is, that's what it is. And
There
I'm
you go,
going to
Elijah.
define logic as well right here, because I mean, there's some goofballs out there. They're asking a podcast dedicated to examining conspiratorial, supernatural, true crime topics to not use logic. I mean, there are goofballs out there. They didn't understand what was being presented, so they don't want it being presented in a logical fashion. They want something they can keep up with, and because I guess they're that lazy, that cognitive dissonant. They're that ego dominated. The Dunning-Kruger is so extreme that they don't want to put in the work to actually learn logic. But here is logic defined. You can search this in any dictionary. It'll give you a similar definition to this. Noun, reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. Okay? So we're talking about strict principles of validity.
That kind of hurts,
How
doesn't it?
valid is something in terms of assessing reality or truth if it is religious or faith-based? If there's no actual evidence. Now, someone saying there's evidence doesn't mean there's evidence. Someone saying that experiments were performed, and not only did the experiments, now these are experiments, of course, designed by fallible
What I
humans.
like about Mindshock, Elijah, is that he gives
made
us,
by fallible humans.
at least
They're giving their conclusions. Now, you would have to assume they're not corrupt. You have to
Right.
assume they're not
within
only
the
competent,
flat
they're
Earth
competent
argument,
enough to not have made any errors in their
gives us,
interpretation
credibility
using fallible
when it comes to
technology
this,
in setting
when
up
it
fallible
comes to logic.
experiments. Now, obviously, there are experiments that are not fallible, but you're not going to take it on faith. You're not going to be religious about it. So that's the important thing to note here before I dive into this logical analysis, because sometimes I take for granted that a lot of listeners understand what logic is, understand what science is, understand the differences between science, religion, faith-based dogmatic thinking. And a lot of people don't, and then they get all weird and triggered when I start doing these logical analyses. So hopefully these definitions at the beginning are a little bit more helpful from the outset. So any kind of comments, theories, debunkings, rebuttals, you can leave them in the comment section, but make sure you at least understand the points being presented and the definitions first. because otherwise we're just going to be wasting time. So, and anything that would have any kind of discussion or discourse of value, at least have the correct definitions, and the definitions are empirically verifiable. So this is not a difference in opinion of any kind. The definition is what it is. Whether someone acknowledges that definition, whether someone understands the definition or how it relates to the points being presented, that's their issue. That doesn't affect objective reality, which is, again, another good example of the difference between science and religion. When you're talking about faith-based religious views, those are one's personal faith-based religious views. That doesn't necessarily correlate with objective, verifiable reality. That's the field of real science.
And a lot of people can't
right in.
Can't understand that science can be religion
dating,
too.
There's a lot of science that goes back and forth. Like it ain't shit, or it's real, or it's not legit.
It's pretty much universally acknowledged that carbon dating is effective.
Okay, so he's saying Joe Rogan right off the bat with a fallacy. It's universally acknowledged that carbon dating is effective. Now, they're talking about dinosaurs. That's the lead-in. I'll start here, but in general, I don't really want to address the dinosaur aspect of this because that's just an entirely different rabbit hole and a subject for another podcast. But Joe Rogan's go-to fallacies are appeal to authority and appeal to popularity. So he is so bereft of cognitive ability.
Two sentences.
He always defaults to these two things, which is beyond silly. So if someone doesn't believe in God, you're not going to default, oh, well, it's universally accepted by priests that God is real. Therefore, it's real. If you don't believe it, go to a seminary school, get an education in this. And that's the extent of his argument with Eddie Bravo on basically any topic. Joe Rogan just is not a high functioning logical individual at this point. Now, in the past, he made some interesting points about the moon landing conspiracy and things of that nature, where he did exhibit critical thinking, deductive reasoning, not falling for fallacies. He exhibited some decent cognitive ability back in the day. Now, I don't know if he just did so many drugs that he just can't anymore. I don't know what the deal is, but now his go-to is just defaulting to these two particular logical fallacies, but he defaults to other.
He did so many drugs that he lost his cognitive ability.
Obviously, it was all fallible human technology was universally accepted as true at one point. Same thing with, let's say, DNA testing technology. I bring up this example all the time. There's a lot of people being exonerated now because previously universally accepted DNA technology as being true or accurate, efficient, effective, whatever you want to call it, it wasn't as purported. So particularly, again, with carbon dating, what humans understand about the nature of the universe, the fallible human minds in a politicized field of science, archaeology, however you want to examine it,
politicized mind.
If you just study a little bit of logic and psychology, how ego works, how institutions function in the world, and how they have always
how many
functioned.
drugs you did.
So when you have this amount of control over institutions, academic, so-called scientific, connected with the government, they have grants, they have all these things. Protecting status quo is a given. So carbon, how much do humans truly understand about carbon dating and how accurate is it? Because all these new results are showing that if you do a carbon dating test on something, they were doing tests and the results were coming back drastically different every time. So how accurate is it really? I mean, Joe Rogan's taking on faith. Like, let's say it is accurate. Joe Rogan doesn't know that. He took it on faith. Like, just for the sake of argument, let's say it is accurate. Joe Rogan took it on faith, so he's just preaching his religion that he believes these particular set of priests. Now, again, doesn't mean the priests are wrong. Let's assume they're correct, just to get the point across here, to see how religious Joe Rogan is in his faith-based indoctrinated thinking process. All he can do is appeal to these authorities. He's taking it on blind faith as gospel truth that these so-called scientists, effective priests, they said the correct information. Now, he has no proof adhering to the scientific method. There are priests that might have said they adhere to the scientific method, but big mind shock here, humans, fallible humans, might lie or simply be mistaken. Again, we have all of human history to fall back upon, and yet Rogan just cannot comprehend these basics that a child can comprehend. It's very interesting. It's mind shocking. I don't know whether it's sad or funny. I mean, it's bizarre. I oscillate between the two because on one hand, Joe Rogan is supposedly a functioning adult, yet on the other hand, he doesn't seem to understand these basic principles of logic that a small child could understand. Or, as some people theorize, he's simply a shill of some kind, and he's.
I take offense to what he was saying about people that have used, substance in the past or whatever. That doesn't necessarily mean, like, since you got too high in the past, now that has nothing to do with Shape of Earth or anything like that, or like Joe Rogan. And I don't know, I mean, what is he trying to say there? It's like, if you take enough drugs, then you lose connection with reality, or which type of drugs? I mean, that's a really assumption, So whoever posted it, I mean, I think that's a decent question to ask. I mean, a lot of us get high on weed, and some get high on alcohol, and I've done my share of psychedelics and everything. I mean, am I going to lose touch with the reality just because I've done a certain amount of psychedelics, or is that's what that dude was saying? And I really take offense to that. He's taking the piss out of Joe because Joe deserves it, but don't put that on us. It's like, oh, maybe Joe did too much freaking psychedelics or something, and that's why he thinks that Eddie Bravo has the wrong idea. No, that's not what any of us are saying at all. Or did I just get that wrong about what he was saying? But I'm pretty sure I heard him saying that people that are too high, that's why some people think the Earth is a globe, because they're too high, or they can't use cognitive. It's just fucking.
The irony of you commenting on this.
That offends me.
The irony.
To be honest.
The irony.
Okay. Well, you want me to rewind it and fucking hear what he said?
No, you interrupted the whole thing through the plane, so because it wasn't you singing, you didn't want to hear it.
No, the reason I did.
I mean, it was enjoyable for while it lasted, but whatever, right?
Pretending here. He knows, but he's pretending to further an agenda. All right, let's continue.
Okay, well, not the stuff that I'm looking into.
People that know.
I'm looking on YouTube now. Remember, I'm getting all my shit from YouTube. So don't take my word for it.
I know, but I don't know. I think you chase your tail with this shit. But you chase your tail with this shit.
So what does chase your tail mean? So basically, Joe Rogan is attacking the scientific process. He's saying you should just take things on faith. If you haven't heard the previous Joe Rogan podcast, Logical Analysis, when Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo go at it about nuclear weapons and things of that nature, I did a logical analysis on that podcast. It was very interesting. Joe Rogan does a lot of projecting. So his subconscious does recognize the legitimacy of Eddie Bravo's inquiries. Now, we're not saying Eddie Bravo is right about anything at all. No, we're saying a neutral, objective, logical, scientific inquiry into any topic is legitimate. Because why would you take
neutral, objective, scientific?
And if something really is true, what's the harm in verifying it? I mean, it's very, very strange how anti-science Joe Rogan is. He doesn't want legitimate, scientific, neutral inquiry. He doesn't understand that science is skepticism. He doesn't understand that not everybody has been indoctrinated into this cult of authority worship. I mean, everybody kind of has, but some people broke that indoctrination. They're learning how to be truly scientific, which is to be truly skeptical, to only accept evidence that adheres to the scientific method, not to this religion of authority worship, which Joe Rogan is part of and advocates. And I don't know if that's, again, due to mental weakness or due to the fact that he might be a shill. It's just, it's kind of bizarre. But so he's saying Eddie's chasing his tail. I mean, isn't all of science chasing your tail? Because if you're interested in the truth of the world, you're not just going to take something on blind faith and never examine. There's no such thing as settled science. I mean, this is a point that's peddled by propagandists of politicized climate change, these tax lobbyists, all of these corrupt individuals pretending to be scientific. Now, again, I'm not saying they're wrong about a conclusion. I'm saying that they're peddling religious dogma. It could be about something that's true. That's not the point here. The point is to be logical. I know some people are so anti-logic, anti-science that they only want to talk about conclusions. They don't want to address whether conclusions were reached logically.
If it works, it works. Right.
And the danger of just taking things on faith all the time is that your brain basically atrophies. It's like exercise. You don't just stay on the couch forever. Like an obese person that's on the couch forever, you can't ask them to just roll off the couch and run and do a triathlon in record time. Now, is the point to get a certain time in a race? I mean, for some people, sure, but the value of the exercise. So that's the same thing with being logical. Your brain needs logical exercise. When you don't logically exercise your brain, it will atrophy, and you will be basically a brain-dead zombie, a sheep or a lemming. And Joe Rogan is a good example of that, unless he's faking and he's a shill. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. I am only logically analyzing the argument that he's putting forth coming out of his mouth. So he's saying that Eddie Bravo is chasing his tail. All of science is basically chasing your tail. You're constantly doing experiments. You want to verify the experiments. There's always unknown variables. So unless you become no longer concerned with the truth, you will not stop examining and re-examining.
It's a form of intellectual energy when you follow this shit, man.
No, I'm not. I'm having fun. It's entertaining.
Do you really love it? He loves it.
Figuring out how we're being bullshitted is very.
But that's
I'm obsessed with it. See, how are they bullshitting us? I love that.
See, I like that.
I love that.
I like that Eddie's like
I don't
this.
like
I
just
think
wanna-
you need people like this. Like he loves it. Like he loves it.
I think this is how crazy I am. I think we're being lied to about fucking everything.
Your kid's gonna grow up just
I'm
super
crazy.
skeptical of every.
Science is skepticism. I mean, it's so weird how the cognitive dissonant masses, the sheep and the lemmings, they took things on faith and they don't want that pointed out. That's why they get emotionally triggered. That's why the subconscious, that's why when you study psychology, these are just basics of psychology. We don't need to get into any super advanced things that require decades of study. Just on the surface, it's like being proficient at the English language. You don't need to know the nuance of all these obscure English words, but you should learn all the letters of the English language. You should know how to make words in basic sentences if you want a basic level of English comprehension. Same thing with the language
Elijah.
of logic.
I love this video.
You just want a basic understanding. Same thing with the language of psychology. You want a basic understanding of how the subconscious works, why people get emotionally triggered, and then you'll be at a certain competent level. Now, people that are not, I think I'm at a relatively average level. I think an average individual can understand everything I'm saying. And some of those cognitive dissonant trolls out there, they think that I'm pretending to be this incredible high-level intellectual. No, this is all average stuff. And if they're that far below average, that's on them. I think everybody can get at a basic level. I think I'm at a basic level. I think everybody can get to this basic level. You just have to put in a little bit of time. It's like you don't have to be a record-holding triathlete, but I think everybody that doesn't have a major disability is capable of doing a little bit of running.
Can you be a logical triathlete?
I'm not saying that you should be able to get all these great distances in short amounts of time, but there's a certain base level of fitness everybody can achieve. Same thing mentally. There's a certain base level of logical understanding of psychology that everybody can achieve with just a little bit of time investment.
I'm already telling him don't trust anything you see on TV. We don't let him watch TV. We let him watch a little cartoons here and there, a little bit.
And you can already tell from Joe Rogan's face, he can kind of see where it's going, and he doesn't like it. He's not as great as hiding. Like, again, when you go into micro expressions, so just the basic definition of a micro expression, right from Wikipedia. I mean, there's nothing advanced here. It's the innate result of a voluntary and involuntary emotional response occurring simultaneously and conflicting with one another. This occurs when the amygdala responds appropriately to the stimuli that the individual experiences, and the individual wishes to conceal this specific emotion. Now, what's interesting about micro expression, of course, it doesn't last long, but someone involved in the entertainment industry, like even actors or politicians, they're very good at controlling their emotions. They're very good at lying and pushing forth propaganda and a certain narrative.
It comes through training.
These micro expressions, the involuntary aspects of it, the involuntary emotional response, they can't help that. Now, it only occurs it's a micro expression, so it's not a full-on expression that lasts seconds and seconds and seconds. They're very, very brief. But you can catch them if you know what they're looking for. And Joe Rogan, again, perfect example. I went over a lot of his micro expressions. Some of them he concealed better than others. Like, he was pretending that Eddie Bravo was he was strawmanning a lot in Eddie Bravo's direction, but his micro expressions betrayed his true motivations. And we're looking at that right here now as well. He doesn't like where this conversation is going because he knows it's legitimate to be skeptical. Science is skepticism. He knows Eddie Bravo's line of inquiry itself is legitimate, regardless about the conclusions. Eddie Bravo might be completely insane. Everything he believes might be false, but the line of inquiry itself is legitimate. That's my only point here.
Bob's corrupt as fuck. But I'm going to raise him not trusting TV. You know. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. You can't say that nobody would ever disagree with that. The TV is not good for kids. It's not good for kids.
Why don't you have a show on the Alex Jones channel? What has happened?
I agree.
You
what
went
the
there,
fuck? I went a total retard on him. I went full flat earth on him.
Even he doesn't believe in flat earth.
No. Most.
I mean, I don't know if Joe Rogan's overselling the laughter or his appeal to incredulity, logical fallacy here, where he just thinks it's so ridiculous, he's going a little over the top, or that's a genuine reaction. He really does think flat earth is that over the top ridiculous. I can't really tell. Again, Joe Rogan's been in the entertainment industry for a long time, so he has a decent control of emotions and pushing narratives and doing these things.
Most conspiracy theorists do not. They think flat Earth is the most retarded thing ever. When Joe first brought it up, like about a year and a half ago, he said, "Dude, he was trying to basically say how stupid people are." He said, "Do you know people still believe the Earth is flat and the sun is 3,000 miles away?" And I remember sitting there thinking, "Shit, what are they, Amish or something? Like, how dumb do you have to be to think the world is flat?"
Videos later,
how dumb? No. And then you brought it up again. And then you brought it up again. You brought it up again, like maybe 6 months later. And I said on your podcast, I said, that is so dumb. That's got to be some kind of CIA psyop. It's got to be some kind of destruction.
Take a weird left turn.
And then I was in class, and we were talking about conspiracy theories, and my buddy Manny, full blown conspiracy theories.
Jiu-jitsu class.
He goes, do you ever my jiu-jitsu class? He goes, we're talking about my YouTube class.
I thought it was a conspiracy class. I was like, God, you go to school?
He teaches.
That was actually a pretty good joke from Brendan.
I teach.
No, I know that. I thought he meant like a straight class.
I teach people how to kill.
Look out the
Brendan.
door.
I'm very aware, brother.
Also, so Manny turns to me and goes, "Dude, you ever look into flat Earth?" This was like 8 months ago or something. And I said, when he said that,
Manny, you ever look into astronomy?
Yeah.
You ever go to seminary school?
Right when he said that.
Manny, did you miss fourth grade?
Right when he said that.
Manny, anybody drop you on your head?
So the appeal to incredulity logical fallacy takes many forms. So instead of listening to the merit of an argument, they just make jokes about it because either their subconscious has recognized they're too mentally weak to handle an honest examination of a theory. Now, we're all guilty of this. I'm not saying I wasn't guilty. When I first saw the flat Earth, I mean, obviously, that's the initial reaction. You're indoctrinated into having that reaction, similar to how the CIA kind of engineered the term conspiracy theorist to get that knee-jerk reaction, the socially engineered propagandized reaction to just dismiss conspiracy theory if it's the word conspiracy. Conspiracy theory, conspiracy theorist. To just ad hominem completely dismiss, because I mean, all conspiracy theory really is being scientific, thinking critically, using deductive reasoning, not assuming everything's a coincidence at all time. That's the realm of the coincidence theorists. Not very logical.
Manny, what are you smoking?
I can't believe anything that ever comes out of his mouth again.
That's
what I thought. I'm like, Jesus. And I'm like,
that's the correct way. Oh, man. See, that's why ad hominem logical fallacies are probably the fastest way to seed an argument, because you don't like the source. So, like, yeah, I mean, if somebody in a clown suit just goes up to you and says, A is the first letter of the English language, and they're, whatever, on a ton of drugs and they're spazzing out, you're going to automatically you're not going to listen to the argument that A is the first letter of the English language. What they're saying could be true, so to just dismiss it based on appeals to incredulity or ad hominem logical fallacies, very, very silly textbook Joe Rogan.
I'm like, Manny, Eddie, please don't ever bring that shit up again. You keep that shit, dude.
Cut to.
Dude, that's a
We're
CIA
getting dramatic.
psyop.
I sense the turn.
And then another guy comes, I'm telling you the story, and then Ernest comes up to me and he goes, hey, man, you ever look into flat Earth? I said, dude, Jesus goddamn Christ.
Okay,
I go,
so
that's
when
the
did it
dumbest
turn?
shit. And he goes, hey, man, I got a master's in engineering. Look into it. And I just wanted to go. I just went home and I was just going to
How about looking at what fucking school that was so we can tell people?
Yeah.
And again, you see Joe Rogan appealing to authorities. And he roped in the no true Scotsman logical fallacy. So with the no true Scotsman fallacy, he's saying that school couldn't have been legitimate that gave him that master's in engineering, because of Joe Rogan's own biases, mental weakness, religious indoctrination, his faith-based model of thinking. He can't understand how somebody who went to an institution, so that's disrupting his view of authority. So he has to appeal to this logical fallacy, no true Scotsman, which is just an appeal to purity. So he's kind of protecting a universal generalization. So in his brain, obviously, a university giving a degree, for example, in physics, it's legitimate in his brain. What he fails to see is that this itself is a logical fallacy, appeal to authority. So just because someone goes to seminary school and they say that God is real, it doesn't mean you just take on faith and believe. That doesn't mean that's true reality just because they went to an institution and got some kind of a degree. But Joe Rogan doesn't understand that, or he's pretending not to. Again, I really don't know. Can someone be this silly at his age? I mean, I guess so, but I don't know.
Phoenix Online.
But hey, man,
that's the same shit.
Yeah. I'm so crazy. I so don't believe anything.
You want something else to do?
Yeah, I tried to debunk it. I was trying to debunk it. I was Mr. Debunker.
Eddie, there's a fucking Japanese satellite that takes a photo from 22,000 miles out every 10 minutes.
All right, so he is, again, appealing to authority. Not only that, but he took on blind faith that the distance they said the satellite was the exact distance. Like, let's say they were off by a couple miles, but Joe Rogan would never know that because he took as gospel truth on blind faith. So even if that is a real satellite taking real photos of the earth, the way that Rogan presents it, completely illogical and faith-based. That's the point of this logical analysis.
Come on, those Japanese
It doesn't show that it's flat, though, even if the pixels all fucked
pull
up.
up those pictures. It does not the worst pictures.
Put up
Eddie,
those Japanese pictures.
It's from 22,000 miles away.
And he just keeps repeating ad nauseum. So again, this is a proof by assertion, logical fallacy, or argument from repetition. So Joe Rogan thinks if he repeats it enough times and puts inflection on the distance, which again, he accepted on blind faith as gospel truth. He's making faith-based claims. He has not provided any evidence that these claims are true. Maybe they are, maybe they're not, but he's only...
Sorry, man. I just saw like 20 people in here, man. I'm just like, whoa, wait, why is the bot playing, man? Is there a reason? It's dead around here? Is it dead air on a Halloween night? Really? Is it that bad? I wouldn't think that would, there's a lot of people at home tonight. They got kids. They're handing out candy, hanging out on Discord. A bunch of people on the YouTube chat.
What are you talking about, Willis?
You talk about some new people. We got a bunch of new people in here. What's going on?
We're in class studying logical fallacies, argument from ignorance. Okay. This is a class.
Oh, shoot, my bad.
Yeah, you're interrupting the professor.
They can't even tell me who robbed my local convenience store, but I'm supposed to believe that these cameras are looking 20,000 billion light years away at Uranus's ass? Yeah, okay. It's all bullshit, guys.
Now that's bullshit. A logical fallacy. Now you talk about a logical fallacy. That's
an appeal to technology.
That's it.
On the wrong kind of
Mm-hmm. There's an appeal to thieves not knowing what they're doing,
right?
Because a good thief can steal something without you knowing.
Shit. Boy, there was a few logical fallacies in here today regarding the volcano eruption, and you could hear it all around the world. I was like, what? Okay, man, that's a good one. Magical fallacies, man. What Disneyland fallacies? What about the Mickey Mouse fallacies, man? I mean, how far do we got to go here, man?
What was the argument from that guy earlier that he said volcanoes, therefore a globe Earth spinning through space?
Right. Well, it was either S wave or P wave was detected all across the Earth, and that it matches up perfectly with the distances of the different places that they have these sensors, and it would totally match up with the distances between two different land masses on a globe. Oh,
right. Someone comes to me and say, someone comes to me and say, P wave, I think he's trying to fuck with me.
Right. S wave, P wave, D wave. No. Anyway, Gregory, you said
the very last premise, as you reiterated what the person was saying, begs the question. And if you take out that last premise, it no wise at all logically necessitates the conclusion that this happened on the surface of a ball.
Yes, that was the conclusion of the fallacy. It's like, oh, it could never work on a flat Earth, but it definitely, can only work on a globe. And same with the sextant too, right? Apparently. Yeah, that's a good one. You guys having a good night? I hope everybody's having fun. We got any new?
You had enough candy tonight?
I had no candy tonight. I handed out no candy because I think it's an absolute abomination to
blasphemy.
It's absolutely disgusting. If you read what's in most of those like Reese's and peanut butter cup, oh my goodness! To give that
the dentist he has a job.
Yeah, this is their time to shine.
My dentist would be pissed.
I had a blessed night. I work at Jelly Belly. I did eat a little bit of.
You work at where?
Jelly Belly.
Jelly Belly?
You don't recognize that name? Jelly Belly beans?
Jelly Belly beans. I mean, I've had jelly beans, but is that kind of what you do there, jelly beans?
Yeah, the jelly beans from Jelly Belly.
Those are the best, man. Oh, I used to love those things. That's all GMO sugar and shit now, right?
I suppose, probably.
It's all natural flavors.
It's all natural flavors. Yeah, that actually, I learned that like
now made with real cheese.
Natural flavors is just a term that they could use for anything, man. It's like natural flavors. What? Yeah, whatever it is. It could be, dirt for all you know. Like natural flavors.
Naturally, artificially flavored.
Naturally, artificially.
Who's this lady? She's cool.
Exactly, Helio. We like live talk versus, I didn't know there was a class going on. We were learning about fallacies, but we can bust them out live too, you guys are good enough. We don't have to, But no, that was good stuff, man. I think I've heard that one before, actually. They're breaking down all the fallacies. Oh my goodness, so many.
Do you know where the natural flavors come from? I do.
From artificial sweeteners.
Yeah, well, it's not even artificial sweeteners. I mean, yeah, sort of, but it's all from GMO corn. But it just depends on how they're processed and all that. No, it's so they can put all their main ingredients and then just say natural flavors. And natural flavors covers a whole gamut of all kinds of crazy shit that they could put in there. But anyway, I'm to be honest, there's nothing wrong with kids getting some candy. You know, I mean, fuck. You know.
Well,
as long as if you eat a Reese's peanut butter cup, fuck.
We'll get them the good stuff.
Let a kid eat a Reese's peanut butter
Get
cup.
them the expensive stuff. Get them the Japanese candy.
Living off that shit.
The
Japanese candy line.
Not their fucking
Yeah, but it has like 2 ingredients. It's like chocolate and peanut. Like
milk chocolate from
peanut, artificial chocolate, zinc 485.
That's what I'm saying. Milk chocolate there's all kinds of shit in there too. I'm just like, let a kid have some fun, you know, one night, you know. But I mean, it's just like the.
Well, if you give a fuck about your expensive shit, that's it.
I'm not defending Halloween in the way that necessarily everybody defends Halloween. Go ahead.
This is how we got the kids to believe in the fucking globe.
No.
In the first place. It's because they were all jacked up on sugar, and the next day, like tomorrow, they're going to go into class, and teacher's going to go, "Look at this is what you live on the globe."
The parents eat all their fucking candy. While Mariah Carey starts to seduce everybody with her ongoing, never-ending, century-old song, that's about to start playing right now.
You guarantee it. Elijah, I fucking guarantee it, man. Elijah, you sound like you're in a bathroom or something.
Yeah, right? It does sound like you have like an echoey. Earlier, something going on with your mic.
Something's up with your mic, Elijah. I don't know what's up, but
yeah,
you sound like you're in the cargo bay of a plane.
Nothing I can do about it.
All
right.
He's traveling over your city with chemtrails and shit. No.
Okay.
So you're fine. There you go. That's actually a little bit.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just sounds like you're echoing. Not echoing like in like repeating echo. It just sounds like you're
not echoing, but you're echoing. You're double speaking sophist.
That's pretty good. I love you, brother.
Yeah, guys, we want everybody to sound good here. So when we say that we don't sound great,
this is the last thing Elijah wants to hear because he worked a whole week just to save enough to buy this mic, and now you guys are trashing his mic. You're hitting him where it hurts right now.
We're hitting it. We're hurt.
Dude, but just like I just bought this headphones for $140, and you guys still think it sounds like shit. Like, yeah, it kind of sounds like shit. And so it's like, hey, Elijah, man, what?
No, usually Elijah's like got the great mic.
Sure, but not right now. Not right
tonight. Not tonight.
Helio, can you just send Elijah your mic?
Wait, do you want? No, my mic always sounds good because I don't talk on my Bluetooth headphones. I talk on this badass mic.
Yeah, are you using Bluetooth or wired?
Yeah, I'm directly connected. It's a blue. It's a Blue Yeti. Yeah, it's a Blue Yeti microphone. I don't even try to talk. Hey, you know what?
He's asking Eli, not you, Helio. He's asking Eli.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, are you using Bluetooth or wired?
I can show you the difference when you hear me on my Bluetooth.
I can tell he's using Bluetooth 100%. I'll bet you anything he's using Bluetooth.
You heard the background like kissing, but you didn't hear the voice.
Yes, the kiss and the hiss, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, Elijah, stop kissing and speaking to us at the same time, bro.
Oh, did you guys hear him earlier? It sounded like somebody was pissing, or If he was washing dishes or something.
That was earlier today. It was,
yeah, you guys heard that shit too. I love you, Elijah, but it's just like he's just like talking and just like there's some trickling in the background.
Right now, we're
like, what the fuck is going on? Are you taking a piss or somebody else?
He was harvesting spring water.
Oh, man.
all right. Mary's in the house.
I love Elijah, man. I mean, he do what it do. Oh, you
just
mute
him.
Have somebody new that wants to talk.
Damn. No, I just we got a VC verified Mary. That was it. I just wanted to say hi.
Hello, Mary.
Hey, Mary.
My bad, guys.
Hey.
Mary Gillette.
How are you this evening?
Awesome.
Pretty good. I enjoy listening to you guys.
Oh, what's wrong with you? No, we are so funny. We are funny.
We're not supposed to.
We're intuitive. We're funny. We love to question things. We like to take things apart a little bit. We're
very just funny looking.
Who is we? Speak for yourself.
There you go. That's right, Gregory. Yeah, we're funny and funny looking. I mean, how about that?
Good thing it's not a Zoom.
Oh, you got that right.
Hey, well, we could put our pictures in live stream voice text. You want to see a picture?
Although with the Zoom, you can like change your whole face and everything, and they got really some hot technology. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. There's a live shot of somebody.
Hi, welcome to Discord. How can I help you?
That's a picture of me in Dallas last night. I'm the guy with the
hat on, throwing up
with the hat on, throwing the devil horn.
Okay, you got it. We know
throwing up the satanic symbol.
I ain't scared.
Yeah,
why are you satanic?
It's not satanic. I don't know why you guys would say that.
Read the post above the pictures, guys, when you get a second. I want everyone's opinion on how this sounds. And you look like a really fun guy. I like that hat.
Oh,
it's a big black cowboy hat, and I enjoy that. I always wear that when I go to concerts because I'm the only fucking guy there with the big black cowboy.
What concert did you go to?
I went to Alice Cooper.
Alice Cooper
and freaking Misfits. Yeah.
The Misfits.
That's my brother.
No wonder you're holding up a devil sign.
I told you. I called him out.
I don't know why, Flat Earth dude thinks that I'm, just because
It's okay. You don't know what you're doing. You're in the spirit.
Yep. Yeah, you're in the.
We already went through that. I'm not going to do it again. Never mind.
You're in the moment. You're in the moment. You were rocking it. You were hammered. I get it. You were in the spirit, baby.
I already know about that.
Oh, in the spirit. I usually do the hang loose thing. It's kind of similar. The hang loose is the thumb and the pinky.
I'm quite aware of that as well.
Yeah, the hang loose is like a hippie kind of surfer thing. Anyway.
Get me started, man. Don't get me started.
Symbols.
We're talking to a nerd person. I'm not going to argue with you about this shit.
All right, Mary. You've been here before. Yeah. You just do a lot of listening. You've been on Ladies' Night, obviously.
Yeah, I think I've only been on this in this group for like a week or 10 days or something, but I didn't even know it existed before.
Well, welcome.
We'd like to tell you there was going to be a quiz.
I'm ready.
She's ready. She's ready for the quiz.
No. She's VC verified. She already went through the quiz, I'm pretty sure. Did you go through the
No, VC verified just means
another quiz after the quiz to get into the VC? I'm just making up the rules as you go along.
I want to take a quiz. I didn't take a quiz.
No, maturity counts.
No, hold on. I want Gregory to ask her questions. Everybody else should.
Exactly. Let Gregory handle this. Go ahead, Gregory.
Hello, Mary.
Hello.
Do you believe the Earth is a sphere flying around in a vacuum, or no?
Do I believe it's a sphere doing what?
Flying around in a vacuum. Or
Flying
no?
around in a vacuum. I do not. I don't even like believe. I just know that it's a level plane and that we're not a spinning ball. And I love that I know that. It sucks that more people don't, and I get really frustrated about it. So that's why I'm glad I found like a chat, 24-hour chat where I can, just
you came to the right place.
Hold on. Let Greg respond to it.
Oh, goodness.
Just for like a couple minutes.
When you say no, KNOW, of course.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I've just seen enough proof. Any sort of question that a globe believer could ask, I know that there's an answer for. I've done a lot of research. I first discovered it in 2019. At the time, I was in a Bible study group, and they were also flat earthers. And I looked up a lot of Rob Skiba stuff. I'd found Austin Whitsitt a couple years ago. I don't know how I stumbled on, but I also started another Facebook page, and my name's Miriam Karen. It's a Hebrew name, and so I have a lot of friends on there where I can, post things because I don't.
On Facebook.
What's that?
He's gonna look you up on Facebook.
Yeah, we probably have a lot of mutual friends.
They probably do.
Excellent. What was that thing that said, "Oh my goodness"? Was it Skiba or was it one of those guys that said something that really kind of made a light go off in your head or whatever you want to call it?
Well, it's weird because the light went off in my head before I had even looked anybody up. I just started questioning it myself. And then when I brought it up in the Bible study, because I kind of mentioned it here and there, and then I just was looking up the proof, and I asked a lot of questions too. It was a childhood friend of mine that had been in the know for a while, so I was able to ask like a direct friend a lot of questions.
And what was like some of the questions that you asked her, and she said, "Oh, here."
I guess like what the map would look like, and the wall, the edge of Earth, the Antarctica, and seasons, and then the way that the sun goes around the Earth. Like the whole map. I have downloaded that flat Earth map thing recently too.
I mean, I don't think a lot of us like say, "Hey, man, that's definitely our map. That's our model." None of us in here are gonna like put our cement shoes in that one. Yeah. But it is a great tool to kind of break the spell a little bit, and it's of course it's not perfect, and the globe isn't perfect.
And I realize there's some things we don't know. We don't know what's beyond the ice wall and how high up the firmament is, or how if there's other lands beyond and that kind of thing, or what's above the firmament.
Yeah, it definitely breaks the whole this can only happen on a globe argument.
Right. Exactly. Critical inception, man. It does this like untriggers something and unscrews something. I've seen it in person. I used to have one of the Pontius globes, and we would take it out on the street and talk to people about wherever they live, and we would show them that. And it's like, I would always say, man, this is one idea of what it could be besides the globe, and it was always like, oh shit, well, that's interesting. I'd say like, half the people would just be like, whoa, man. Well, okay.
And it's also like realizing that we're being lied to by NASA and astronauts.
Good point. Well,
government.
Now, the reason I asked the question earlier is because, I only have so much control, just an obscure person on the internet, but there's a reason why I keep asking this specific and technical question, because there's this running notion in this proverb, which I understand why, is this kind of contempt for quote unquote belief. And this running proverb where we say we don't believe what we know. But the problem is that this is an epistemological issue. Epistemology, the study of knowledge, one of the basic categories of philosophy.
Right.
And this is a philosophical issue. Cosmology, cosmogony, the origin of the universe, and cosmology, the study of the structure of the universe, which is within the category of metaphysics, another basic category of philosophy. So that's my justification for asking the question, why it's worthwhile and even necessary to ask the question. And so it will happen where a globalist and especially an anti-flat earther who is philosophically astute enough to detect that error,
right,
and adequately refute it.
Yep.
And so having fallacy and error within.
Yeah, Gregory, this touches every part of your psyche.
You kind of broke up at the end there, Greg. Go finish that up.
Having any fallacy or error within our position, of course, does no good in our effort to defend our position. So that's why I posted a link to Merriam-Webster defining believe, and I posted a screenshot when you type in knowledge is justified true belief in the search engine.
Yeah.
You see? So the problem is, which I keep raising, is that it's subtle, it seems small and minute compared to every other issue that we face in our everyday lives, but we are in this position because we became rigorously skeptical and critically considerate of an alternative as it concerns the most profound issues that we humans face together.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we talk about what is true, what do we believe, what is false, how do we know, you don't know this, you don't. When we talk about all this is all epistemology. And if our epistemology is wrong, of course, then we can't justify anything that we believe, especially anything that we claim to know.
So the reason we have a flat Earth movement is because we do know some stuff, though. We don't know everything, but we can.
What they've given us.
I want to kind of tail up on Gregory just a second, man, real quick. There's a saying that's been going around for about 7 years called "the belief is the enemy of knowing." And it kind of sums it up, makes you think. It's not a perfect thing, but this is kind of a justified true belief. Whoa, that kind of like is almost next level, right?
Well, but that's kind of a cop out, in my opinion. In when it comes to like Glover's, is like I have a justified true belief because everybody knows it.
I'll tell you what, man. I got a justified true belief.
I've heard Champagne say the same thing.
Fire's hot. Justified true belief. Fire's hot. Right.
Well, you critiqued it, Helio, as a cop out, but it's not a cop out if what they're saying is true, and of course, if what they're saying is false, then it's false, and so their claim to have a justified true belief, their claim to have knowledge is false.
I mean, do you think both ideas? Hold on. Do you think both ideas at the same time can have a trusted, justified true belief? I think yes.
You said
because
both
the
ideas,
word belief, both ideas are like flat globe. Yes, they can. You can believe one way or the other, but that's just belief. It has nothing to do with facts.
Well, it depends on what sense you're saying it. If you're trying to say, does the flat earther or the globalist have a justified true belief? So there's the proposition, the supposition. They believe it, they accept it as conforming to reality, and they have an argument to justify their choice to accept the supposition as conforming to reality.
That's why we argue. Back
yes, exactly.
Which
so when you ask
argument justifies our point?
Right. So when you ask the question, no, in the nature of the case, we're talking about the same entity, and either this entity, the surface of the Earth, either has a curved surface in all directions, concave, convexly, or it does not, curve at all, and so it is flat.
Yeah. Well, these things have been tested with the actual scientific method. We can't find any curvature. We can't find any.
Well, that's why we're still here, Dan. You know that.
I freaking love Gregory, man. No, you've been around for a long time. Shout out to Gregory, bro. I love your freaking your calm demeanor and your sensible logic. It's freaking, you're a bonus to our server, man. It's awesome. Love you.
I've listened to Greg.
By the grace of God, to the glory of God.
Go ahead, guys. I just wanted to
say that.
Shut up.
Gregory's, you've been a lot of great, calm, insightful information over this year. I've known you, and it's been great, man. Thank you,
dude. We lose our shit sometimes, but Greg never does.
Nope. Greg don't lose. Greg's all keeping it cool, baby, and. You know how crazy it gets in here, Gregory. I don't have to tell you. But it doesn't get as crazy as it used to. My goodness, it was so insane in the early days.
Because everybody's
screaming.
They're more focused now because it's just like people used to think they could come in here and make stuff up and we're just gonna buy it or something. I mean, there's so many people, but now they're just like, all right, what's my next weird argument?
We used to scream at people who would come and go, "Where's the edge?" They would get just like screamed at. What do you mean? And now we've refined our understanding of our,
and that's what I like about Gregory.
We've refined
Gregory. I've liked you since the first time I heard you because you're calm, cool, collective, all that kind of stuff. So I've been following your talks and stuff, and I really love your attitude and stuff. So I really appreciate you being a part of the server and all your contributions here. You've never caused a problem. I have, but you never have.
We love an honest flirt.
Even I've caused a problem one time.
Dude, yeah, man, but Gregory never has. Appreciate you.
The Apostle Paul said in his epistle to Titus, "Let your speech be seasoned with salt and edifying to the listener." And then he also says in the epistle to the Romans, "If it possible on your part, live at peace with all men."
I appreciate you, brother.
That's a great position to take. And if you can do that, that's next level, man. That's like, whoa. Yeah, it's so easy to get manipulated through like, oh, I should get upset about this, and
it's just like some guy like me admitting, hey, Gregory, we should all be like Greg.
Yeah, we should absolutely. We all should be, man.
But we can't
only be like because me, we're not. As long as I am like Lord Yahushua.
I know.
Really,
and one of my best friends' name is Greg. So anyway.
Well, there you go.
I appreciate
it. Give Greg a big head over here.
He deserves it, man. He's been participating for a long time, and
I know he's the greatest guy in the world.
He's always kept his head here. But I mean,
Helio, I love you, brother.
It's all a setup. He's lifting me high up so that I can fall further.
Don't bring it down.
Don't fall, Greg. Ignore him.
No, I really appreciate your participation here.
No, me too, man. But I just appreciate all your participations. It was Flatter, Sonny.
Thank you.
I mean, Jamsey. All Miggy's been up in here just fucking crushing lately.
Crushing it.
Crushing, dude. I mean, just crushing the globe, man, to the core, man. It's been great.
Stomping on the devil's head.
It's kind of like
it's coming up in here, man.
The more you do it, the easier it gets, right? Every time.
That's it, man. It's been great. I do a lot of listening. I come on, late at night, holidays or something, but it's been just great to listen. God rocking. He's muted. And anyway, I am Kovac, man. How you doing? Good to see you up in here.
Soldier. I am Kovac.
Yes. Cuberto, man. This fourth night in a row I've asked you to speak up.
I thought
you got nothing.
Greg was going to make a
4 tonight, baby.
A larger point.
I actually completed it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, man.
Right.
I kind of reiterate, man, to know something and to justify a true belief, they're the same thing, right?
Yeah, when you have knowledge, when someone says, I know this, that, or the third, or the other, they're saying that I believe, I accept as conforming to reality, I accept as true the supposition with the justification, an argument which justifies my choice to accept it as true.
Well, like fire's hot, dude. I mean,
certain things are obvious
true belief.
Gregory's
But that's just
I just love
feel
it.
fire. You can physically touch fire. None of these people have physically been to Earth, outside of Earth, to even prove it. So why do they believe so wholeheartedly that?
Yeah. Have you been through the fire, right?
It's a perfect question, because the question is, in the nature of this case, when we're talking about what is the shape of the Earth, it's an empirical question. It's an a posteriori question. A what?
That's right.
It's an a posteriori question concerning empirical knowledge. And so what is required for the knowledge claim, the specific knowledge claim, empirical knowledge to be justified, is there must be an adequate empirical data set so as to substantiate the knowledge claim.
Well, what if you're teaching scientism and all your foundational principles are also incorrect?
You become
what was that, Dan?
Well, nothing can be correct without
I gotta ask Gregory, man, real quick, man. Gregory, have you ever heard of a philosopher named Alan Watts?
Yes.
Oh my God, I love those videos.
Okay, I was listening to him for the last 30 years, bro. He was doing radio shows in the 50s, and he just did lectures through this radio station here in Southern California. And they taped all this shit, man. And they play it back every Thursday night or whatever for a couple hours. And it was just on the radio. This is before the internet, man. Mm-hmm. And I would listen to this guy every Thursday night, for a couple hours. And he sounded a lot like you, man. I mean, it's like I'm having flashbacks.
How about another guy, Alan Watts?
Alan Watts. Next level.
He was a Scottish guy.
Level is flat, man.
Canada.
Alan Watt.
Next level is flat, man. Next level is flat. You guys, we've been hearing that term for the next level for fucking decades. Next level
is not flat. The next level is Earth.
Flat, man.
Earth. Well, it doesn't. Flat is not.
How would you feel if it was just a bigger globe?
Where we live, but anyway, go ahead.
A bigger globe? Nah, not going there.
Right. Okay, but wait. If it was a bigger globe, technically we would all be right. The math is wrong. It's flat. Technically, we're not getting the right schematic.
Well, if you supposedly there's a bigger globe, then that means you're just kicking the can down the road on the globalist part.
Yeah. What globe?
Wait, I can't hear all of you. Hold on.
If the globalist tries to say, well, it's bigger than we thought it was, well, the same requirements for your position to be justified still stand. It's the same critiques, the same questions still remain, and the same critiques still remain, and the same questions still remain unanswered. It just kicks the can down the road, as it were.
Right. What's the rest of it?
Well, there is no rest of it because you can't go there. Where's this?
Hang on. When you said where's the rest of it, what do you mean when you said that?
Can go there.
Yeah, let's clarify that a little bit. Hold on. Go ahead, Mary. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you said where's the rest of it, we probably misheard you. What did you say?
Well, yeah. Like if it's bigger than the rest, like behind the ice wall, beyond the ice wall, like where's the rest of it?
You're the one that said it was bigger. Nobody else did.
Well, on their paradigm, of course, they don't really have an ice wall at the extremities of the face plane of the Earth. They have humongous ice continents at the so-called poles.
Right.
Okay, wait. So I know you guys have seen the overhead view of the flat Earth map. So imagine that, the ice wall, and then if you expand outward, there's another one of those. I've seen
Mary.
a literal globe-looking item. I'm not sorry.
No,
globe-looking. item.
We accept the map as sort of as it's presented for travel purposes, but as far as that being the flat Earth, I can't speak for everyone else, but I don't accept the AE map. In my opinion, I think it's a projection of the globe idea or whatever.
You're talking about the azimuthal equidistant maps, man.
Yeah, AE map or Gleason's. It's pretty much a projection. We have 23 lines longitudinally, and then just go. I mean, it's a simple idea, so that it's functional, but that's not what the Earth looks like.
I just feel like that's the only thing that would appease both sides. Like, okay, you globetards, you were right. It's round, but we were also right. There's
do you want to just agree with everybody, and we're all just going to kumbaya or something? No.
Well, in the nature of this case, when we're debating the merits of various positions, two or more positions in a debate, it's not a matter of appeasing the other side with, as it were, proverbially brownie points in the debate. The nature of this endeavor is your position true or false? Is my position true or false? Either they're both false, one of them is true, the other is false, but they can't both be true because they're contrary to one another.
Yeah, maybe if both of them aren't true, what are you going to do with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the truth is that whatever both of us are presenting isn't true. And I know that for a fact, so what are you going to do?
I think the truth is so easy to defend, and they complicate the shit out of us seeing.
Who's they? And how do you know they did that? They complicated it.
The higher
power.
You see how it works now?
The Midwests and
the higher power.
No. I was trying to simplify it, and now you're fucking this all up, bro.
I'm gonna simplify.
I'm fucking with you. I
know you are.
It's just a puppet. The entity.
How dare you? How dare you think you only see a flat level horizon? How dare you? What is wrong with you? You are a complete moron. That's basically. I've taken it to the extreme, but true or false?
Why wouldn't you? I mean, if you really kind of,
Anybody in here? True or false? It's a horizon level. Anybody? I mean, that's a simple question. If it's not level, let me know.
No, where's this globe? I mean, that's as far as like the argument flat versus globe. That's
for 500 hours.
That's not really a question because we all live on Earth, and
that's not a question.
It looks flat, so it must be flat because all of us experience the Earth as flat.
In airplanes, it looks flat.
Yes,
30,000 feet, it looks flat.
129,000
feet, it looks flat. Like
flat. I got 180,000 balloon.
Wait. All right. Hold on. Not nobody get too excited. All right. So, are you talking about altitude now? You might observe flat Earth from a certain altitude. So when you're on the ground, you might see the Earth as flat. Because it looks flat because it's so big, right? But if you rise in altitude, still looks flat, but you're not high enough, right?
Yeah,
so
you're not
higher and higher.
You got to get
higher, and then it still looks flat. But how high do you have to be to observe this globe?
You don't see the curvature of 2 millimeters above this pitch ball.
I'm asking.
You just don't,
Mary.
You do that pretty good.
How high do you have to go up to see this curvature that you? I don't know.
Mary?
I know.
Hold on.
There's 2 women in the chat.
Hello, ladies.
Mary.
Hey, Mary. I'm Claire.
I've been quiet.
Claire.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
I'm being a dick.
Let the girls talk, Helio. Let the girls talk.
I'll shut the fuck.
It's
Shut your
Halloween.
mouth, you chauvinist, Helio.
This is Halloween's Lady Night edition for the next
wait.
50 minutes.
If you call me a chauvinist for deferring to,
Don't kill me. I was joking.
I'm
just fucking with you.
All right, everybody, guys, mute up. Let the ladies chat for a minute, man. Let's see what's up with the ladies.
Ladies, we'd like to hear your voices.
Love
what do you think? What say you?
What say you?
It's funny because I'm quiet now. I honestly, I shit you guys not. Before I even heard about flat Earth, I have felt it in my urethra that there was a dome over us. Now, I didn't even know how to spell firmament when I found out that firmament was in the Bible and that it was related to flat Earth. And that epiphany just it just felt like I was meant to be where I was. Like I was on the right track. My chakras had aligned. My ancestors were like looking down on me. It just clicked. It was perfect. It made so much sense. And then now I can literally feel, as I learn more and more about flat Earth and just the entire ideology, I can feel like the cognitive dissonance of what I learned growing up fighting with the other side of my brain. And it's like, damn, it's like I have to learn what the globetards know because that's the only way for me to put it in my frame of view. Like it's you can't go through the world without learning.
Did you feel how easy it was for her to say globetards? Did you hear that?
Yeah, it just flew right out the tongue, right out the mouth, like she's been saying it the whole time.
I'm not allowed to call them that. I'm sorry. If there are any
I get it.
You're good.
I've been doing it for a while.
Let the lady finish.
My new one is Gloozer. That's my new one.
Gloozer.
Glow. Let yourself glow.
It's not as cool, but when you type it on Twitter, it looks cool.
Gloobs? How do you spell that? How do you spell that?
I literally just put the G and then spell the globe out like GLOSER.
All
So
right.
it's not the same, but it's still.
Not going to throw it out of the toolbox.
Anyone mind if I give her the flat Earth roll?
She's already got the flat Earth roll.
Oh, does she? Okay.
Cool.
Well, I think somebody else needs.
Mary doesn't have a flat Earth roll.
All right, yeah, I think Mary's a flat Earther.
Mary needs
I'm gonna give
flat Earther.
Mary's a flat Earther.
And I hate the fact that in the beginning of Flat Earth there were a lot of trolls. There were a lot of people scamming. There were a lot of people like
I'm so sorry.
manipulating the cause.
Yeah.
I know, but that leaves us with a bad name. Like anytime you say flat Earth in a room, people look at you like you're trying to sell their firstborn. Like, yo, like, are you serious? Like what?
I would have an inevitable pestilence that is.
They don't
due to the
bat
gravity
an
of
eye
man.
when tax money is taken out for NASA.
That's
and all those people who hate the government, don't trust the government, they're NASA freaks.
Yeah.
Ladies, let me tell you, man, the word flat Earth has been weaponized. And
flat Earth,
if you can,
Flat Earth Society.
I was so pissed off. I call myself flat Earth dude, but I was just so pissed, and everybody knows me as dude, so whatever. But if you can avoid those words, if you go into a conversation at a party, if you can avoid flat Earth, yeah, do it. Just say, hey, man, I was interested in the moon landings. What do you think of those? Or something. You don't have to go flat Earth. They'll just call you a flat earther after like 10 minutes of talking to them. I've experienced. What are you, like a flat earther?
Yep.
I'm like, they'll call.
So much
I own flat. I own flat
Earth.
Facts. I will be a proud flirt.
Hey, the moon landing hoax it's looking pretty bad. Have you seen some video on that? And they're like, "What are you, flat Earth?" Yeah.
On a serious note, with this being mentioned, it's a matter of which approach are you in the mood to take.
Exactly.
Do you want to dance around these particular terms, which fallacious, stupid people are then inflamed by, or do you say, I'm going to say them regardless of their stupid, fallacious, knee-jerk, intellectual, allergic
feel it out.
allergic reaction?
Gonna have to feel it out.
Dude, the Earth's flat, man. Why you dicking around? There's no proof.
We're really comfortable in this vein, in this room. Everybody that comes here,
but
knows
not everybody
we're talking about flat Earth. But if you're in the general public, like, are you a flat earther? It's like, well,
you do not live on a spinning ball in space.
But it's totally different if you're
live on a flat, non-stationary level plane. That's a mouthful. So I don't feel like saying all that. We live on a flat Earth. I'm a flat earther. Deal with it.
But when you say it like that, it blows their mind in the most extreme way.
You Mongos, deal with it, man. What's your?
You don't live on a spinning ball, right?
No,
right?
Well, it's just like I'm a flat earther, you're a globe earther, and your ball is spinning. The Earth is spinning.
Your balls are spinning, bro.
Tell me you're spinning balls.
I'm not gonna trouble myself with trying to rearrange my rhetoric around their fallacious emotionalism.
That's where you got it, Gregory, man. That's where you're like on the next.
I remember when Gregory first came in here, man. He was like,
everybody wakes up differently. Everybody wakes up differently.
Do it, man. We all got to step up.
Greg, I've loved you.
Hey, man. There's no measurement for curvature. I'm a flat earther. Deal with it, man. What do you got? No, I got gravity and Star Wars.
Especially since I'm so frequently ridiculed for using big words. Well, flat Earth is not a big word, so you can understand.
I know exactly. It's like, do you start from simplicity? And if you have anything to offer beyond that, then we can talk
Keep
about
the word simple, man. Kiss it, baby. Keep it simple, and that's the great approach to do it, man. I mean, I don't really believe we have a different choice at this point, man. It's gotten so ridiculous.
Sure, I mean, it's simplicity. I mean, it's like, what do you see? What do you see? Are you a flat earther? Well, I see a flat Earth. What do you see?
Especially given that we're trying to resist sophistic verbosity from these pseudoscientists. No, I did all that deliberately.
I know you did. And
and I love it. That's why I love you.
Sophistic savosity? Is that
verbosity? Verbose, to be overly wordy.
To cause a problem with people, and they're just like, I don't know what he meant.
Yes.
Mess around and tell the wrong person you're a flat earther, and then a white van pulls up next to you. What are you gonna do? 2 men in coats jump out on your ass. You're telling them you're a flat
What about
earther.
a white vampire pulling up next to you?
You went from van to vampire.
I hope you guys are having fun tonight.
Neuralink technology.
And learning.
They might as well be a vampire. It's fucking Halloween.
Yes, see.
I hope you guys. This is how you learn and laugh at the same time. I mean, this is where vampires
What do you mean?
YouTube chat all night and don't understand a goddamn thing we're saying all fucking day, and act, and then they'll discourage people from joining the Discord, and just make shit up. And those are the YouTube vampires.
I don't know what the hell you just said, Helio. I lost. You lost me.
Share the link.
We got 2 ladies up in here tonight. We got Gregory, Helio, and myself.
As for being a dick.
Dan's been chiming in. Critical Inception. I got Batman. Julius. Flatter's been busting it out there in the chat. All right, we got Sonny's okay. And out there in the YouTube, we got Odyssey, Into the Break. Must be a surfer. We got W.C. Davis out there.
You remember Point Break, that movie from the 80s?
I do remember Point Break. You betcha. Yeah.
Yeah, you know you do. I need to watch that movie again. I know it's corny as fuck, but it's still cool. Every movie is corny.
That's who's in. If you guys want to join the conversation, this is an open forum 24/7. We're out here just talking about the shape of Earth, how it's perceived, how it's justified in your head, how you can come to the conclusion that it's definitely a spinning ball. And if you have answers to those beautiful questions that all of us would like to know.
If you're wondering why we think...
why do we think that...
why do we think the Earth is flat, or how we
know it's flat, or think it's flat, or how you think it's a globe, or how you think it's flat, whatever.
Jump in.
Please
join.
Link.
There's a hot link right there in the title.
Always encouraging new people to come in and give some insight to where we live. I mean,
nobody here is scared to talk about it, obviously, right?
I cannot think of anything better to talk about than where we live, how it works, what makes it tick, and
what makes the Earth tick.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, you know what happens often?
How does this work, man? Ladies, how does this work? How does this work, ladies? How does this beautiful place we live work? Mary?
I can't. Leo, shut the fuck up. All right, I get it.
I think it was the Bible for me. I'd never read it or thought about it, and the only time I feel comfortable talking to anybody about it are people who do read it.
Mm-hmm.
And people think I'm crazy for like believing a lot of what's in the Bible.
Okay.
Yes, they certainly will.
Yeah,
I think the Bible is very important as part of history. So,
yeah.
Right, but a lot of science people do not believe in the Bible.
Claire, go ahead. What?
Oh, I was gonna say a lot of science people really don't believe in the Bible, and that makes it hard to back up our flat Earth claims because it all just sounds like pseudoscience to them.
Exactly.
It makes it hard. More specifically, it makes it hard to make it seem credible in the eyes of the average person.
Yeah.
Well, sure.
Mary,
if you
the foolishness of the world, right? The wisdom of the Lord is foolishness to the world, but even the foolishness of the God is wiser than the wisdom of the world, and the Lord has put to shame the wisdom of the world.
Dude,
especially in the Western culture. Especially in Western culture, if everyone, like all the atheists that claim science and pseudoscience, they're all on their pseudoscience tip, and they completely discount everything about the Bible in Western culture, and they're wrong. It's,
I feel like an anomaly.
I know two scientists in the NASA field, been married. I know their daughter. Anyway, he and she are both Christians, man, big time. Like they go to church on Sunday. They're like, and I'm like, how do these two NASA scientists, PhD level people that are married, I don't know, 30 years, 40 years, how long they've been married, a long time, and they're Christians, man. They go.
Christians don't take the Bible literally.
So I scratch my head when I like, okay.
Or they nitpick and pick and choose about what parts they want to take serious.
Here's my conclusion with them is that they know it's flat. They know that we're in a closed, beautiful system, and they're just trying to make amends by going to church on Sunday. What do you think about Gregory? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's two things. Number one, as it concerns knowing anything, we know things voluntarily or involuntarily.
Right.
Especially involuntarily, it concerns knowledge that the God is real, that the God is real. Number two, folks the likes of them are stuck in what is called, we heard the video playing earlier, listing 1,001 names of various fallacies. Another one of them is the sunken cost fallacy. In very simple words, the sunken cost fallacy says, well, I could not be wrong given that I've invested so much into this course of action.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what the professionals are stuck in. So
wouldn't that suck your soul if you had owned that fallacy? Holy shit!
Say it again.
I would say, wouldn't that kind of, kind of destroy your soul if you're in that policy?
And that kind of that's what the Joe Rogan video would have gotten to also, because the guy addresses that, where he says, when people say, oh, well, what do you, what, oh man, what do you, the person, what are you doing that you making money on YouTube? They're probably flat earthers because they're making money. And he's like, what is Neil deGrasse Tyson? And then he makes the point, if anything, they have way more of an interest to deny or be biased, just like they're saying a flat earther is biased because they're trying to be cool, it's a fad, they're getting money on YouTube. Well, what do you think the pseudoscientists are doing?
Yeah, that critique is just as immediately applicable to the globalists as they try to levy it against the flat earther.
Oh, that's amazing, man. I haven't heard of the sunken cost fallacy, but it totally makes sense. Just like that's the end of the beginning, right? Just like I tried everything, and now I'm sunken. I'm done.
The other thing I wanted to say when talking about this married couple, these professional academicians, it has always been the struggle of humans from the beginning of history up to the present time, throughout all the ages, where humans in their sinful depravity and their fallacy and stupidity struggle between accepting the word of the Lord and letting the God be true and every man a liar, versus doing it in the unrighteous, wicked inverse, where they let the God be a liar and let the doctrines of creatures be true.
How dare you? How dare you?
Don't you know there's Christian astronauts?
Yes, there is a Christian astronauts. That's right.
Yeah.
You're correct.
It's still functional in that vein. It's still functional. Go on, continue.
Yeah. At the very least, that's how they present him. At most, he genuinely does, to some degree or another, profess and genuinely believe himself to be a worshiper of the God of the Bible. But this is an egregious error in consensus doctrine of faith.
Leads you back to humanity instead of the sunken lost fallacy.
Almost got it.
Hey, Gregory.
No, I'm almost there.
There was a speech that Neil Armstrong made at a graduation ceremony for his alma mater, and he said something about unveiling the truth, basically, through its. And it was like this cryptic fucking speech, man. I don't know if you've ever heard it or not.
I don't recognize it as far as you described it. Maybe send it to me.
Hey, Gregory, I love your logical speeches, but you do recognize that, some of our ignorance about it, but and that's why I love your patience with us, and it's I hope you recognize at the end of the day that we're working this shit out.
Yes.
I don't know if that makes sense to you, and I'm just saying. I don't know why I'm saying it on live stream, but because I freaking love Gregory. Every time Greg talks, or the fucking talk every time, he's just like he's so patient and logical, and just like, bro, we're not all like that, but that's not nobody's savior of anybody else, as far as that goes.
Only the God, Yahushua the Messiah, is the Savior. I'm only able to do this work because of the work that He's done and completed in me.
No, I mean, I ain't even trying to take the piss out of you. That's what I love about you, bro. So don't even take it as a bad thing.
Certainly not.
All right, cool. Yeah, and I'll say nothing about it again.
Well, you know that's a lie. You gonna say something else?
I'll say something else later, but if we get into a logic debate or something later, I might have something to say about it. But I respect you. That's all I'm saying. I respect you.
I respect you too. Thank you.
Who the hell is hot mic and what is that?
Elijah.
Of course it's Elijah. He's probably downtown New York going, I can do whatever I want.
Where are you? Jack London Square?
It might be. Who knows?
Fucking.
He'd be funking.
That is just a cacophony of light and sound and noise.
Oh shit, man!
The city that never sleeps need to take its ass to bed.
Yeah, no shit.
Go to bed, city.
I should go to bed.
Go to bed. Go to bed, Healy. I'm just kidding, man. Come on. Don't you guys
didn't say shit? Yeah, you were about to say something, but you didn't say shit.
All right, here. I'm going to drop the Neil Armstrong speech and the live stream voice text, Greg.
Okay.
It's a little bit. It's like 20 minutes, so you don't have to watch it now, but you can bookmark it or whatever you got to do. Grab it. Yeah, it's a little cryptic, man. He's talking about the veils of truth being unveiled, basically, and.
Some fraternity, Freemason, occultist, initiated mystery Babel.
Exactly, same shit. So, but he's doing it. He's giving you the information in such a cryptic way that if you're not paying attention, you're just gonna skip by it, man. Be like, oh, that was pretty cool speech, bro.
Let me ask you this, Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
What would anybody generally, as far as general knowledge, know why he did that?
When you say general knowledge, not to cut off of Dr. Dude, when you say general knowledge, do you mean the most common interpretation?
I'm just
like the most common inference.
If I shared this on Facebook,
common interpretation.
I like Neil Armstrong. He went to the moon. He was the first man, and they would just watch it and be like, "Oh, he just gave us." They wouldn't know shit about the all the other stuff.
That's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
I hope I gave it right.
It only means something to us because we know what that shit is.
We're looking at that within a vastly disparate context of prior knowledge.
Well, I was raised Catholic. I went to a Catholic church, and the Freemasons I went to the church with, they would probably look at it and go, "Hey, man, I respect. I don't even know.
Oh yeah,
they never even brought that shit up to me. I don't know about all the fucking Shriner shit they were doing. It's like all the people that I went to church with. They'd drive the little fucking cars around during in the festivals and shit. I didn't care. I don't even know what that is. Until later, and now. But those guys, when they watched this, they were Freemasons, and they would watch this and be like, "Why is he wearing orange and yellow?"
Right? Why?
It's like,
what's up with the bow tie and the V? And
they know what that means, but we don't.
The black, the white, the yellow, the red, the bow tie.
I know it now, but everybody else.
Why is he wearing a purple medallion around his neck? Purple braided down. Yeah,
I do know what it means, but nobody it's just like, why are you a conspiratard or a flat earther? It's just like
I think here's
and I can show them this video, and they're just like, "Oh, Neil Armstrong, first man to step the foot on the moon.
First man on the moon. First man on the moon.
That's why you gotta ask them about their other conspiracies first. You can't just jump in. Like, yeah.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that.
Straight and Gregory and
dude, I've all of us flat smackers have tried to do this to our families.
These Mongos have had enough, man.
It's done. It's just like it doesn't even matter. It's like, hey, I was raised Catholic, and I was like, you know what, the Catholic Church, dude, I freaking try to freaking go to the religious stuff with my Catholic family and stuff. I mean, I just give up.
As the considerate and critical skeptics against the academic cosmic paradigm, the ACP, I call it.
You don't do it to your family. You don't do it to your family. You do it.
ACP, baby.
The Apollo missions are this is my analogy, to put into perspective their whole worldview, because this is an integral part of their worldview. The Apollo missions are the analogous or even equivalent of the resurrection in the worldview of the Bible. If they did not have the Apollo missions, the superficial, the specious, the appearance of their worldview would be much less credible than it is now.
Yep, 100%. Well, yeah, without the Apollo, man, yeah, they got nothing. They'd be like,
but that's a recent event, in terms of human history.
Yeah.
Well, 50 years, 60 years, 50 years plus, because 1972 was the last time they went to the moon. It's 2022, so that's 60 years, right?
We're running afoul of what the fuck is really going on. Pardon my French.
60 years ago.
This cosmic paradigm,
about 200 years.
Cosmic paradigm.
The common academic cosmology, academic cosmic paradigm, for the vast majority of its history, you type in cosmic pluralism. I mentioned this before. Cosmic pluralism, you type it in the search engine. And of course, you've done the research with the globe Earth model. For the vast majority of its history, it was just idle speculation, maybe at best, paired with some attempts at some kind of empirical inquiry. But as we've heard the debate over the past several years, the endeavors, the activities that they did do had a multitude of presuppositions, which is the whole endeavor is just begging the question in the from beginning to end. So for the vast majority of its history, for several millennia, it was just idle speculation with a very, very poor attempt at trying to do some activity to substantiate this paradigm. But then the devil and his minions
really have a
start informing the occultist idolaters, and then they start manifesting all this other technology, and then they start building all this super advanced technology that only we would be able to attain by supernatural means. This is not just the idle musings of humans. So they build these rockets, and then they do these super complex, deceitful pretenses. I call them crypto exhibitions. And so deceive the world.
Anything solid to stand on, is as far as like building all these countries in Europe, America, and in Asia and everything. Where did all this come from? Because like I said, it's only about 200-300 years old. As far as historical, like natural, like something we can hold on to, it's only a couple hundred years old. It doesn't matter where you are on Earth.
Yeah, the hyper technological infrastructure that has plagued and infested the face of the Earth.
It's just like, it could be the Earth itself, as far as the way we're living now, is I'm not going to say that they're wrong, like completely wrong about archaeology. That's just kind of a play, for the story.
a lot of pseudoscience that is being practiced among academicians in all areas of knowledge, including archaeology.
Or anthropology as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, anthropology. Well,
all areas of knowledge.
That's the hardest. Anthropology means study of humans, right? So that's us. So where did we come from?
I think we're in one of the most amazing times of anthropology.
No, I think we've been totally screwed on. No, we haven't. You know, the people that know, you know, like Gregor was talking about the Bible earlier. I mean, that if we don't have that kind of focus, and I think even in Eastern tradition, they have to hold on to that too, because they're screwing those guys too. So we have to hold on to that. The pseudoscientists are trying to tell us we came from nothing, and I disagree.
An insignificant speck in the cosmos.
It's a blasphemous lie.
And people eat it up. Like, yeah, we're gonna go to Mars one day. We're gonna colonize Mars and fucking drink water on Uranus.
Yeah, you're right. In the Western tradition, we know we didn't come from nothing, and I think the Eastern, people in like China and freaking Japan and Korea and Indonesia and all, like, no. Stop saying.
Leave it up to depraved humans and their sinful nature to attempt to go somewhere that cannot be gone to, and just spread more of our fallacy and stupidity elsewhere beyond the face of the earth.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
Blasphemy, Gregory. Heresy. Burning with fire.
I mean, you don't have to be a Christian to know that you were born for this earth. This place is for us.
Yes.
Yeah, wake up. It's for us. We're the center. I mean, that's welcome to the center. And if you can't deal with the center, man, I'm sorry, man. You'll be on the outskirts, apparently, because
it's
the truth, man.
Looking through scriptures and ancient cultures and everything that's happened to us and for us, it's the most amazing thing you will ever experience. And once you realize it, you will know what you're here for. Even if you don't make it through this life and complete this cycle in that. But anyway, that's something else. I mean, that's that.
A shout out to Paul and Into the Break and what question mark is out there in the chat and YouTube, man. Thank you guys for keeping it busy out there, man. We got
thanks, guys.
26 people hanging out. Appreciate it. There's a bunch of people here in the live stream, man. It's been great. Talking about all kinds of stuff, physiologically, spiritually, scientific.
This earth is for us, and we're gonna sit here and talk about.
And I appreciate it.
We're gonna get details. We all have different opinions.
Yeah, everybody's got
for us, isn't it?
Everybody's got a little different insight, and we're all collaborating together to unravel this amazing mystery that we're all living through. And we've all seen a lot of stuff that is not truth, but all of us have seen the truth. And when you see the truth,
how about the creation story of the Big Bang? What's the Big Bang creation story?
Oh shit!
Before we talk about that, let me bring your attention.
We don't have to. We already know it.
Yeah, but let me bring your attention to the live stream voice text, because Hilo, you mentioned Earth being made for us to inhabit. You look at the etymology of human, and you look at the screenshot I posted at the end of the chat. From the Latin humanus, of man, human, humane, right. Philanthropic. This is in part from the Proto-Indo-European, aka Pi, literally earthly being. And then they compare it with the Ivrit, the Hebrew word Adam, and Adama, man, Adam, man, and Adama, ground. You see, man is from the ground.
We're from the
We're
ground.
made with feet to walk upon the face of the earth, and we're made from the very ground with which we're designated to dwell upon and walk upon.
All right, so
I love that.
So the atheists would say they have their creation story, but they won't call it creation. They have like Big Bang stuff. 4.5 billion years ago, which for Earth, but 14.5 billion years ago, the center of the universe, all that kind of.
That kind of petty, pedantic avoidance of the word creation, it demonstrates that they know they know the God is real and they're suppressing the knowledge of the truth and unrighteousness, and they're demonstrating their stupidity and fallacy when they forsake the word of the Lord. And then again, in principle, they have a creation story, as everyone does.
Everybody on Earth has a real creation story. No, this stupid idea of evolution and 14.5 billion years and 4.5 billion years of creation of Earth. Only the atheists have that stupid idea. Every other people across the earth
nowadays, the modern neo-atheists, this kind of multi-billion-year-old aeon universe.
When did it start?
Especially in the case of the Hindu religion.
All right, so Hindus have this trillions of miles away stars and
no, they have not necessarily that kind of cosmology, but their cosmogony is that the universe is this endless prison of cyclical repetition of billions, if not trillions, years of history. The karmic cycle.
All right.
Okay, well, check this out. So it's not the same. We're not talking about the same thing.
No, you're not.
No, what I'm saying is that this sort of idea of the universe being having a history of billions of years, nothing in the atheist worldview, your average atheist today, it's not unique to them. The irony is that everything in their worldview is borrowed from other theistic worldview.
You're talking about Western tradition only.
Yes. But that's the thing. In the case of neo-atheism as it is now, everything in their worldview is borrowed, whether they acknowledge it or not, whether they know it or not.
No, I know.
From ancient theistic worldviews.
I'm talking about, what about the people in the East, going, through the Middle East, through Korea, through China, Indonesia.
Japan. Hey, I want to point out something.
Do they know about this God, or are they saying the same thing? Because obviously they have culture and history and stuff. Are they talking about the same thing? Because they can't be, because
they're not talking about the same thing, but the commonality between, for instance, this notion that everything is just matter in motion. That's Epicureanism, from Epicurus in ancient Greece. Or another part of atheism is that the universe is operated by natural laws.
Japan is talking about Epicurean?
No, not Epicureanism itself, but the principle of reality just being matter in motion, especially materialistic atomism.
Okay. So the only way you know what the people in Japan is from your interpretation from Europeans and the way that we understand it in the Western tradition. So everybody in the East is going to hell. There is no salvation for them because they don't know God, because God grew up anyway. I'm not.
I don't think it works like that. Yeah.
It doesn't. But I have a feeling that it's going to go that way.
I typed in a word, man. Welt. Shit.
WELT.
WELTSICHT. Well, shit. And it means
shit.
It means worldview in German. Well,
Oh well.
I thought it was interesting. I found that years ago as I was sharing with you guys that well, shit is the world is shit. Herman, just find that interesting, man. That was all.
Hey, and Greg, I ain't trying to. This really kind of woke me up when I started thinking about the Eastern traditions, compared to Western, and it's all good. It's all good. Nobody has to agree with me, but it's all good.
If I'm following you correctly, it's a common misconception in the so-called Western world in academia. They like to classify the biblical worldview, and they erroneously refer to these worldviews as the Abrahamic faiths, and it's a gross misnomer. But the Bible,
and how should
it's not
we
Western.
Understand it? That's the way they teach it in the West.
Let him finish.
No,
the Bible isn't Western, which is very, it just demonstrates how academia is not infallible. The Bible is from West Asia, Northeast Africa, the Levant area. That's the old world. You see, the Bible is Eastern, as it were.
Well, not.
That's true. Well, you go back Jerusalem, Egypt.
Yeah, it's Middle East. I mean, what we call the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about the other parts of the world where they weren't familiar with, the Jews and the whole story of the Bible. They had another scenario going on over there. Are you aware that there were like millions of people living in another part of the world that had nothing to do with what was going on in the gospel? I won't say it had nothing because I don't know, as far as history goes. But
I wasn't there, man. I was not there, man.
All right, you weren't there, but there were millions of people living in China, freaking Indonesia, and freaking Korea, and they had no idea that Jesus Christ was over here in Israel, and they didn't even know Jews existed.
I've heard this. Yes, I've heard that.
This is true.
I've heard it. It's a fact.
Go fact.
Oh, how does that? They have their own stories, but what's really interesting is that they have some similar stories about saviors and whatever. I ain't gonna get into the details.
Well, I'm a big American Indian buff, man, and
when I was growing up, they said, "Hey." When I was growing up, it was like, hey, since you're a Christian, why don't you go over to China and get everybody involved in this Christian tradition? And because all those motherfuckers are going to hell because they don't believe in Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I know a lot of missionaries that have gone over to Thailand.
I'm saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying.
They go over there. That's their job, man, is to bring in people to the church, man.
They make a lot of money? No,
not a lot of money, man. They get paid pittance, really. I mean,
dude, I went door to door preaching the gospel of Jesus. A lot of times I met a few Mormons, talking about Jesus.
Mormons. I know a lot about the Mormons.
Yeah, me too. So I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just wondering what missionaries out there, like a couple hundred years ago, when, or maybe 3,000 years, when all the concentration is on the Middle East, and that's where the story of Jesus and the Romans. Romans didn't go to the east and conquer China, did they? The answer's no. The answer's no.
I know.
They didn't go to Korea. They didn't go to freaking Vietnam. They didn't go to India. All of our information is European and North America, South America. I mean, it's all European stuff. They have a completely different idea, or was until all the war started. And I mean, now Australia is pretty much British, and there's a lot of portions of Asia are British as well.
Hey, I'm not going to get you started. I'm going to stop you, actually.
Stop me.
Stop you right
Somebody
here.
stop me.
I'm stopping you in your tracks. The realization.
As far as the religion goes, it's very important, for me when it comes to like, should I believe, should I not believe in, this portion of the Bible, and how that would work out.
Well,
it only works out for the Christians in Europe and North America, and some portions of South America, but they're controlled by the Roman, So I'm saying, stop me before I get started.
Thank you, Gregory.
And Gregory already knows this. He knows it.
He took off, man. It looks like. Thank you, brother.
Maybe I ran him off. I'm sorry about that, guy.
It's okay, man. I mean, he might have had something to deal with, man. He might have broke a pipe in his toilet. You don't know.
Sure, I mean, I don't think.
I'm not going to guess. I
don't think Gregory would run away from this.
I'm just going to say thank you.
I think he would actually be.
Thank you for coming by, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think he would. Yeah, I like Gregory, man.
I'm going to thank the ladies, Claire and Mary. You guys hanging in there. You guys are hanging in there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I cause problems,
just when I was gonna, the funny thing about this world, man, sometimes you want to get stuff out and say, hey, man, I realize this or I realize that. And you can't just talk to anybody on the street about, the curvature of Earth, man. There's very few people that are going to want to talk to you about the curvature of Earth. But yeah, come here, man. It's like, oh my goodness, there's like 100 people that want to talk about curvature. And it just makes me smile and say, hey, yeah, thank you for making my life amazing, listening to you guys talk about curvature. It's been great. Keep it up.
We've been blessed. I mean, we hit start, and everybody just comes here to talk about it. So
it's a beautiful place. I mean, if you want to talk about where we live, what's going on with Earth, in rivers, oceans, stars, whatever it is, man, there is this great place to come and say, hey, man, I want to talk about that shit. Yeah.
And I often say, hey, what curve?
Yeah, what curve, man? What do you got? I'm with you, Helio, man.
You talking about the curve? I haven't seen one yet.
I had a friend of mine sit on a couch for 3 years and say, hey, man, you got curvature. I'll get off the couch. If not, I'm just staying here, bro. 3 years.
Well, he hadn't shown you the curvature yet in 3 years.
No curve, man. No, 3 years, man, went by. No curve.
Well, I've been here 3 years and showing flat like nobody business.
So we're here for curvature. We're here for...
or flat. I mean, if you're like, I'm so glad you've heard it, right? And people are, I'm so glad I found this place. There's nowhere that I can talk to people about this except for this place. We've had hundreds of people that join this room that either if they're flat or curve or whatever, It's the best place on Earth
to talk about Earth.
I know. But it is, isn't it?
No doubt about it, man. I mean, I'm so blessed to have this place, man. Thank you guys. We talk about Earth, man. Oh my goodness. Somebody should censure us. Oh, they do. Somebody should shadow ban us. Oh my God, they do. Oh, that's okay, man. We don't give a fuck, man. We're gonna roll with it.
We're gonna keep rolling.
We're just gonna keep rolling with
the baby.
We're talking about Earth, man. We're talking about the curve. We're talking about oceans and stars and sun.
Hey, Claire, hold on. Claire's trying to talk. Claire, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Claire.
No, the fact that we get shadow banned and censored, like that should make everyday people suspicious. Like we're not selling bombs or nothing like that. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. What?
Exactly.
Like,
we're not like, oh my God, if you get this Coco poke in your arm, then you're gonna. Yeah, we don't even talk about. We kind of touch on those things, but for the most part, man, we're just like, we're just here to say, hey, man,
it's just like what we do. I mean, we present this platform so that new people can say, hey, flat earthers are saying what? It's like, why don't you come in here and talk to us? You know, you look on the link, just join the Discord, come in here, we'll open your microphone. Hey, say, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Hey,
glad you asked, man. I'm glad you asked. Hey, where's the curvature? Where?
I can't. I've been looking for the curvature for 5 years. I can't find it yet.
Dude, this is such a great Discord to talk about the most ridiculous things that in the world that we find obvious. And if you're in the crowd, I guess, or if you've realized that there is no actual evidence for this bendy water, then yeah, man, welcome.
The evidence
if you've got evidence
as we hurtle and gyrate through space and time continues.
Shooting through space at billions and billions and trillions of miles an hour.
With the same constellations for centuries.
Yeah, and where does the evidence for space exist, Claire?
And that tinfoil stapler aircraft shit they took to the fucking set. I can understand why 60 years ago they fell for that shit, but like, yo, 2023, 2022, like, come on, guys.
And sure, even I get all the propaganda films and stuff. It's just like, but if you come into a room like this and we, if you spend a couple hours here talking to us, it's like, if you're just gonna hold the line like that.
You guys know I can never remember. Artemis, they're basically supposed to launch another rocket to the moon. This is the first
Artemis. Yeah. Hey, we're going back to the moon. Hey, man, I've been talking about it for the last 6 months.
Oh, this is the fourth delay they've had.
I'm like I'm the news correspondent for Artemis on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And hey, yeah, they're going to launch this month. I guess depends where you live, but next month they're gonna launch like around the 27th next month. So we got a few weeks. Anyway,
if you're a news correspondent for this channel, you better make the video.
And I don't even think they're landing on it. I feel like this is an unmanned mission.
You're right. The first mission is just going to orbit the moon, take some video.
All these tax dollars.
It tax trillions, billions, whatever it is. I don't know. I can't keep track.
When they launch it out there with a rocket, they have to put it in a certain trajectory, and then it has to go.
Have you seen the Helio? Have you seen the telemetry of the I think it's called the Dick and Balls telemetry around the moon. Have you seen
Dick and Balls, dude? I'm quite familiar with the Dick and Balls telemetry.
I'm not trying to be like weird or like I'm not trying to be.
Well, actually,
this is an actual massive thing.
I'm just making fun of them, but whatever. tell me the truth.
Somebody. T-Wad's gonna the trajectory around the moon. You have to go around the Earth a couple times, and then you shoot out over the moon, and then you come back. But if you look at it from a artistic rendition, you will realize that it looks like a dick and balls.
I'll tell you what. If they launch a satellite or a friggin' Tesla car in space or any type of satellite or astronauts and all that kind of shit, all they show you is just they go up in space and then they actually connect, or they just start just rotating around the moon.
It's 57 cameras on a Tesla. They couldn't put a camera on them Starlinks. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, all Starlink shit, that's nonsense.
Like, I call.
Dude, that's supposed to not even. Oh, don't even get me started on Starlink.
You know how many cameras are on Teslas? Like,
Well, it's just like
could have put like 55 cameras on that fucking rocket.
I'll shut up.
Shut up, Elio. Shut up, Elio. Shut up.
I'm about to tell you how do you think that they put satellites into space with rockets? You're a fucking idiot if you think they put satellites in space with rockets.
Yeah, Helio, I think I agree. I agree with you, Helio. When the lady's speaking, it's a good time to shut up. Okay, Helio? I agree with you.
I'm dead. I'm talking shit. I'm talking to him. That's crazy. No, they're definitely.
Claire was making a good point.
None of you are rocket scientists, so you all shut up.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody shut up.
Jimsy, the day you bring a rocket scientist in here to talk to us, and then you can. Anyway, don't get me and Jimsy.
I could probably get an astrophotographer to come in here.
Ooh,
but he's so annoying. Oh my god.
He's annoying.
Cool. He's the only Globie that actually shows up when we have our space on Twitter. Like, we host the space, me and some of my Flat Earth friends, and he's the only one that comes. We have a couple others that come.
He doesn't like you guys talking about Flat Earth.
Is his name Matthew? Is his name Matthew?
His stage name is Reds Rhetoric. He has a YouTube and all. I don't know. I know an MT and I do have a Matthew.
Hey, I got an idea. Nobody say anything.
All right.
His name's Reds. Hold on. Don't say anything.
I'm gonna drop.
You might know him. You guys might know him. He loves to argue with us.
Oh, I definitely know him.
All right. Here's the Dick and Balls trajectory right here. Here you guys go.
Get Reds to come in here and talk to us.
I had to bring that.
If you can do that, that would be really fun.
I want him to defend this picture of the mission profile. Okay. I want him to defend this with all his vigor. Yeah, bring him in here.
He knows me. He knows all of us. But I mean, maybe if you can get him to come in here, I'm not giving you $50. I'll give you $50 if you can get that number to come in here.
Shit, I'll throw in 100. Make it 150. Fuck it, man. I'll throw in 100.
I'm gonna go see if he's on Twitter.
See if he wants to defend the Dick and Balls trajectory. Okay. Anyway, you guys are funny.
The great arc.
The great arc. There you go.
I can't believe she said that's the first motherfucker I ever talked to on YouTube. So anyway, and I was like, "Holy shit, that'd be awesome to talk to him again." Yeah, get me Reds. I'll get his ass in here, and I'll fucking.
Oh shit! What's your name? What's your name? Well, what would he know you by?
Helio Skeptic.
Well, when I talked to him,
he talks some shit. You know, he talks a lot of shit.
But I was looking for that video on his YouTube channel, and I think he got rid of it. So that means he's scared as fuck of these flat.
Oh my god! If I hear one more thing about an equatorial mount and how it tracks the fucking movement of the Earth, I will kill myself.
Dude, he started saying all that shit. I mean, I was brand new when I first. This was like 4 or 5 years ago when I started. When I first talked to Reds, I was like, "Oh, this idiot." He's like, "Hey, what if you lay down on the ground and you see the sunset, and then you stand up and you can see the sunset again? That's the globe, right?" And I'm like,
"Oh, fuck off, man.
That doesn't mean the Earth is a globe, you freaking dumbass."
All right,
this is Red's Red. But if you can get him here,
he's not coming. He's not coming in here, man.
I'm not gonna, and I'm lying. I'm not gonna pay you money to get him in there, but
he ain't coming in here, man. He's been in here before, no doubt about it.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't think Reds has been here before, but some of his booty buddies have been in here before.
Cohorts. Yeah, they've been here. Yeah, we've handled rats.
Yo, I feel like a veteran now. Knowing you guys have argued with him too. Wow.
Yeah, we've been around.
I started to argue with that motherfucker like 5 years.
I think he just gets around. He's a
fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot.
Hey, well, dude, he's invited anytime in here, man. Here's the open forum. Here,
it would be fantastic to just get Reds, for one night, at least for an hour, so we could.
Truth is not hiding, man. So
he's invited me and my other flat Earth leader to come watch the rocket launch, the Artemis rocket launch.
Is he still active? Like,
yeah.
I mean, either am gonna get kidnapped or we're gonna do it for flat Earth. Honestly, I'm debating on whether I should go.
Hey, I tell you what, man. The last time they tried to launch the Artemis, I'll tell you this, man. A bunch of people went down to Florida. They got hotel rooms, and it got canceled. And then they went back home, and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna do it again," and it got canceled. And they're gonna do it again, and you guys are gonna go down there, and it's gonna get canceled. And they're going to keep kicking this can down the road until...
It's a Falcon Heavy launch.
That's only a 2-hour drive from me. I could really do it. That's why I'm like, yo, I don't care how many times they delay this.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
There was a Falcon Heavy launch that went up, dumps a satellite into space. I don't know what the trajectory was and how they would know where it's going to orbit anywhere, but the fantastic part was when the Falcon Heavy came back to Earth, it landed on a barge, right? What was the biggest part when the satellite, the rocket landed on the barge, or where the fucking satellite was going?
Well, hey,
as far as all of this goes, as far as trajectory, you know what trajectory means?
That's the.
Yes, you do. Don't act like you don't know what trajectory means. When you're shooting a satellite up in space that you're gonna dump, you're gonna. One of the first Falcon satellite put a car in space. Anyway, so it's trajectory. This is how they supposedly dump satellites in space, and then they start falling around Earth.
No.
All right, how do they do it then? How does that work?
They don't do it. That's the whole point. They don't.
I know that, but how do they claim they do it?
So why are you spreading lies, Helium?
Hold on. All right, if it was real, what do they claim about it?
Helio, don't take me to these imaginary places and try to make my mind think about Fantasyland, okay?
Right.
Keep me on the real East level.
They fucking don't. They just dump shit up and they're just like, I'm gonna open the top of the rocket and spit a fucking satellite into space, and it's gonna all of a sudden fall around the Earth and in a certain orbit, and then I'm just like, I'm the biggest, baddest shit that ever existed.
Helio, listen, real quick. You can definitely tell it's round because it looks so flat, okay? Come on. You can tell it's round because it looks so flat.
Dude, unless they can tell me how they do this with fucking rockets, I'm not going to believe it.
Shit.
Yeah. And nobody else should. Nobody else should because they can't.
They do it with math, and math is reality.
Math.
No, math they can do on a chalkboard, but unless you put a fucking rocket in space and put one of these or 20,000 of these fucking satellites in space as they claim, it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
It's maths. You guys got to get it right. It's maths. Maths. Is it math or maths?
Which satellite did they put up in space, and with what trajectory? How do they throw these fucking satellites in space so that it'll fall around? The
Helio. These Mongos got us arguing between the word math or maths. That's how ridiculous.
Wait. Matt, I think math. Hey, I'm going to tell you. I think maths is the perfect term. You know what perfect term in English is?
No. Can you explain it to us, please?
Well, shit, you speak Spanish, so I don't think you would understand it.
Oh, okay. Can you explain it so we can check if I can or cannot?
Bastard, you fucking
well, in English, a perfect
bastard. I love you.
That's racist, isn't it? Right? Call me a racist. Call me a racist.
Imagine Helio like an hour ago he was praising the other guy Gregory for being so collective and calm and all that kind of stuff, and he's doing the opposite of it.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing
because you're a dick, Jamesy. You're always a dick to me, so I'm responding in kind.
Bro, someone has to give you some competition, because if not,
it's not. That's not hard to do. Give a little Helio competition, man. We can roll with that. Helio's, you're gonna get called out. And
no, I'm down with it. Jamesy, I mean, too. Jamesy, so I give you a 1-2. Give me a 2-1.
I don't give you much shit, but when my ears start hurting because you keep rambling, I have to kind of voice my feelings.
You goddamn lie. You get me. I don't. To be honest, if how about we, Judge General says, shut up.
Let's start over. Can we start
Shut up, Helio.
Shut up, Helio.
All right.
Helio, shut up.
No, just shut up in someone else's middle of the sentence. You know, this when someone else is speaking, Helio, is not your cue to start speaking. Okay.
Exactly.
My bad.
That's all I'm saying.
It's a common courtesy. It's not like he's calling you out or anything. It's just like
no, I'm being
just keep that in mind. I try to. I'm not perfect. None of us are perfect. Especially if
Helio is.
No, he ain't even close. I mean, I love Helio. He perfect.
The perfect asshole.
Perfect.
Perfect asshole.
Yeah, he could.
It's the least asshole. I
think you're
haven't gone to.
He is.
You
should start calling him.
I love you guys, and I apologize if I really.
Jamesy, you totally red pilled me. He is a perfect asshole.
I agree.
Jamesy,
I really apologize. Go ahead, brother.
Jamesy, you should start calling him Heliopoyas.
Heliopoyas?
Yeah. That too. You know, Gilipollas? Is that how you say it?
Yes.
Asshole in Spanish?
I mean, pollo will be like the chicken that is ready to eat.
That's the pollo.
Where are you from?
Pollo.
Where are you from? Maybe it's a different.
Y'all know that I'm not a chicken, so.
Well, we know that, but.
James, are you from Spain, South America?
I'm from Massachusetts.
From Boston.
That's Helio. Helio knows.
Okay, I've learned Spanish from many different.
I was going to shut up. I apologize. This time I'm going to go smoke. You guys.
No, Helio, don't stop speaking, please. Don't do it now.
Don't stop, Helio. I want you to rhetoric some more craziness of your.
Hey, so are we all gonna haze each other all fucking night? I mean, is that the?
Don't stop, Helio. Please keep going. Go ahead.
Hey, Helio, can you speak and smoke at the same time, like when you?
No, I have to walk outside. I have to walk outside to smoke. So, I mean, I can use my Bluetooth headphones. I mean, but I bet you guys wouldn't like to hear me talk.
Yeah, we don't want to hear that shit.
Hold on, wait. My
It depends on what you're smoking, buddy.
No, I'm smoking cigarettes. I'm just
you
saying.
can keep your cancer
stick. I can join on my. Shit, I thought you were asking me a question. I was answering.
Don't do it, Helio. Just mute and go smoke. Okay.
No.
Yeah. Or just go smoke, man. Go have a smoke.
Who's gonna speak if he leaves? Nobody's gonna speak until he comes back.
Dude, Jamesy and I are gonna fucking go off, man. We're gonna talk about.
I mean, we've been super rude to the lady and the other guy. They asked me a question, but we have to give Helio some extra attention. We gotta be extra with Helio.
I'm okay. I'll go smoke and I want to hear what Jamesy and Flat Earth Dude.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
I'm good. I think you guys are good. I think you guys are good. I think it's
We're good, man. We're good. Thank you, brother, man, for all you do, bro.
All right, we can go back to the gentleman that said.
I just want to hear what's going to happen.
We'll be here when you're back.
When I'm not here, I'm just.
Hey, Helio, you won't hear us until you mute yourself and stop speaking. Then you'll be able to hear us.
You see what he's doing. You see what he's doing, right?
Hey, Helio, mute yourself.
Jamesy always fucks with me. He always does.
Jamsy's gonna mute you. On his own. He's gonna do it.
He can't do it.
He's gonna do it.
He can mute me, but it wouldn't make a difference.
Jamsy's gonna do it. He's gonna mute Helio. Do it, Jamsy. Come on, do it.
Doesn't matter.
I disconnected his ass.
There you go. That'll work. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, he's gonna laugh. I'm laughing. Oh my goodness, that's funny.
Hey, the other guy was saying that he learned Spanish. Can you finish your sentence now? You learned Spanish or something you were saying? Where is he?
Oh yeah, I mean, I learned Spanish in high school, but I'm half Puerto Rican, so like I know a lot of people who speak Spanish, and I've dated people from South America, from Spain, so I've picked up a lot of the slang, that kind of stuff. So I was just saying that in Spain, if you want to call someone an asshole, you say gilipollas. And so I was just saying.
Gilipollas in Spain. Okay. I'm actually Puerto Rican, and I dated people from South America. Maybe we dated the same people, bro. You never know.
Maybe.
I wouldn't. I'm not putting it past this crazy place, man.
But yeah, I just want to be funny. It's similar to Helio. So instead of Helipoyas, Heliopoyas.
Heliopoya, yeah. That's a good one. I like it now. Now that I get the context.
Yeah.
It's great to have the entire story, and we got handed a story, man. We said, hey, man, your story doesn't check out.
Yeah, but the guy in TV said so. So what you got?
I got.
You have a better story?
Well, I do, man. I went outside, I looked, and I said, hey, man, there's an island 50 miles to my left. There's an island 52 miles to my right. Where is this hump of water, man? Where? And
that's how you know it's there, because you can't see it.
Exactly. And that's how you know it's real. That's how you know it's round, because it looks so flat, right?
That's how you know it's curving, because it's so horizontal.
Exactly. That's the only way you could tell, man, is that if it wasn't flat, man, you would definitely live on a flat earth. You really? That's the mentality we're dealing with, boys and girls. They'll say it looks so flat because it's round. That's why it looks so flat. And you're supposed to buy this, and you're supposed to swallow this and take it home and sleep with it and snuggle. And we're all like, hey, man, wait a minute, man. I went to the ocean, man. It's totally level, man. It's totally level and flat because it's round. That's the only reason it would be flat. What
do you think? I think we have Cuberto.
I've been trying to talk to him all week.
He's been here.
Just a Parker listener, apparently.
Hey, Cuberto, habla español. Cuberto,
come on. One time only. One time.
Also, band member. What do you think about what Flatter Dude said about being a globe? I mean, being a globe because it's so flat.
Nothing. That's not true. Plus, I didn't want to interrupt your little support session, so I guess
support session. That's a bit of a dig. You said support session. It's a bit of a dig, don't you think? Is that a dig?
Well, when you're not really talking about the very thing you're passionate about, and just simply talking about how passionate about your belief, that's support.
Belief. Well, who said anything about beliefs, man? I'm talking about direct measurement reality, man. That's different than beliefs, right?
I could say the same thing about the globe.
Oh, great, man. You can see like 10 miles across the ocean, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles, 100 miles, 1,200 miles. You can see that it's
how high are you?
35,000 feet. I got 1,200 miles across a Mississippi River. What do you got?
Awesome.
Yeah. Flat, man. Flat and stationary. All aircraft, all missiles, all bombs, everything has been calibrated to flat and stationary plane, man. They don't calculate for any curvature or spin or nothing. What do you think of that?
I won't argue that, but when your initial observation of a flat horizon and flat water convinced you that the Earth is flat, what other techniques were used to verify and confirm the findings?
Long distance observations of objects we could see at a very long distance, very long.
Yeah, engineering of the Suez Canal. That you don't even have to observe anything.
There you go. What about the Panama Canal?
So it only applies to the Suez Canal and not anywhere else on the Earth. Shouldn't your
the point is the Suez Canal. The point is the Suez Canal is over 100 miles long. Both ends, both ports are at sea level, and there are no locks. So the water in the canal is also at sea level.
Wow, that's a good one.
That is a good one. I love that.
That doesn't prove flat or globe Earth.
Huh? Did you not hear what I just said?
Yeah, it doesn't prove globe or flat.
It disproved the globe, but
yeah,
it doesn't.
It debunks the globe for sure. I know that might be in contradiction to your belief system, but that's just the way it is.
No, it's not contradictory.
What?
So the water's following the contour of the Earth as a globe, still level.
Yeah, in your imagination, yes, correct. That is your belief system. In reality,
yeah. So your belief system is
in reality, the water is at sea level because there are no locks, and both ends of the canal, which is over 100 miles long, are both at sea level. Okay? It's simple. You don't have to complicate it.
Don't have to complicate it. Why would...
I understood it, so it's pretty simple, bro. How much simpler can you make it? Is there like an explanation on the globe why on one side of the canal it's level to that same level to 100 miles away at the other side of the canal? Is there like is the ball bigger than the 3959? Maybe that number is wrong. That's
the water
what it is, right?
For the Earth's surface.
Now the water's flat. Where are you getting this idea that the water is following the contour of the Earth's surface? Did you not hear what we said twice? Even Jim Z understood it. Come on.
Newtonian physics. It's going to follow the contour of whatever container it's in, right? So the surface is what it's on. It's going to follow.
Do you have any examples of this mass attracting mass existing in reality?
The bottom of the ocean is not flat.
No, I'm asking you, do you have any experiments that would demonstrate this mass attracting mass in reality? Not your theocratic edicts that you're reading to us. Reality.
We're talking about this Earth's surface measurements. We're not talking about gravity. Let's talk about surface.
You brought it up. You brought up Newtonian.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Do you know what a non-Newtonian fluid is?
Let's stick to the canal. You're telling us that a
Newtonian fluid is.
What?
Do you know what a Newtonian fluid is?
Enlighten me.
It is a liquid that will easily take the shape of its container.
Okay, well, we're talking about the Suez Canal, which is filled with seawater, ocean water, salt water. And you're the one that's trying to tell us after it's been explained to you. It's been explained to you 3 times. Both ports, over 100 miles away from each other, are both at sea level. There are no locks. Now, complicated again.
Assertion, and you haven't elaborated on how it verifies flat Earth.
No, time out. You're the one who's telling us that it's curving around the Earth. So why don't you explain it?
You don't believe it, so I'm asking for your explanation because that's the side that I want to understand.
No, I don't. Correct. I do not believe the fairy tale of the 3959 globe. And if you look in reality, for example, the Suez Canal, which should not be possible if the Earth was a spheroid with the 3959 mile radius. You can chant that, yeah, it's curving, it's curving, it's curving. Well, in reality, it's flat. It's at sea level on both ends, and it's a canal with no locks.
Were you part of the construction or have documentation of its construction?
Are you denying that that's the way it's constructed?
No, I want to know if you know how it was constructed.
I constructed the Suez Canal, genius.
Yeah,
I'm not that old.
Man. Are you referring to Suez? Yeah, it's over 100 miles long, no loss. I mean, nobody has to be somebody that constructed it to understand this. You know, it's very simple. I'm sorry if I.
No,
I'm sorry, not sorry.
No, it's a bizarre pivot for him to make after he just chanted thrice that it's curving around the earth, and now he wants to ask me if I was on the crew that dug the canal. No, I wasn't.
Well, they dug the canal to allow these ships to go 100 miles, through Egypt. I mean, and without locks. I mean, what the? It's flat water.
You still haven't explained to me the techniques to verify, like the horizon is flat and how you found that the water is flat. Is there any sort of tools that were used to verify that?
I'm going to tell you. We just told you the techniques, how they dug this friggin' canal for 100 miles. That has nothing to do with curvature of the earth at all.
Yeah. Besides, you're teetering. Besides, you're teetering on a burden of proof reversal fallacy. The original claim is that the Earth is a spheroid hurtling through space, and it happens to have a specific radius. So, do you have any evidence of that, or?
No, now you're turning around on me. My first question.
Yeah, that's the
point. Does he even know what a canal is?
Remember, my first question was: since you guys believe that was flat,
do you know what a canal is? Do you know what a canal is? What did you use to
discover or verify it's flat?
Complaining about observations, so I gave you the example of the Suez Canal. So do you have any thing to enlighten us with about the 3959 radius, or what's going on here?
The Suez Canal doesn't. Giving me the example of the Suez Canal doesn't prove it's flat or globe.
Yeah, but you don't even know what a canal is. So I mean, there are several canals all across Earth. You know what the Panama Canal? They have locks. You know what a lock is? In a canal.
Yeah, I do know what it is. And by the way, the question that you had earlier, it's rocket science and orbital mechanics. So anyway,
now I'm quite familiar with all that too.
So when the vessel makes it to the canal and enters the canal on a globe, to start the voyage to cross the canal, is it going down the hill or up the hill? On the globe, how is it?
That's not how it works.
Okay, well, tell us how it works if you know what a canal is. Yeah, go ahead, show us. Because in the Suez, there are no laws.
Go down the ocean, goes up the Mississippi River, down the Mississippi River, down the Suez Canal, up the Suez Canal.
No, Suez Canal. There's no locks, so it's not like that.
He doesn't quite understand the implications of that, I guess.
So let's ask, let's see if band member, you can come with an answer.
As a matter of fact,
Helio, the middle of my sentence, I almost finished the sentence, but I didn't yet. So.
Sorry, Jimsy. Go ahead, brother.
So, band member, do you have a reply on how the Suez Canal works on a level plane? How can you explain that on the globe that is same level from beginning to end?
And you can't compare it to Mississippi. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, not. Go ahead, Helio.
No, I was just saying you can't compare that to Mississippi. Go ahead.
Just like everyone said before, the water obviously takes sitting on the Earth's surface, which is a globe.
What do you mean, obviously?
Well, okay. So globe is explains how the water is simply on Earth's surface and is following its contour. So it sits on there, whether you believe it's flat or a globe. It sits on the surface, and you go now perceiving curvature or not. The Suez Canal is not.
Well, we're not talking about belief.
A definitive flat globe.
We're talking about what the Suez Canal is. Not
Yeah,
what
it's
it's
just
about.
from one body of water to the other.
It's a flat canal. There are no locks.
How can you disagree with what we all know it is?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, the point is, you guys haven't explained how Flat Earth was verified, or the flatness that you guys observed was verified and recorded. That's what I was asking.
Sure we have. So you're the one who thinks that chanting that the water goes around a ball is the answer. If that were the case, the debate would have been over a long time ago. We would all be chanting water go around ball. So
spinning ball, not just
spinning hurtling ball. So you've done the reversal burden fallacy. The original claim is that the Earth is a 3959 spinning, hurtling water ball. Do you have any evidence of this existing in reality other than you just telling us, the water goes around the ball, the flat water goes around the ball? Obviously.
So you're maneuvering the conversation where my original question is, because you believe Earth is flat because you say you observed it.
No. I said the Suez Canal, the engineering of the canal. Listen, the engineering of the Suez Canal has nothing to do with mine or your beliefs. Okay?
So
the original claim is a 3959 ball. Do you have any evidence of it? Do you have any evidence of it? Or are you just going to logical fallacy your way through this?
Ben member, are you
flat Earth, but you don't want to.
But are you kind of like moving the goalposts from the globe and then saying flat Earth? Like, do you have like two models that you're moving back and forward? And when you say flat Earth, do you mean some type of construct that you have that you made? What do you mean when you say flat Earth? What is that?
Level Earth.
Okay, I'm going to repeat my original statement, which is, because you guys say that you observed and seen flat Earth, seen the Earth as flat, what other ways has been used to verify?
Aren't we talking about water? We're talking about the Suez Canal, which is a level stretch of water, right? Like, it's a canal. It's between the Earth.
Yeah, I did.
Because when you say flat Earth, you can't just give the Earth this lonely description. This place is not a description. This place is not two words or how many letters is the flat Earth term has. That's not what this place is. When you say flat Earth, that's not very specific. That's just a description to describe the surface of this place. So if you're trying to put some type of idea and say, you guys, flat Earth, this doesn't work, whatever, I mean, you got to be more specific about what you actually mean.
Yeah, he doesn't like observations. He doesn't like examples in reality. So what do you want?
Again, how was the observation of flat Earth verified and recorded? What tools were used? How was it done? And where could I go to look at it?
My brain. Okay, the Suez Canal. Both ports are at sea level. It is over 100 miles long. There are no locks. If the Earth were a 3959 radius spheroid spinning through space, that wouldn't work. Okay, so the tool that you might need to be using is your brain.
Okay, so you grab the flat.
To verify flat Earth.
So listen, you grab the Suez Canal 100 miles level, right, horizontal, and then you go to the salt flats in Bolivia. That's over 100 square miles flat expanse of that area, and then you go to what is it? What's the state that is flatter than a pancake? What was the state? Is
That's
it Florida?
Kansas.
Kansas. Then you go to Kansas.
Flat, but yeah.
And then you put all these flat areas, and then you go to hundreds, if not thousands, of regions of the world, and they all measure horizontal, level, flat, and then you put them all together. Where is the ball? How do you make a ball if everything you go, everywhere you go, there is no curvature anywhere? Not on the waters, on the bodies of water.
Straight lines make a ball.
Yeah,
I'm trying to ask about flat Earth, but you want me to talk about the globe.
No, because you're asking about flat Earth, but exactly. But I cannot give you this place and write it down on a piece of paper and label it flat Earth and give you that and tell you, hey, this is the flat Earth right here. You know, that's not how it works, right?
Yeah, and time out. You said, well, you're complaining about talking about the globe. Well, the first time we brought up an example of flat water, Suez Canal, in reality, all you did was chant, well, the water's going around the globe. You did it already. So
you brought it up. You mentioned
I know, and you brought it, and your only retort to this water being flat was, well, you don't understand. It's flat water going around a globe.
Still going back to my original question to how flat Earth was measured and verified.
All right, let's allow Clayvorian T, because she's been trying to talk. And would you want to speak to band member for a little bit? Have a back and forward. Clayvorian T.
Yeah, real quick, man. How is the globe measured, man? That's why we're here, man. And we're not here for the flat Earth globe measurements. We did those. I want to measure.
Great. Awesome.
We're here for the globe, the radius, the circumference, the diameter. If you've got some globe diameter, a radius, a circumference evidence, that's why we're here, man. I had to jump in on that one. Carry on. If you got those measurements.
No, the measurements.
One of your fellow flat earthers claimed that guys have been looking for 8 years and haven't found it. So that begs the question: what did you find?
I found
horizons that are 10 to 30 times further than the globe Earth would allow because of the parameters of their geometry.
Yeah, I've found a lot of theocratic chanters who seem to aimlessly chant globe without even knowing it. But I think Clairvoyant was going to have a talk to you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, so you're a globe earther? Okay, yeah. My real question is, what's the measurement of the gradient of the globe model? The gradient between atmosphere and space. How is that measured? Like, not the stratosphere.
Go ahead.
All right, we're going to change the subject here real quick, man. We're going to go to gas pressure. Gas pressure is a known thing. It's been measured. You guys all know this. You guys drive around on cars with tires. Gas pressure.
Sorry, no disrespect, but I don't want to talk about that. I was more interested in surface measurements and verification.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too, man. It just seemed little curveball came in.
You guys can definitely go first because
no. I love your question. I love your question.
He hand waved dismissed anything that was presented to him, so I don't know what he's complaining about.
You're busy deflecting to answer and trying to get me to talk about the globe instead of telling me how you measured the Earth being flat.
we went out with lasers and we pointed them across bodies of water, and we put up markers at different miles measurements.
Let's see. We have sextants, we have lasers, we have radio communication systems from point A to point B, thousands of miles. We have.
Did anyone tell them about the Suez Canal?
Oh no, nobody.
We have the Suez Canal.
Nobody's talked about that. How dare you?
I'm joking.
How dare you? I dropped the link to the wiki. Suez Canal. You can see a picture of it right there, man.
But he's asking if anything's been done, or how can you demonstrate the flat Earth? So airplanes are designed for a flat horizontal plane, motionless, right?
Hey, Jimsy, it's a little crazy that every single document that we've ever seen from NASA, Boeing, I don't care who built it, every single document that we've read, they presume a flat and stationary plane in their mathematics, man. All of it. It's absolutely weird.
Aviation?
It's just weird, man. It's just weird. That's all I'm saying. It's weird. Every single one of them, not just like every single one of them produce a mathematical equation that computes to a flat and stationary Earth. Prove me wrong. We're here 24/7, 365. Come on in. Every single aircraft that's ever flown on Earth has been diagrammed and built to fly over a flat and stationary plane. Prove me wrong. Thank you.
Still hasn't explained the way someone could measure flat Earth aside from just using their.
We're here on Halloween. We're here Halloween, Christmas, Thanksgiving, 24/7, 365, like he was saying. And check this out. Every ship, not just an airplane, every ship is designed to traverse a level stationary across the oceans, and this is why we're bringing up the Suez Canal, because it has to be flat. How could you navigate it?
And so are lighthouses.
Yeah, lighthouses. I mean, they're designed the same way. I mean,
we're giving too many examples of reality to this.
Yeah, who's being silly here?
Well, let's put it this way: there's got to be some sort of calculation, because Globe obviously gave.
No, this has nothing to do with calculations. I mean, navigation has to do with calculations. Where what? So how are we wrong about the calculations? Tell us.
I'm not saying wrong. What I'm saying is
reality, man. Calculations are not reality. I've got that.
Navigators on ships, they use triangulation. That's straight lines. Go ahead.
What's funny is
we have a math professor in here that will admit that calculations are not reality. We have a math professor in this Discord that will say calculations are not reality. And I want you guys to get this.
The
guy tells us that the Earth is obviously a globe, but he won't talk about it.
Wow.
No, he'll talk about it, but
he's been asking about flat Earth, right? He wants to know about flat Earth. When you say flat, can you send maybe in the email, in the voice chat, can you present maybe an object or something that will have a description as flat? When you ask for flat, what do you actually mean? Can you tell me an object that is flat when you say that? What is flat? You mean like a table?
Is he talking about celestial?
No sense.
Ilya, I wasn't asking you. I was asking him.
Okay.
Flat? You've never seen anything flat before? I'm sorry.
I'm asking him because he's been asking for the flat, but I want to know. I would like to know what he actually means.
flat. Generically, it just means a surface with no higher or lower surface contour.
So like a chessboard. You mean like a chessboard?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so you want us to show you the Earth to look measurements of this place like a chessboard. If it has any up and down and any if it has any topography, any hills, that means it's not flat. Because a chessboard is flat, but topography is not flat, right?
On a microscopic level, a chessboard is not flat.
Oh, so the chessboard is not flat. So what is flat? Well, what do you actually mean?
I don't want to go down that path. I just want to know.
No, man. We gotta say, hey, man, what is flat and level? I'm an instrument builder, man. I have to be so accurate within like a tenth of a millimeter, man. I got to be super accurate. I can't.
I do that every day. I'm a cabinet builder. I have to do that.
Hey, how you those cabinet builders? We got to be really precise. Our measurements, man. We have to, and you just can't hand wave dismiss measurements, man. We can measure stuff within like nanometers, literally.
Yes, you're correct. Yeah, sure.
And when you can measure something, man, you know exactly what you're dealing with. And you know. What's the old term? Measure twice, cut once, right? And
well, how about this? What is Mr. Jimsy trying to get to?
Okay, so when we devise lasers and devices, or communication towers, radio towers, and all those kind of devices that communicate and can point out from line of sight, point A to point B to point C.
Yep.
Is that not good enough? Like when the laser hits the target at 30 kilometers or beyond that, and it doesn't show any curvature, is that good enough, or what else do you want?
Is that what that laser is trying to do?
Yeah, when the laser
trying to do anything, it's a tool.
Yeah, when that tool is put in place. Hey, when that tool is used to look for the curvature, right? And it shows that the curvature is not there, that the surface of the water or the lake or whatever, it's level, flat, horizontal. When it shows that, what else are you looking for beyond that? That's not good enough?
A test that can be applied anywhere to prove that the Earth is flat. And if someone's done it already, I'd like to see that.
Well, let me ask you something.
No, I'm not finished with it. I'm not finished yet. So when you say a test to show that the Earth is flat, you mean from one end of the Earth to the other end of the Earth, and once you see that test that measures the whole Earth from point A to point B, that's what you want to see? Is that the test that you're looking for?
No, a test. Yeah, no, more like I don't care. A 200 square foot area in one place, another 200 square foot area in another location.
All right, 200 square foot. 200 square foot.
Right. How about 26 miles? We got this little experiment that was done by these guys called FE-Core. Maybe you guys heard of it? Check it out.
Heard of it.
Did they survey like 100 square mile like piece of land or something?
Yeah, they had surveyors involved. They had a very powerful laser, one of the most expensive lasers ever built. They did a test across a lake. Was it in Hungary where they did this across the lake? Panned the laser across. And they ended up seeing the laser point from 25 miles away. pretty fancy.
You said Fe core. Let me write that down.
In this Discord, man, if you go down to what is it? Helio, help me out.
Well, if you go on down,
if he goes down to laser,
I think it's like PDF. I think there's a room in there that has PDF files where you can pull up a whole PDF.
I'm looking. Yeah, anyway, it was this group of scientists from South America.
No, they had Guinness Book of World Records there with them.
Yeah, they shot a laser with different markers across water, and they came up with like this, like next to nothing curvature.
You know what? If the Earth was curved and
it would have been like
you had one. It would have been like the Batman signal in the sky if if there was somebody on the other side of the lake and the Earth was curving 25 miles away. It would have been like the Batman signal with the laser that they had.
It's somewhere in this Discord, man. Somebody has that.
It's in here.
I forget what it's called.
It's already been done, but
I see something that says laser test. Hold on.
It's been done.
Could be in the laser test. Yeah, could be in there. I don't know for sure, but
there it is. Let me.
Fe core went out. These guys laser leveled this bad boy laser. Spent like I don't know a few thousands of dollars setting this shit up, and they shot it across some water, man, and say, hey man, there's no curvature, man. We shot a laser like 26 miles or something. And
so the Brazilians they set up a team with multiple nations with the Peru, Brazil, Bolivia. They also met with some European nations, and they did I think it was 12 different experiments or tests. They did telescopes, radio waves, laser beams. They had the headlamp and laser beam at 3 different points, and also the geodesical measurements. These researchers, they weren't flat earthers. They set up to look for the curvature. They did over 12. I think it was 12 different tests, and in all of the tests, they didn't find any curvature. Is that good enough, or you need more tests?
It's not good enough. Come on,
hold on, just 1 second. So they said they didn't find the curve. At some point, you have to use your data to make predictions, like how high do you go and how much
science
gets revealed.
That's called science.
Are we talking about altitude now?
Guys, hey! When someone is speaking, let them finish, then you can speak. Is that too difficult?
No.
All right, because I'm getting annoyed. Go ahead, finish your sentence.
So once Fe core found what they found, were they able to use what they found to make predictions, like calculation predictions, like distance viewing, with kind of like the same with the globe. The higher you go, you should be able to see this much or that much. Was Fe core able to do anything like that?
Proved that lake was flat and there's no curvature. Predictions about space and all that kind of stuff. What is that? What you mean?
No, I mean predictions about the surface. I mean,
I'll tell you straight away, man. That was not what they were out there for to do. And they were just testing the radius of what we were given. Say, hey, man, we should see this amount of drop at this distance. And it just wasn't there, man. It just wasn't there. And even the scientists that were involved are like, oh my goodness.
It kind of makes me wonder what he's looking for, Flat Earth dude. Are you looking? It's like, hey, we're saying, hey, you can see the laser from 25 miles away across the lake. Boom. Yeah. Okay. And so prediction, we predicted, and others, you could see it because the lake is flat. We predicted that we'd be able to see the laser from the other side of the lake. Yeah. And we did. So, what other predictions are you looking for?
Well, he's looking for extrapolations. Is what he's doing. If you
That's
take
what
that,
I'm asking you. What's the other extrapolations? We're supposed to.
If you don't mind, what I'm asking for is kind of like the 8 inches per mile square. Does Flat Earth have something for Earth's surface like that?
You know, if the Earth was a globe, was a globe, and they set that laser up the way that they set it up, you would see the laser in the sky. You wouldn't see it directly across the lake.
I got one, man. It's called The Earth is Flat and Stationary. And if you fly over or sail on a boat on it, oh my goodness, you have to assume it's flat and stationary. Oh my God, that's my incredible insight to reality. And
if you think you wouldn't be able to see that laser up in the sky if the Earth was a globe, you have some type of discombobulation where you're just like, you believe that you should be able to see the laser pointing up in the sky, but you don't because refraction.
Hey,
no, that's not what I'm talking about.
No, but you're about to say it.
No.
Yeah. I get where you're going, man. You're saying, hey, man, what did these FE core guys extrapolate from their data? And they didn't extrapolate from their data. They just said, hey, man, we're just trying to test the numbers that you gave us, man. The Globers, man, the 3959.
Go to a lake and see if we can see the laser from one side of the lake to another. And they saw it, and boom.
They didn't extrapolate on, this we found 26 miles across this water. It's totally flat. That's all they came up with, man. They didn't extrapolate and say, hey, man, it must be a ball of 250 million miles or whatever. They did not even do that, man. They went ahead and just said, hey, man, it's not what they're telling me. It's not what they're telling us.
That's not exactly what I mean. What I mean is at some point you have to link whether your data is positive or negative, and if it's consistently something else and it's always that, then you can make calculations and predictions based on the data because it's consistent.
Well, that's
so
just
you could throw a bunch of math at the actual observation. You could throw a bunch of math at it and then make it something that you didn't actually observe.
Exactly. You can do whatever.
If they observed flat, I'm sorry. If they did say they observed it flat, at some point they have to use their findings.
So it can't be flat because it's obviously not, because everybody knows it's a globe. That's pretty much.
No. What I'm saying is I'm trying to stay on the flat side here and not talk about globe at all. So at some point you're going to say, look, we figured out that every 10 feet you go up, this much land is shown to you. And to whenever, infinity. You go up 100 miles, you're going to see this much more land, or you won't see any more this sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's like that.
No, I actually don't know what you mean. Say that again. You're going to rise in altitude, you can see more. Yeah, we're quite aware of that. You can see more when you rise in altitude.
That's called angular
resolution. Yes, we're quite aware.
Angular perception, I call it, man.
Yeah, perception or perspective. You know, I mean, yeah. Sure. When you rise in elevation, you can see more.
We'll bring him out.
Oh my
but
goodness.
We're talking about like a laser shooting 25 miles just a few feet off of the fucking lake. Has nothing to do with that.
I gotta wrap it up. I gotta go, but really quick. So FE Core did
I got a question for you, man.
create predictions.
What? Say that again, band member.
So FE Core, they found what their findings were that it's flat. Great, fine. So, but they didn't use any of the data to make predictions in order to verify and confirm that Earth is flat. Not just with a laser, but you could use it mathematically. You can use it anywhere.
That wasn't the point. That wasn't the point. From the point of the laser to the person that observed it, it was flat there.
Look, guys. The lake is flat. I'm posting this one has all of the tests with all the details, the locations, the equipment used, and the researchers doing it themselves. And it's like a 12-minute video that has a kind of shorts of each experiment, each test, and everything very specific with everything, timing, all these specifics that you need. And there you go. You have 12.
It wasn't even about like showing flat Earth. It was about whether or not that lake was flat.
I'm sure I posted something. I posted something that is superior to the FE Core or whatever, because he's obviously he's obfuscating the FE Core, but that's just one test, right?
They always
one laser test. So take that one plus take these 12, or make it 13 different tests, and check them all out. And there you go. What else do you need?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey. How we doing tonight?
What's up, man?
Look at this stuff.
I'm about out of here, but carry on, boys and girls, carry on.
Hey, I'd love to hear that voice here. Hey, this is Kaiser Soze here. I am a flat earther, but I got a really good close friend of mine that is a glober. Does anybody want to talk to him?
Of course. Sure.
Yes. Of course. Are you kidding?
Yeah, is he cool? Is he cool? And he's just like not gonna.
No drunk people allowed.
I'm sorry, but I'm drunk, but my buddy is not. But this my friend of mine. His name's Eli, and he's like he's very biblically sound, and he's one of my good friends.
Hey,
and he's very
Eli.
respectable.
Hey, Eli, welcome. I want to welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man.
Who's talking right now? I love this voice here.
Eli, my name is Dude. You can call me Dude. Eli,
there you go, buddy.
There?
Yeah, I'm here. They turned off on me, Bob.
You're good.
All right.
Welcome, Eli. This is a Discord that's being streamed live on YouTube, and
this is embarrassing. Fine.
We talk about the shape of the Earth here. We don't project things. We don't imagine things. We go out in objective reality and we observe where we live, man.
Yeah, we teach and learn together.
We teach and learn together. That's exactly it, Helio. We teach and learn together. We're out here just looking at objective reality and what we can verify for our own consciousness that says, hey man, water's level. Dude, I've never seen water bend around a ball
but nobody claims it should, though. That's the thing. That's a straw man.
Well, the straw man is that they said, hey man, you live on this ball and you are shooting through outer space at whatever thousands of miles an hour, right?
That wouldn't be a straw man, though. I'm actually using the actual technical term of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but the fact that the 3959 model calls for water bending around a ball, it would disqualify that from being a straw man. That would be a requirement if the model existed in reality.
I don't know what you're saying, though. 3959 model. Could we stick to this like basic? I've never looked into flat Earth.
Yeah, sure. If it's not a straw man, okay, because if the Earth were a spheroid, the water would have to be bending around the ball. That would be a requirement, okay? So it's not straw man.
Real quick, he pointed out that he doesn't know what the 3959 means. So that will be the radius claimed for the spherical spinning water ball that is being claimed and presented as, the place that we live in.
It's pretty much the same thing we were all taught when we were growing up. Third rock from the sun. This is
he said that he doesn't know what the 3959 is, and that's
that's what it is. Yeah.
You got that point. That's an important point because the geometry is a claim of geometrical shape of this place, right? It's a ball. Yeah. It's a spinning globe, and it has water on the outside of it, and the water is attached on the outside of the globe while it's spinning, right?
And it's hurtling too.
So here's my thing. Look, it's real late here, and so I know nothing of flat Earth anything. I know my friend here, Kaiser. What's your
Bob? Yeah.
So Bob believes this and was kind of talking with me about it and wanted me to jump on here and talk with y'all. So I did, and my question would be, what is your strongest claim? What's your strongest evidence that the Earth is flat?
Water. I mean, flat is a description. Oh yeah, water is one of the things level, but when flat is a description, this place is not a word. It's not a description. It's many things put together. We describe it as we can describe it as flat, but that's just a description. Just take that in mind.
It's a disc, but it has things on it like hills and mountains.
Not a disc. Not a disc. Remember, because remember this. The flat Earth. That what I just told you. That term, flat Earth, it's been weaponized, and you've been given images about what that term actually means. And if you Google search right now the term flat Earth, you're gonna find this imagery or these cartoons of a disc flying through space. And this is what I'm trying to point out to you, that the place that you're standing on, the place that you're in, is not a cartoon in Google.
So again, like what is the best evidence you have that the Earth is as you say it is?
Horizontal, water, motionless.
Hey, have you ever seen the globe Earth in reality?
He's not asking about the globe right now. He's asking about what we actually experience.
I mean, it's just he actually has seen the flat Earth, but he doesn't know it yet. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I still don't feel like I've gotten a good answer to my question, and that is, what is the best evidence you have to support your view of the Earth?
All of the evidence and
Earth level, 100%. I mean, there's no way you can disprove the water's level, man. They use water levels, bubble levels, spirit levels to construct everything we know about Earth, man.
But the level would work if their model that they purport to be true, the spheroid model, if they say that doesn't disprove water level.
But that model is a reification. It's just a model. Reality is not a model. And exactly. when you put the model to the test, the claim dimensions of this model, when we go to reality and test those claims, you cannot find any of these claims in reality. That's why the model it doesn't work.
I understand that, and that is a fair point. I understand that, like, I'm not able to to visibly see that the Earth is curved. I understand that even if I were to go straight up, very, very far, it would look flat. I was explaining to Bob here that, looking at a hemisphere, though, looks flat too, to an extent, right? Because you're looking at something that effectively is. So I don't have depth perception at all. So it's just the way I am. So things don't appear in my perception as they do to other people. So I may have an insight on that. So what I'm saying is that if you take a sphere and you're far enough away, it looks flat. Right.
Yeah, correct. But then when you have a certain dimension of the claimed sphere, and you have certain specific numbers that we can put to the test, and you look for that measurement of that curvature of the sphere, and it's nowhere to be found. You say that, okay, me or you yourself looking in the distance, you can't see the sphere because you're too small. The sphere is too big, right? But then we have measurement devices. We have lasers, we have communication systems, line of sight, and when you use all of these things that are designed for line of sight, and like someone mentioned that the water is level. Everything you build, like buildings or structures, everything based on a level, right? On the water that is level. So if I'm standing if I'm standing on the west side of Scotland or Europe, right, and you're standing on the east coast of the U.S. at the shore, and I point out to the U.S. to the west, and you point to the east towards Europe, you and I are pointing towards each other horizontally, line of sight, point to point. I'm pointing at you, you're pointing at me. But thousands of miles away.
But this can't be the best evidence because I can't see that. This is something.
There is a lot of evidence, but you will have to look through the information because we have a lot of documentation data. We have even government documents that they admit themselves that the aircraft that are designed, airplanes, are designed for a flat, motionless plane. They have to assume to be able to build an aircraft, they have to take into account flat, motionless Earth, okay, to make the airplane practical. The airplane, the pilot himself never takes into account any curvature nor any movement of the ground to operate the aircraft, right?
But I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure that. So I have. I'm a type engineer, and we don't take in consideration things that we consider insignificant. So engineering isn't about theory; it's about the actual application.
Well, believe me, if the Earth were spinning and it were a ball, that would be significant.
Significant,
yes, but maybe not. So here's. I don't want to get into too much about minutia. This is where things degenerate. But I will go into this one thing since we're here. So if we're moving at what does the Earth spin at 1,600 miles an hour or something? Yeah. So if we're spinning at that rate, I'm spinning at that rate right now. And if we take off in a plane, well, the plane's also spinning at that rate. It's inertia. So when we go into the air, we're already moving at 1,600 miles an hour effectively by not moving.
What if you take off at the North Pole, man, where it's 0 miles an hour? What happens then?
If you take off exactly at 0 miles an hour. So the 1,600 is exactly at the equator. Is that correct?
It's 1,026 miles an hour at the equator.
Yeah. So if you're taking, but again, it's the same.
Wait a minute, man. I took off at 0 at the North Pole, 0 at the North Pole, and you're telling me by the time I get to the equator, man, I'm doing 1,026 miles an hour.
Whatever. No, this is what I'm going through. That's actually an interesting.
We don't need to beg the question.
Interesting. You know why it's interesting? Because you can't explain the interesting of it because it's not possible.
He's realizing it's nonsense.
What's the evidence that we're moving?
What you should do, though, just as I can't hear everybody just talking. But anyway, so what you should do is start with something like that. So when I ask, what is the best evidence you have, you should pose a theoretical problem like that, because that's actually a pretty good problem.
Can I interject, please? Can I interject? This isn't about us proving anything. This isn't us proving that reality, observable reality, is real. It's about the opposite claim, that what we experience isn't real. So that we observe motionless, we observe flat. Right? So the claim is, no, it's not that. It's curved and spinning. So we want the evidence for that, not the other way around.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it, and that is the appropriate approach.
That's right.
And like I said, I have not actually looked into any of this at all, so I'm just randomly, I said, I'm here with my friend. And
just plant the seeds, guys. Just plant the seeds, guys. Plant the seeds.
Oh, that's cool. That's a good approach, and the thing is that I started with that approach. I was trying to kind of check the claim and look into it, and then when you start testing things, then you find out that the model given of the spinning globe doesn't add up to reality. But here we're talking about when we talk to each other, we kind of overbrushing everything at the moment. But when you actually start looking at the experiments, at the tests, all the research and all the objective things, how they actually work, then you start seeing that the globe is never taken into account for anything. It's only for fantasy or cartoons. That's it.
Yeah, and I understand you guys have points here. The one that was made, whoever made the point about taking off at the North Pole and then landing at the equator, that's a very good point. So that's something you guys should lead out with or whatever. But I'm interested actually to hear, I'm an open-minded person, so I'm interested to hear arguments like that. But I know that stuff like that can be very deceiving, like Zeno's paradox, if you guys are all familiar with that, a Greek philosopher about movement and how he could demonstrate that movement itself was impossible. And of course, it's nonsense, but his proof is interesting.
Have you ever heard of Eratosthenes? Have you ever heard of that guy?
I'm not sure.
No. Okay.
Well, yeah, even Einstein said that movement is impossible to demonstrate.
Right. I mean, there's theoretical problems that show that it's impossible. My point is, movement is actually
stationary. It's not moving. That's why it would be impossible.
Movement as in you can't move. That Zeno's paradox is a proof that you yourself cannot move from point A to point B, whatever those points are. And obviously that's not true. But his proof is pretty darn interesting, right? But it turns out not to be true. And so things like this can be deceiving. And there's all sorts of stuff like that are just not intuitive. There's all sorts of physics that aren't intuitive. Angular momentum, that's not intuitive. Nobody has intuition for that, but it's real. It's demonstratable easily.
You can definitely categorize it as deceiving if you're trying to convince other people that they've been deceived, because you yourself are the one who's been deceived. I know that's a tongue twister, but have you ever taken it into consideration that what you know about the globe, the spinning, the hurtling, the solar system, the black holes, is all just a story? Have you even considered that? Or are you convinced that it's scientific fact?
I've kind of already said that. There's only so much time in a day, and I've heard of flat Earth, but I've never even looked into it at all. I don't know what I did, Bob. Here, click it to go back in. There you go. So,
thank you, Bob. I love it.
Yeah, hey. Remember, flat Earth is just a term of description, a weaponized term that doesn't actually mean reality. It's just describing something.
So what would you describe it as?
The disk concept you have going on, that is a complete misrepresentation of what has been realized when you say flat.
We're coming from the perspective... Yeah, go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, the disk is still within the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
That's all gone. It's not real. That's just like it's a fairy tale.
Yeah, just Google globe Earth. You're gonna see the ball, right? The sphere, and then Google flat Earth. You're gonna see a flat disc going through space. Very similar ones, cartoons in Google. But that stuff that gets between your toes, that water that you swim in and you drink, that's not what you see in Google. That's not what those objects that they present to you. Those objects. This place is not an object like that. That you can just Google like that.
And when you talk to flat earthers like us, we use the term flat earth, like Jemsy was saying, it's a term that we use kind of to trigger a conversation, but Earth is a realm. We all live in this place, right? The outer space idea, that's a kind of a different thing, but Earth is pretty much what we got. Now it presents itself as a level stationary plane to everyone that observes it. Now, if you have any evidence to the contrary, bring it on in. We don't.
Hey, guys. We all standing on the ground in the medium that we're in. The ground is motionless. You look up, and the sky above is rotating in cycles. Like this has been known by all civilizations. All of our ancestors knew the cycles of the sky. It's like a very complicated, like a watch in the sky. Even the watch that you carry on your wrist is designed after the watch in the sky, and the watch in the sky is more precise than the watch that you have on your wrist. Flat horizontal plane, motionless, contained ecosystem with the heavens above rotating. Okay, so I'm just trying to point out that it's not just one description. There's multiple things happening. So I'm just gonna repeat it: flat, motionless, horizontal, contained ecosystem, or whatever you want to describe it as, like that.
No, perfect. Hey guys, thank you for your time. Hey. So this is kind of like an introduction for this guy here. And so what would you have him to research in the next week so he can come back and talk to you?
I think you should watch some Eric Dubay videos, man. To be honest, I think just as an introduction, watch a few Eric Dubay videos. I mean, it's not necessarily the best, but it's a good introduction.
Gas pressure, the vestibular system, the inner canal in your ear is pointing out to you that the ground is motionless, because if it was spinning at an angle, you'll know.
If he's really interested, I think.
I would say summer, winter, spring, and fall equals a globe, guaranteed. Okay. It's definitely.
But the guy's asking for what type of information he should be looking at. The server has a lot of good links. If you scroll down to additional information channels, you're gonna find like scientific method, long distance observations. What else? Gas pressure. Check gas pressure. Gas pressure is a good one. Is he listening or no?
I am.
Okay, so gas pressure, the antecedent for the pressure of gas, right? The gas pressure is the pressure that the gas exerts on the walls of the container. We experience 14 psi at sea level everywhere on Earth, right? So in order to have the gas pressure in the first place, a container is the antecedent to that.
I'm not sure that that's true, though. I've actually never taken a physics class. I never had room in my education, but I do know that the theory of gravity, right, where it's like, okay, well, we have and gravity is an incredibly weak force, but we have an incredible amount of mass on Earth. Therefore, gas, which is also a mass.
So can I ask you a question about that quickly? So do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
Yeah, so I don't.
All right, so I guess I don't have any logical reason to assume such a thing can exist.
Well, there's a theory, just like the theoretical problem that was posed that was so good about lifting off from the North Pole and landing at the equator. Well, there's another just theoretical explanation here, and that is that the mass of the gas is being compressed inward by gravity, creating the pressure, and that explains it, right? That would be a faux container.
Nobody can demonstrate it, but nobody can
demonstrate it. Correct, but it's theoretical. So
but then when you go to the actual when you go to the actual demonstration, the way it actually works on the objective reality, a container is required for the particles of gas to push and to be able to create the pressure. The container is required. I wonder if
that's true, though. So what about this? Let's propose. Let's say we had a gas that was magnetic, and then we had a strong magnet, so that all the gas that isn't magnetic, such as oxygen, whatever. So there maybe there is plasma is a gas, right? But it's a different state of matter because it's energized. So let's say we have a type of plasma.
Where does it exist? Where does it exist?
Plasma.
Plasma exist.
Yeah, it's like a fire or something. But
I'm just asking you, in nature, where does this plasma gas exist?
It does exist. I think I
know it exists, but where?
Yeah. I think when lightning bolts occur, perhaps doesn't it energize enough air or something? I don't know, but it's a gas itself.
I do, but that's what I'm asking you. You're just making
Helio. Take it easy.
I'm proposing a thought experiment. I'm not even saying it's true, but I'm just saying, like, pretend you have a gas that's energized, thus that it can be interacted with magnetically. The magnet could pull in that energized gas, perhaps, and maybe not, right? But maybe you don't use a magnet. Maybe that doesn't
make
work.
Earth a globe at all.
But maybe what you do is you produce your own electrical field that interacts with that gas, and thus you're able to squish that gas in together, thus creating atmospheric pressure without an actual container, just through energy. And that would be similar to what I'm saying with gravity. You see, that's a thought experiment that works.
To simulate that, you'll need a container.
Let me read to you from, someone else could read it. I'm going to post it. Because you can go to all of the institutions, with the people that give you the definitions of gas pressure and how it actually works. You can look it up, and it says chemistry.edu. The pressure of gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. Kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collisions of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure. Force on an unit area. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecule collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the walls, the higher the pressure. And one more. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases.
What would happen if there was no container?
The walls have to be physical constructs. They could be energetic, according to that too, right?
According to what?
That definition. And even if it is overly specific, that still doesn't disprove what I'm even saying.
Talking about hyper specific, Meaning that like a virtual container is this?
So are you saying that I can go to my propane dealer and I could be, hey, propane gentleman seller, can I get that propane, but can we skip the tank? I don't want the container. Can I just take the propane with me?
I mean, obviously, I said nothing even close to that. I'm talking about an experiment where you're energizing some gas, interacting it with another magnetic field.
Right, but that doesn't exist in nature, though. We're talking about nature.
I'm not talking about nature, actually.
Okay,
I'm talking about
I know. Yes,
gravity.
We know you're not talking about nature.
No, you're not even. It sounds like you're trying to demonstrate, like you're in a feeble way trying to demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to something other than gravity. Like,
that's exactly
great,
correct.
but we want you to do it with gravity.
How can I pretend that something exists when human influence is involved? Just because I want it to be true some way where you can actually observe what. Yes. But what I'm asking you, I'm listening to every goddamn word you're saying. So what does that matter? I'm following the conversation. Is
Well, it seems like you were poking at my theories because I wasn't being exactly specific enough, and you're offended that I'm laughing at you because you're drunk off your ass.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm used to it. Go ahead.
I think you'll find that if you needed. I think you'll find that if you wanted to demonstrate what you're proposing, you're going to need physical containment.
And maybe so. Like I said, I've never even taken physics, but my point is that I know things are complex. I know even, I took upper level math. I know that even math can be very deceiving at points. Like, I know things are complicated. And so, but I'm saying is you should have that same humility. I mean, I'm coming here at least with some humility.
We've been brought down to the core.
What are you talking about?
And
I'm talking about the fact that even if you're like competent at math, you're numerate, you can still be deceived by things, right? I took a discrete math class and we had, that I don't know if you've ever seen this, 1 = 2. It's a proof that 1 = 2. And it's actually very good. It's very hard to see the flaw in the logic, but it's there, but it's hidden very well. So stuff like that.
0 divided by 0 = 1, right?
No. Divided by 0 is undefined.
You want to see some cool math?
I know that.
If you want to see some cool math, check out how Superman
flies. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Hey, this guy's been a great sport. Hey, I appreciate you talking to us and everything. And can we have someone maybe have a back and forth with him because he's all over the place. Who wants to speak to him? Maybe back and forth for a little bit.
Me. I want to talk to him about the Black Swan. So, can you see what's in the live stream voice text?
Bob.
Yeah, hold on. Who's talking now?
Orion.
All right, he's got it here.
What's this now?
It's a Black Swan is what they call it.
All right, so it's just simply a camera 1 foot above the surface of the water, right on the beach, right on the shore, and the camera's pointed out horizontally, and it's a still from a video. So it's just a photograph. Simple as that. So I just want to ask you a quick question. Is the horizon the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground? Is that what the horizon is to you?
I think that's an adequate description, yeah.
All right. So would you say that the horizon in this photograph is in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or beyond both oil rigs?
Beyond both.
All right. Yeah, I would say so myself as well. It's beyond both oil rigs. So the thing is that it's the second oil rig, the furthest oil rig, is 9.4 miles away. And at 1 foot observer height, the horizon must be no further than 1.22 miles. In this photograph, it's clearly photographed more than 9.4 miles away. And so this observation falsifies the radius of the globe Earth.
So, I mean, I have to do a bunch of math here or whatever, but it's So what is this photo demonstrating? I'm still not even
demonstrating. It's demonstrating that the horizon is about 10 times farther away than it should be for the Earth to be a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. See, on a ball, the horizon has a limit to how far away it can be because of the curvature of the Earth. So if there is no curvature of the Earth, then, so this demonstrates that the horizon is much further away than it should be for the Earth to be a ball with the radius that they say it is. Thus, it is not a ball with the radius that it say it is.
I'm interested in this logic. I'm just looking at the slide. It says if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's a fallacy. But is that intentionally there? I think it's intentionally there.
I believe it's called modus tollens.
Yeah,
I'm not an expert on these things, but I don't think it's fallacious. But if you care to point out how it could be, go ahead.
Yeah, so if P then Q, if not Q, then not P. That's not what if P then Q means. You could have...
Okay, hey, wait, hold on a second here. Hold on. Like, can you at least, like, by all means, let's have this conversation about this modus tollens things, by all means. But can you first address what I just said? Because we don't actually need to look at the modus tollens in order to
I was just reading the text and not following along. So what
no, I know, but like just acknowledge, like, let me just ask you first. Are you acknowledging that this photograph falsifies the radius? Are you acknowledging that? Or are you in contention with that?
I'm trying. That's a good question. I'm trying to understand here. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles (p), then every horizon distance measured.
Yeah, but wait, hold on, dude. Hold on. Oh no, wait, hold on. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I gotta cut you off because you're talking to me, and I gotta let you know I didn't put the modus tollens on there. So you see, I understand the logical argument. And I guess to a certain degree I understand the modus tollens, but I'm not an expert on the modus tollens. So I whatever question you're asking along these lines, I can't even answer it. And frankly, I'll be honest, I think it would be a complete waste of my time to even study on it and figure out how to answer it. It wouldn't do me any good. It really wouldn't. But so what I'm trying to say is, can you do you understand what I said, the words I said when I told you this observation falsifies the radius? The horizon has been photographed being 10 times further away than it should be at 1 foot observer height off the California coast. Do you acknowledge that this is impossible on a globe Earth? Do you acknowledge that, yes or no?
I don't, because I'm not aware of the math. But you may be completely
I just told you the math. What? Well, go look it up then. If you go look up a curvature calculator, go type in Earth curvature calculator.
Get his ass.
We're like out in a.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You still don't understand what this actually means, because the thing is that the globe has a certain dimensions, right? They claim a radius. So this radius, when you're standing on a 1 foot high, the 3959, which is the radius of the Earth, when you put it at 8 inches per mile square, every one, if you're at 1 foot, like the camera is at the top of the water, the radius, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, because the Earth is just so big. So when you're looking 10 times beyond that point, that means that radius is wrong, because geometry. If you have a basketball, you know the basketball has certain dimensions, and you can measure those dimensions, just like the Earth is claimed to be. Someone measure it, right? They claim certain dimensions to the Earth, and the observations,
well said.
The long distance observations are showing you something else.
I understand where you're coming from now. I understand. Thank you. And I do have a disagreement though with this, and it's the following. So. Okay, let's say, yes, I have a camera pointed 1 foot elevation. It's pointed out. Now, when I shouldn't be able to see something, that's only if something is sitting flat on the horizon. But if the thing protrudes up like a mountain, or in this case, it looks like an oil rig or something, that has elevation itself. So that would stick up beyond the horizon. So it looks like the one that's
point
9
is
point.
the horizon itself, not the oil rigs. You acknowledged that earlier.
Horizon. So how can something sit on a horizon? That doesn't even make sense.
It makes sense as a model, though. So, like,
but
let's say
horizon exists beyond the oil rigs.
Yeah, cartoon characters can sit on horizon.
Okay.
Correct, but it allows us to understand things. Some models like that work. Shadows are 2-dimensional. So it allows us to understand 3-dimensional space through 2 dimensions, right? It still works. And thus we can, in our mind, we can take a 2-dimensional thing that doesn't exist, and we can understand its shadows would be 1-dimensional. And that gives us a model for how to work with something like that. However, something like this, there's not something sitting exactly on horizon. However, the thing is a 3-dimensional object that has a height. So this thing is sticking up.
Hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, dude, but I think you're missing the point, though, that we're talking about where the horizon is, not where the oil rigs are. You get that, right?
So, but the point, what I think you're saying is that the oil rig shouldn't be visible. Is that what you're saying?
No. What we're saying is the horizon we are using the oil rigs to demarcate distance. Okay, so we're not talking about where the oil rigs are, how much of the oil rigs we can see. We are just using the oil rigs to figure out distance, to demarcate distance. Okay,
I see what you're saying.
And so what we're saying is the horizon is much further away than it should be.
Yes, no, I understand what you're saying now, and that is actually an interesting point. The fact that what you're saying, let me try to phrase this myself, is that, okay, if I'm 1 foot up, the horizon should be a certain distance away. And if it is a certain distance away, then why does a horizon still appear further out than what this oil rig is?
No.
Right?
Essentially, yes.
No. Yeah, and that's an interesting point. Like, how can the horizon appear further out than what the oil rig is if the horizon is only supposed to be at 1.22 miles? No, that's interesting.
It's not curving
downwards. And I understand why you would say it's not curving there. Like, no, that's a legitimate point.
But just to be a little more precise, remember, we want to be very precise with our words. It's not that we would say after pointing that out. I mean, you can say. I'm not saying don't say, but say that the Earth is flat. But it's just after that you can say with absolute definity you're not on a ball with the radius that we were taught in school.
Well, it could be that, but it could be something else too. There could be other explanatory factors. That's my point. That's why I'm not convinced yet. So I would have to look into this more. It is interesting, and now I took 2 things away from this. Both are very interesting thought experience. If I leave from the North Pole, so I'm not spinning effectively at all, and I land at the equator, well, then I'm going 1,600 whatever miles an hour. How does that work? That is an interesting point. And there could be an explanation, such as you leave from the North Pole, the inertia of the wind is effectively 0, and as you go to the equator, it's effectively 1,600 miles an hour. So maybe that's an explanation, maybe it's not, but it is a good point. I've never thought about that. Like I said, I've never looked into flat Earth. This is also a very interesting point conceptually. If the horizon is supposed to be out 1.22 miles here, and yet this oil rig is out 9.41 miles, and the horizon is appearing behind it, how the hell does that work, right? No, it's a good point.
Well, just to let you know, there's other days that this observation has been made, and you could see an island that is like 30 miles away beyond these 2 points that you can observe. So the horizon will be behind the island that is 30 plus miles away.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, this is an interesting point. And like I said, I'm definitely not a believer or anything like that. However, I will look into this stuff because I think it's interesting. And like I said, I mean, I've been through enough math to know that a lot of things can be deceiving, right? The Monte Carlo problem, how that is not intuitive at all. But there it is. And after you can grok it or whatever, and then it's like, I don't know if you're aware of that. But it's something that's very, very not intuitive, but it's it's statistically true. And there you go. And Zeno's paradox is another one. I've never really found that one as compelling, but it is interesting to think about. But obviously, it has to be false because we're able to move wherever to walk from, one place to another. So thus, movement is possible. But anyway, yeah, this is interesting though. I will take a look into it though. It'll be an interesting discussion Bob and I will have, I'm sure.
And you're a rare person. You're a rare person to actually acknowledge that the burden of proof is on the heliocentric globe model. Most people are in denial of that.
No, that is not true. That is exactly correct. Because what we observe is not heliocentric, then the burden of proof is on people to demonstrate that it is.
Yeah, sure. And the original claim, the whole story, we didn't make up the story. That was the original claim. Yeah, but you're rare to actually acknowledge that during the.
Very smart.
Well, no, I mean, I told you I'm an open-minded person, and I'm going to be fair, even when it goes against points or whatever, even if I don't, I have, Bob knows this, he knows me, and I do have a nuanced view on things or whatever, so that's how I am. So I'm glad to talk with you all and all that. It's interesting. Yeah, I got 2 extremely good points from this, and that's exactly what I was asking initially. What is the best evidence? Both of these are actually quality answers to that. These are both 2 things that are, I can look at them and I can't answer them. I can throw out random theories, but none of them seem satisfying, right? I'm sure they're not right. So I'd have to look into that.
I would suggest you get your own Discord account, and you can come back here and browse through our info channels. You can join discussions with us, either in voice chat or in text chat.
I'll give him access to mine.
You can DM.
He doesn't like to share. He doesn't like to share his information with anybody, so I'll let him have access to mine. Okay.
I'm gonna give you one more. I'm gonna give you this one. The Marconi in the 1900s, early 1900s, he produced the first direct message transatlantic communication, radio communication. It was a 2-way wireless communication from New England, Massachusetts, east coast of the U.S. to Scotland. That's over 4,000 kilometers away from point A to point B. So if there was a wall of water between the 2 towers, that wouldn't be possible. That cannot happen.
That is true. However, that's only true if it's using line of sight, and some forms of wireless communication do not. They can bounce off the ionosphere, like shortwave or whatever.
Well, they can bounce off the ceiling of the container above us.
Yes, the firmament.
Yeah. So I mean. Yeah, that shortwave bounces off the ionosphere back down to Earth. That's how it works. That's how I've been told it works. So there can be non-line of sight communication, right? Or I mean, obviously, obviously, Wi-Fi is not exactly line of sight. It can go through only a certain amount of mass. But in your case, yes, there'd be way too much water to go through. So there's no way it could at that point, right? It would be. Thousands of miles of water it would have to penetrate in order to go through that. So no,
impossible.
That would be impossible.
So that one was over 4,000 kilometers, the first transatlantic communication, right? And then I'm posting the other one that is a more interesting one. I mean, they're both interesting, but this one is even supersede the other one. This one was done, the first direct wireless message from England to Australia, set under the direction of the Marconi, right? It was so from England to Australia, there's over 10,000 kilometers direct message from point A to point B.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, that is also interesting, but I mean, I would presume they would have an explanation such as bouncing off the ionosphere like a shortwave radio does or something, right? I'm sure that would be their explanation. and that would make sense.
You're saying that they have relays, like another station here, another station there.
No. I'm saying, like, so they send out the communication, but instead of sending it line of sight, they send it upward, and it bounces off the ionosphere back down.
But you gotta remember, England is on one side of the sphere, right? If we were in a sphere, I don't believe, because we're not. But in the ball, England is on this side of the sphere, and Australia is at the other side, opposite side of the sphere. And you're saying that they did this by bouncing the radio, like in space or something?
But doesn't shortwave reach? Can shortwave reach around the other side of the Earth? I thought it actually could.
Direct, because it's direct. It's pointing towards a direction. It's connecting one tower with the other one as a direct message. That's why they described it themselves as a direct message, a direct communication, two-way signal from point A to point B.
Marconi was actually told that his test would be impossible due to the curvature of the Earth, and when it was successful, they had to come up with quote explanation. Right, so they're just adding to their burden of proof.
Yeah, and I mean, and all this is true. Like, I mean, I understand how science does work, and that is burden of proof is on them. If that's evidence that their model is incorrect, and they have to come up with either an explanation for it or reevaluate the model. I mean, that is science. So,
but there's also pseudoscience, right? That those people masquerade certain things as science, but they're actually explaining pseudoscience and selling it as science.
Right, I'm aware of that. Like we have a lot. Our institutions, unfortunately, are corrupted to the point where a lot of the science that's put out. I mean, you don't have to explain that to me. I'm aware enough just to look and see what's going on with the whole last 3 years. What happened? That wasn't science, right? And here we are. And I'm aware of that. Like and I see, and you see all these, the crisis in science of not having reproducible studies, which means they're just making stuff up. I know of academics that have worked in that environment, and they have seen massive corruption in there. And that's just, I mean, we have a lot of corrupt systems nowadays, so it's the way it is.
You can add astronomy, astrophysics, theoretical physics, cosmology, and a whole bunch more to that list, mate.
Yeah, I mean, and I know there's bullshit in there too, like
pseudoscience. Yeah.
So string theory isn't a theory, correct? Because it's not even a hypothesis. Because if it was a hypothesis, you would be able to test that, right? That's how you have a hypothesis. It has to be testable. Well, it's string theory. Not only is it not a theory, but it's not a hypothesis because it cannot be tested. And so what is it, a conjecture? And it has no business being in science whatsoever because it can't be tested. So yes, and that's been in now for 50 years? String theory has been a big thing, even though it's not scientific. So yeah, I am aware of stuff like that goes on. Like, I mean, I do believe in a scientific method, but I think you need to actually impose it correctly, and that means people who come up with conjectures, you don't call that a theory.
Have you noticed? Have you kind of noticed that this globe theory that nobody in here can find anywhere in reality? If you go out there and test the world, you can find the globe, but then they put it to you every time you see the globe is between a cartoon, a screen, a drawing, and it's being pushed to you through movies, propaganda, and repeat it to you until you kind of think about it, like it's in the background of your mind, but you actually never experience it.
Yes, and I'm aware that our institutions or whatever do that intentionally in other areas of life for sure. They try to indoctrinate people when they're young or whatever into believing certain things, and that's the way our system works. And basically, all systems work like that that people live under. But I'm not saying that this is necessarily wrong, because at one time, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Galileo, who got persecuted by the church, he actually had the whole he believed in heliocentrism, but he believed it on faith. He actually had no evidence it was true. And I know that's true because I've actually looked into that. And then evidence came out that supported his hypothesis later on, and then it became, established or whatever.
And the new religion, the new religion of today, the modern religion that people believe they live in a spinning globe going through the vacuum of space. And they're thinking they're gonna go towards this fantasy vacuum of space one day and travel through it. Have you ever heard people dreaming of that?
Well, I don't believe. Yeah, I mean, even though I still do believe in the globe, I'm going to look into what you say. But right now, obviously, I wouldn't. That would be inappropriate of me to change my opinion on the spot by having.
Sir, you are a great sport, and you're listening and giving your ideas back, and that's great because we engage in communication. And the thing is that we are overviewing a lot of things here. You can actually look through a lot of information. You could spend probably months, years looking into a lot of this information, and you're gonna still be learning every day, because when you move away the fantasy story, the globe, the exoplanets, the billions and trillions and quadrillions of miles away and light travel, when you put that away and you look into reality and the practical things, there's a lot of things in reality, in the objective world that we can actually do that have nothing to do with the globe, right? Engineering, communication systems, whatever, technology, politics, all that kind of stuff. You never have to take the globe into account for any practical thing, anything that you accomplish ever in your life. You never take the globe into account unless you're working for these pseudosciences and they pay you to make up stories about places that you've never been to. And you never will be.
Yeah, and I'm aware of that. Like, the globe model, whether it's true or not, right, it doesn't really impact our day-to-day life. The only way it would is if you guys were to be correct, that would be a horrendous amount of deception thrown upon the world. And in that case, I would consider that extremely impactful, right? But
especially these days that they're telling you that NASA has saved you from an asteroid that it was gonna fall on your head, but NASA had to take your productivity and your time and tax you and take your money and from your children's money and send a satellite up there to hit the asteroid so the asteroid doesn't fall on your head. So NASA is your savior now.
Can I focus on what he just said a second ago? Wait, can I address what you said a second ago? So you were just, saying it wouldn't affect our day-to-day lives, knowing whether or not the Earth is a ball or flat, and but then, you kind of just admitted that, it would certainly wake up a lot of people and know to the fact that they've been lied to about a really big thing, except for that. But I just want to point out that would make a really big difference, because then a lot more people would be thinking critically, not just about the surface of the Earth, but, they might not be so sheep-like, wouldn't you say? I mean, wouldn't that make a difference?
Exactly correct. That is but there's other ways of doing that. I was talking to Bob here. So I don't know if we can talk about the vaccine. Is that not safe to talk about?
Well, you can brush it. You can brush it a little bit, but try to use different terms like
we'll use lingo
instead of. Yeah, use some lingo if you want to.
We'll
just for a brief.
We call it cocoa on the jab. So cocoa moving through the air and jab.
I'm just going to call it the product. Okay, so the product that was developed by our wonderful drug companies, over the last several years and given to people. The government came out. Remember, what did they say when they came out? They said safe and effective. Well, and is logical conjunction. We know what that means. Effective, they had data that showed it was initially. But what about that part safe? So that is the part that we all know is fake. It doesn't require anything, no looking into it. You can deduce that is false because they had no long that's beyond a lot of people. It's not taught in school. It's not encouraged.
But
stuff like that is avoided.
That state of mind is temporary, because remember, the propaganda and the lies and the influx of bad information is very prevalent. They have to be injecting people with the propaganda, the fear, 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days. They have to be pushing this whole thing. Once that stops, people throw those fantasies away. Then people start thinking for themselves instead of taking the bad information and the bad input of information. Why do you think they push this so much? They spend so much energy, so much time, so many resources into lying to you, because they have to put the energy and the effort to keep the lie going. Once they stop doing that, the house of cards just falls apart.
Yeah, and I think there's truth to that, where if people realized like how much BS came out of our systems or institutions and how corrupt they really were and how much they just fabricate, then I think there would have to be a certain point, the sheep would rebel at a certain point. They would realize that their shepherd was bad and corrupt, and they would say no more of this. And but I don't know. People are awfully compliant, and that's what makes me think people will never wake up, by and large. Like you see in China, what's going on with those people over there, it's terrible how they're being treated. And it's like they didn't. But here's the bizarre thing. This is something I don't understand about people, is I see this, but then I see, I actually was watching somebody on YouTube. He actually lived in China. He's originally from South Africa, so he moved over there because his country was a hellhole. So he moved over to China just to get away from it, and I think just to kind of be an adventurer. But anyway, what's interesting about that, he has interesting insights about the people, and he was saying, "Are people really going to be rebelling against this? All that's going on being put upon them?" Well, no, because Mao was way, way worse than what's going on now, and they didn't rebel under that, right? They were able to keep control. So that's the thing is So how are you going to actually? I'm curious, because I agree with what you're saying on waking people up, engaging in critical thinking. I think this is a important thing. However, I want to know, because I bet you guys have had discussions on that. What would it take? What would it look like? Just questions about that.
You don't have to go to your neighbor and knock on his door and tell him, "Hey, the Earth is not a spinning globe," or "Don't take the EV jubi jabi." You don't have to be that person. You can do whatever you want to do. There's people that are gonna share the information and talk about it with their friends and with their family, or not do it. I don't have to do it. You don't have to do it, but there are people that will do it, and eventually, people tomorrow, next year, and 100 years, who knows? People are gonna realize that lies are just lies and wake up to the fact. But because the neighbor is watching TV 24/7 and believing everything that comes through the tube or through the screens, that's not gonna stop me from living my life, right? And doing the normal things that I do every day. What we do here in this Discord is something that we enjoy doing, and we enjoy getting information, knowing the truth, and kind of like not letting the system deceive us, because now I know better I don't know everything, but I know a few things, and I know how to call bullshit on some things now, right? So whenever there's this salesman trying to sell me this BS, I can turn it away. I don't have to take it. Right? But then in other stuff, if I want to go to the movies with my wife and enjoy a movie night, I'll do that, even though I know the movie is going to show me a globe or whatever, or is in the movie is going to be like a pandemic and people taking the jibby jabs in the movie. I can enjoy watching that shit. I'm not gonna turn down the movie because I know the truth. But I'm just saying that I don't want blood in the street, even though there is blood in many nations happening right now, war and all this kind of stuff. But not everything is as bad as it's being painted on the movies and the TV or whatever. I will say, even though we want to put people down, most people are stupid, whatever. I don't think so. Most people they want to do good. They obviously have to conform with the system or whatever. But we have a lot of good things going on as well. And even if the world is not perfect or whatever, it's not that I'm not gonna change the whole world myself, but I'm gonna take small changes within myself, my family, try to teach them the things the right way, the way they're supposed to be, and take it from there. And whatever it goes, you know. I can't just I can't take over the world myself, but as a group effort, it might have some type of impact, and it does have an impact, in my opinion.
Well,
what's interesting about the globe lie compared to other lies that we're told is that on the surface, it doesn't really seem to affect anybody's day-to-day life. They can go about their whatever they want to do and not give it any mind, and it's not going to have any impact on the way that they're operating, you know, within their life. Other lies have this more direct impact upon their lives, you know, immediately. And the globe lie is more of a mental type prison, and but then they can use it to mold your view and certain actions that you may take, because you know we have global warming, and you know we have to worry about asteroid impacts and things of that nature.
They give you a lot to think about.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys. I really do appreciate those two examples too. I will think about those and look into that, because those are both those are the types of things I want to work through. I'm interested in. Like I said, I've never really even looked into this, and those two things are head scratchers, right? So I like stuff like that. Anyway, so you give me a lot to think about here. And I think I'm gonna pass this back over to Bob here. So thanks, guys.
Hey, tell Bob to show you this screen. You see this screen? You see the screen, Bob?
He's navigating.
You see, you remember when because you were talking about the jibby jabbies, and they were gonna tell you this is coming for you. You see the live stream voice text, the last posted image?
Yeah.
So they told you this was coming for you, and you didn't fall for it, right?
No,
Do you see any similarities with this one? They also show you this one in the screen as well, like almost every day, everywhere. You see the similarities?
Yeah, I mean, I mean the messaging on this whole thing was on the not just the product, but the reason for the product, we'll call it. Yeah, it was just not very good, right? I mean, we got the data, you know, and I actually think that the virus, I'll say that, I think that's safe, was more dangerous than what the death toll showed, to be fair, because it, you know, I paid attention, and when it happened, they had that Diamond Princess cruise ship or whatever that had the big outbreak, and a lot of those people did actually
Yeah. So undeafened. I just wanted to ask you a simple question: what reason do you have to doubt that it's flat?
The reason I have is there is evidence to support that it is spherical, obviously, right? It's not without evidence. And the reason I would say that I haven't looked into it a lot, like I said, but I guess my thing is, yes, I think our system has a lot of BS in it. However, I do think that it's a problem. Realizing that it's a BS is by taking it too far. I understand that the pendulum swings both ways, and that's a risk you have to take. So there's always nuance, and so I think there's a lot of evidence that supports it being a spheroid, and I guess there's so much it does explain, and my thinking is that, it's not just in the Bible. What's funny about this, what's very interesting about flat Earth is that I was telling Bob, most people come to flat Earth, and I suspect this, like I said, I haven't been into it, but I suspect it's from a biblical model. And it's funny because when you talk to a lot of Christians, they'll say that the Earth isn't flat. That's not in the Bible or whatever. But Bob understands it actually is, and I understand it is. I just think that's just one of the things that isn't correct in the Bible, right? I know that people say, some people say this is wrong in the Bible and that's wrong in the Bible. I call BS on most of that. I tear all that apart. It's not well reasoned, but there are some things that I talked to Bob about this. I don't want to go into any of this in particular, but there are some things that I think are objectively incorrect. And I think this would be one of them, but I understand where they were coming from. My thinking is that, in that whole part of the world, actually that was the model of the Earth and all the peoples who lived in that part of the world. And with a firmament, a disc-shaped Earth.
I don't mean to interrupt you here, but can I just redirect you to the question? It was a very short question.
Sure.
What reason do you have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Bro, just let him finish what he wanted to say. Like, are you in a rush or something? It's so annoying.
Well, he's just talking about the Bible.
I'm gonna interrupt you because you interrupted him and whatever. I wanted to hear what he wanted to say.
About the Bible, man.
I'll mute your ass and fucking, bro. It's so annoying. If someone is trying to say something,
I wasn't trying to be rude. I didn't think he was really answering.
You don't mean to interrupt, but you've been interrupted like 10 times already. But you don't mean it.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, well,
no. I mean, here. Let me ask you. Let me be a little more specific. Like pictures from space. Do you believe that's evidence for the globe Earth?
So, as I understand it, there is only one picture that shows the entire hemisphere of the Earth lit. And I believe there is exactly one. The rest they're not correct. They're not real. And I know I know that they cartoon up all these images. Like that's just how it's done or whatever. But as I understand it, one of the
because it has to be.
So and whether that is or not, it's like I know that there is one that is purported to be a hemisphere of the Earth lit up, and it was they took it. I wasn't on a return from the moon. It one of these things or whatever, and that one is supposedly real, but all of the rest of them are not. Like we don't have any actual pictures of the Earth with the Earth actually properly lit up, except that one. But as I understand it, there is one, and that one is like from 1969 or whatever. Yeah.
How fake it is.
So that one is. Yeah, that one is claimed to be real. None of the others are even claimed to be real. But here's the thing. I think what you're getting at is they don't state anywhere that these are all fake images, right? There's no disclaimer or anything. And they just
leave it. They actually do. They tell you they're composite imagery. They tell you.
But like if you see the video or a picture or a video or something, it doesn't say it right there. So it's almost like they're letting it lay so that you get the impression that it is real. And I understand that to be correct, right? That goes on a lot with space imagery. Or obviously they like with the new telescope they put up, whatever it's called, James Webb or whatever. It's not even a visual light telescope, so it's seeing infrared. And so infrared we can't see, therefore obviously all images that come from it have to be changed from infrared into visual light. Therefore, by that measure, I mean they're all made up, right? They're saying it's infrared, but I understand that like infrared is a real thing. That's a thing. It's like they're just representing it, but they're able to represent it then in any way, shape, and form they want to, right? They're able to not necessarily shape, but the coloring is all artificial, right? The actual hues and the brightness. Maybe the brightness does represent the heat, but do they do that exactly evenly, or do they go in there and Photoshop it? So you do have a point there. But yes, to answer your question is, as I understand it, there is exactly one image of the Earth.
That they claim.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think it's a fascinating thing because me just throwing an example like that, the quote unquote pictures from space, it seems to me like you don't even have any faith behind. I'm except for one, right? Do you have faith behind that one photograph?
Does anyone consider this? If you look at where they claim the moon landings are, I mean, we know they didn't take a picture of the Earth while they were on the moon, right? But you know where the Earth was when they were on the moon? It was directly above their head because, according to, the idea, it's tidally locked to Earth, right? We always see the same side of the moon. There's like 5 or 6 moon landing sites. And the only place that they could see Earth from the moon when they were there is directly above their head.
He sobered up for like an hour.
Well, they telling you that they are the most high and they are looking at the Earth and they seeing the whole thing from one perspective. They're painting the Earth as an object, and this reality is the opposite of that. This place is not an object.
No, I get that. But logistically, they, if the moon's totally locked,
can I just say it a little more simply?
And you're standing on the moon, you're going to look at the Earth. It's going to be directly above your head, and it's going to be humongous. It's not going to look like a little fucking thing on the horizon. It's going to be directly above your head, and it's going to be humongous.
Yeah, Helio, I think he understands you. But I just wanted to see if he could answer my question. So, do you still believe that this one thing that they claim is a photograph from space? Do you even believe that this one is, or what?
I think my gut is they're telling the truth. Of course, I don't know, but yeah, I think it was like an unveiling or whatever when they found out they had a hypothesis. That, maybe it's heliocentric. And again, like I said, Galileo took that on faith. It wasn't real. He postulated that, that there's planets or whatever, and they're going around the sun too and all this. And it was just a faith-based thing with him, which is ironic because he was a scientist, but he took that all on faith. But I mean, to be fair, right? A lot of science has to work like that.
Maybe he was a pseudoscientist.
Well, no, it doesn't. Science doesn't have to work that way. Science is just a method for establishing cause and effect relationships. I don't know what faith has to do with that.
But here's why it does. Because if you're doing science, you make observations, and those give you hunches, right? And so then you have to make a hypothesis, and then you have to go, you're supposed to go and try to carefully, wittily disprove your own hypothesis. That's the method. And so he didn't do that. But what my point is, I think it's like he was doing.
Physical science or
the method.
Yeah, let's just address this really quickly. So we're not talking about science here. It's a very interesting thing sometimes, like when you're talking about biochemistry or establishing this or that cause and effect relationship. But we're not trying to establish cause and effect relationships here. I was just simply asking you the question. I was trying to get like a short, more concise answer. Do you believe that any of these quote unquote pictures from space are real? Yes or no?
Yeah. I said the one of Earth that's that shows the Earth illuminated, the whole hemisphere of it that was facing the camera. I think that one's real.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you some simple questions here, follow-up questions. Simple follow-up questions that are important. So have you ever seen a horse with your own eyes?
Sure.
All right, so if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not?
Yeah.
All right, if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, do you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture or not?
No, I don't.
All right, so now we've established that. Do you believe in Bigfoot?
Nope.
All right, I don't either. Now, if I showed you a picture of Bigfoot, is that sufficient evidence for Bigfoot to be real to you?
No, it's not.
All right, yeah, it's not for me either. And so, what's the difference between that logical pathway in your mind with the picture of Bigfoot and the idea of Bigfoot in your mind? What's the difference between that and the pictures from space?
Yeah,
why do you treat those the same way?
I can answer that. So the reason that they are different is there's more evidence than just that picture. So the evidence, some evidence is compelling. The fact that they're able to predict eclipses and show exactly. So a few years back, there was an eclipse that went directly over us. We were right under it. Remember that, Bob? Yeah.
That's not a prediction. That's a post-diction. It's based on cycles that have been happening, and our ancestors lived through those cycles, and people have been observing them, putting them on writings, and happening, and it happens again. And it's a post-diction, not a prediction, because it's like the sun is gonna rise from the east at 5 a.m, and you know that's gonna happen. You know why? Because it happens every single morning.
Yeah, but these are not. I'd say that's not quite right though, because the sun rises every morning, but solar eclipse or a full lunar eclipse or solar eclipse, that's what it was here recently. The solar eclipse. The cycles aren't exactly, they're so erratic. So this is the thing. Under the globe model, like when you look up the path of a solar eclipse, the solar eclipse doesn't happen all over the world at once. It's only on a path, and it's over time. So you have to.
There is no globe model that predicts the lunar eclipses. It's the zero cycle, which is based on a geocentric model.
Yeah, but solar eclipse, though, that's what it was. I misspoke when I said lunar eclipse. It was a solar eclipse.
All of the cycles are based on cycles that are based on a geostationary Earth and the heavens moving above your head, like a watch, like a clock.
Yeah, but the thing is, the moon does go between the sun, and they're able to predict that. And that understanding of it didn't really come about until like Newtonian physics or whatever, like that preciseness. You had other cultures that understood.
It happened before Newton and Newtonian physics. It happened many, many, many times before that idea was conceived, and it happens during the idea conception and after the idea conception. So you get the point. It happened before, and it happened after.
Yeah, so I know like the Mayans had a calendar that would show stuff like this, but I don't think it was like we are 100% right now every time about that, like where it's going to be across the whole Earth. So they showed it crossing our town here we live in, and you know it was right on, and it was like we were going to be at this time it will be 100%. Eclipse will be 100% totality.
You know what the Selenelian eclipse is? Selenelian, that's the name, guys? Selenelian. So the Selenelian eclipse, you can see a lunar eclipse where the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, and you see the eclipse happening on the moon, and you see the shadow that is supposed to be the Earth, right? The shadow of the Earth on the moon, and you can shadow come from the upper area of the moon. So you see the sun and the moon above the horizon. Can anybody has any posting so he can see it? Because I'm driving but yeah, the Selenelian eclipse, they call it in the heliocentric model, they call it the impossible eclipse, because the heliocentric model cannot predict or explain this natural phenomena that happens in reality. So what you're saying and what you're claiming at the moment is totally debunked.
I've never heard of that before.
Look it up. The Selenelium eclipse, the impossible eclipse.
You can see the sun and the moon above the clouds once you get up in an airplane.
Bob's explaining it. Hold on.
Basically, you can see the sun and the moon above the clouds whenever you're flying an airplane, but also on Earth you can see basically the total solar eclipse at the same time. Correct?
Did you hear him? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. I'm gonna mute in a little bit. But also the shadow is coming from the opposite side. Instead of coming from below where the Earth is below the horizon, right? And the sun and the moon above the horizon, but the shadow is coming from the top of the moon. So therefore you can for certainty tell that shadow is not being caused by the Earth being between the sun and the moon. It's pretty simple.
See, I've never heard that. That's interesting. I'll have to look into it. No, I've never heard of that before. I only know of lunar eclipses and solar eclipses.
That is a lunar eclipse.
So it's a special kind, though, right?
There's more things going on.
The thing is that they claim that the eclipses happen because we live on a curving, spinning ball. That's not the only. I mean, that is not the reality, bro. I'm just letting you know. And look at the Selenelian eclipse, and you'll see what I'm trying to tell you.
There's more things going on than what they say.
Yeah, I'll look into this stuff. It's interesting. Like I said, I'm an open-minded person or whatever, but I mean the evidence for a spherical model, I think, is pretty good. Like there are good things that it predicts that are compelling. I understand that doesn't mean it's true, which is what you guys would say. And so
wait. How is that an argument, though? I don't mean to interrupt, but like, what it predicts things. Like I could just say the same exact sentence and it'd be just as compelling and logical about the flat Earth. I believe that the Earth is flat because the flat Earth. We don't even have a flat Earth model, but let's pretend that we have one for a second. Like the flat Earth model predicts all the stuff in the sky perfectly. Thus, the Earth is flat. Like, come on, man. What is that?
If that were true, then that would be good too.
No, you're misunderstanding me. You're misunderstanding me. What I'm trying to say is it's stupid. It's fallacious. What I just said is stupid.
No, that's not stupid. I'm sorry, but that is, if you have a model that actually predicts things like that, that isn't stupid.
There's a lot of times.
Well, okay. What?
There's a lot of times the flat Earth model and the spherical model line up with each other, and they both could explain the same things.
Can you hear Bob?
I guess so. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Like, I guess I don't know. Maybe what we're saying is nonsensical.
So your point is if they both explain the same thing or whatever, then it doesn't just one or the other aren't disproven. That still doesn't make it stupid, though. It just means they're both in contention. They're both in a running still. True. That's what it means.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, to say the statement, I think the Earth is a globe because the globe Earth model predicts things, or I think the Earth is flat because the flat Earth model predicts things, that's a stupid thing to say, is what I'm saying. Like Well, like in reference to at least. Wait.
Yeah.
I want to be more clear here. In reference to the ground, that would be true, but in reference to stuff in the sky, that doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, stuff in the sky does stuff. Lights in the sky move around and do stuff, but that doesn't dictate the surface of the Earth and what it's conforming to be.
Can I have the phone?
Yeah, hang on, Bob. Bob's getting the phone back here. Here you go.
Hey guys, we're going to be done for the night, but thank you so much for talking and listening. And you've given my friend here a lot of things to contemplate and to figure out, but we're both getting pretty tired here, so
past our bedtime.
It's past our bedtime. But thank you guys very much. We'll come back here again. I very much appreciate you guys' knowledge and understanding and your patience. So thank you very much.
Hey, before you check out, look at that video I just posted in live stream voice text. He was asking about the Jamsey brought up the Selenium. I posted a video.
Here, we'll take a look at it. But yeah, thanks. Hey, thanks for listening, you guys. And you gave him a lot of good things to think about. So I appreciate you guys so much. You have no idea.
I appreciate you hanging out and being cordial. Yeah, good stuff.
Good night, everyone.
Peace. He's pretty cool. He was actually pretty cordial. I like that. That was good stuff. I'm like 15 seconds from passing out. I got to work. So appreciate you guys. They holding down the fort. But yeah, if you want a good Selenium video, save that one. That's from Missouri. I mean, no, it's Illinois, not Missouri. No, it's close to Missouri. It's right on the border of Illinois, Missouri, Cahokia Mountain, where you can see the sun, just like Jemsy was describing. It's the impossible eclipse, right? You wouldn't be able to see the sun on one horizon and see the lunar eclipse coming from the top when you can see both at the same time, and it's supposed to be the Earth causing the shadow on the moon. No, not gonna happen. Hey, and by the way, November 8th, this I think it's a couple weeks, November 8th, we're gonna have a blood moon eclipse, so everybody get ready. I have a lot of footage of the blood moon. I think most of North America are going to be able to see it, so it's going to be good stuff. It's not the Earth occulting the moon. Check. Oh, shit. Sorry if anybody heard me. Nobody's responding. You guys want me to play a video? Probably find something to play and then I'm going to crash out. I got to work in a couple of hours. Let's see. Play that video. Wrong account. Shout out to Jamsy, man. Thanks for bringing that up earlier about the Selenium. No, even it doesn't matter what side you're on. Most people haven't heard of the Selenium. It's good stuff. And I just saw it, and a Facebook post today. It was like, oh, there's a blood moon coming on November 8th. I'm like, oh shit. Find a good place to capture some cool images of the blood moon coming up. Play this while I find another video to play. This longer while I can go to sleep. Go to sleep, little one. Check. Hmm.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Glovers! Glovers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Pretty far out, man. It took bunch of videos on my fucking channel. I'm gonna look into that shit. That's fucked up. With it tomorrow. Gonna not be upset because I have to go to sleep. Took a shitload of videos off my channel. Blowers. Oh. Well, I won't just play this one again. It's pretty good. It's Crow 777, Old Benjamin, and David Weiss. Good video.
You were talking the other day saying, that you don't necessarily believe the earth is flat. You want to stay away from the term flat earther. I embrace it because it's the most offensive term out there.
I embrace it for that. Ironically, I embrace it for that reason. Like, I'll call myself a flat earther just because it offends people, and I think that's ridiculous. But if I was just being more precise with my speech, I would just say realm earther or globe denier, or, because there's valleys and mountains, and I don't know what the whole thing is. Like,
that's what I say is globe denier is the best, because we don't know what this is. And flat earth is not a description. It's a description of level and horizontal. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's it. So we're all on it. We're on the same page there. But one thing that you said, and it kind of helps me be a little nicer to people that don't get it, is like, hey, if you don't believe in the flat earth, that's fine. We could still be friends. And yes, we can. It's just, I have a little issue with people that can't do it, people that can't see it. Hey, listen, you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But if you want to talk about it and you don't know what you're talking about, that's where I get a little crazy.
What's ironic is we have a vernacular term that we have all used all our lives, which basically means flat earth, sea level.
Yeah,
we've been using it. It's one day I was sitting there doing something. I realized words have meaning. What's sea level? It describes this realm, is what it does. And probably the people who invented the term or they knew what they were describing. And by the way, I still don't know to this day how people who are so well educated and logically minded can get by the water. It's not level, it's curving.
Yeah, curving water. Yeah, and another thing is just how many flat earth maps there are at the UN and places like that. Yeah. I don't know if they're pokes in the eye or if it's like their inner knowing just trying to scream out subconsciously. I don't know because I don't always know. I'm starting to not think that these people are aware or conscious enough to be funny. I don't know, but who knows? Maybe they do just know. But they have like perfect flat earths everywhere in the UN. It's like they even have one that shows outer lands that looks kind of like the moon, and that's hanging on the wall at the United Nations.
Wait a minute, hold on. We were looking for evidence that one that you saw is actually on the wall, and we just hear a claim. There's no proof that it's on the wall, but that's a new map. It was created on some YouTube channel, and we have no evidence that it's in the UN. The one that just came out recently, like in the last couple of weeks, right?
Oh yeah. Well, somebody told me that I trusted, so that's just
yeah. So
the UN logo is a flat Earth map.
Absolutely,
so that's why
100%.
That's why I didn't I didn't feel weird. I felt like that checked out because literally the UN map is actually a flat Earth map with a ring around it. So that's why I'm like, oh yeah.
With 33 divisions, wouldn't it be ironic if that little map shows a third of our realm?
Yeah. Well, the Prague map is
the clock.
Yeah, that's an interesting map, or that clock in Prague. And I used to live in the Czech Republic. I don't remember the clock. I've looked at the clock, but I didn't look at it with knowing what I know now.
Well, it's been redone. Dave, do you know all about the Prague clock?
I do know about it. And I know that they changed the graphic behind it.
Right. It was burned or refurbished more than once. But I think what I suspect is true, and this is my gut and a little bit of research, but not enough to call it a fact. It's not a fact. I suspect that Game of Thrones dealt with what the Prague clock is showing us when they kept saying, hey man, winter is coming. We don't know when it's going to get here, and we don't know how long it's been. There was one winter that was hundreds of years long, and our ancestors say there was a winter that was thousands of years long. Yeah. So what the Prague clock does is in the small center offset circle where the hands of the clock came out is the realm we know. What I suspect is that is the path of the spiraling sun of moon as it goes through the larger realm, which is the larger circle, which would mean if there's only one sun and moon, that as it moves, whatever's left behind freezes and regenerates as it thaws other places as it goes around. But just the lunar information that was built into the original clock shows how much further along in natural law they were than we are now.
Yeah, I think that's what happens because people talk about the Ice Age, and they'll do the globe and make it just look like ice just, covered the realm and no one knows why, or, blah, blah, blah. I absolutely think that it's a circle of life and sun and moon that just keep moving around, and wherever it is not at is where it freezes. And there's like miles of glacier ice,
Well, theoretically, an ice age would mean that water is very scarce, right? Because most of it would be bound up in ice.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite of what's going on now. They want you to buy global warming, which means there's less ice, which means there's more available water.
And if that is how the world works, you don't have to worry about getting through thousands of years of an ice age. You just migrate with the pond. You migrate with the pond all the way around. Your ancestors just migrate around.
I think it moves. I mean, if it moves like a clock moves or like natural thing moves, it's probably moving right now. It just keeps moving.
Well, it would have to just gradually, but that what could be, we're not allowed to reach the outer edges. We're blocked by treaties and warships and this Antarctic idea. If you could get to those ideas, conceivably, you would either be able to see thawing that wasn't there or freezing that wasn't there if you could get to the edge. Probably in the east, you would see the freezing. Probably in the west, you would see the thawing, if I had to venture a guess, and that's a total guess.
And I just released it was from another channel. I just had it on the app. It was somebody was using the maritime ship tracking system, and they found several ships deep inside the ice of Antarctica where it's supposedly land. Like, well, why are those ships there? And they had lots of information about it. Like, we don't even know if Antarctica is frozen like they told us. I mean, we know right off of Santiago, Chile, those islands there, Rothschild Island and the rest of them, that's where people go and visit. Well, that's a little island. That's like pulling up to Long Island and going, oh, yeah, I see California.
Yeah, totally.
It's like you don't see anything. You don't know anything.
What do you think's there?
What do I think is?
Like down past the area that we're allowed to go in Antarctica.
My guess, and again, anything beyond the shoreline of Antarctica is pure speculation. I think that there's more lands, more continents. I think that there's more worlds with other suns. That's something that I like to entertain, and I want the right to go explore there. I want the ability to get airships again and go explore there. That's the easiest, simplest way to do it. But they've demonized airships, with the Hindenburg, and NASA's taking control of all the helium. And, and they don't allow you to go there for, I don't know, we can't disturb the penguins and the ice.
Well, the penguin story has changed. When I was young, the only place you could go for certain penguins was Antarctica, and then they were caught migrating as they do every year up on some of the subtropical islands. So they changed the narrative around that. But Fortune was telling me about I'm not going to be able to, is it Challenger? The Challenger expedition. Does that sound right, Dave? Down to that part of the world?
Go ahead.
Well, he was saying that they claimed it took so many hundreds and hundreds of days to circumnavigate a certain area, which proved that it was well beyond. But we already know there's plenty of accounts of ships. The further south they go, the less the navigation we've been handed works. Ships get lost all the time from having gone too far south and not realizing that your latitude or your longitude lines spread out wider the further south you go. And so they switch over to sextants and things like that. And they say, hey, man, I should have went this many miles, but I'm still not there. But what Fortune was saying is it took, I forget what he said, over 1,000 days, the coastline they went around down there. I think it's the Challenger expedition.
Yes, Josh R just said, yes, Challenger looks right. People are saying yes.
Crow, to your comment about the penguins, they say that these penguins they can travel like up to, I think it's 600 miles or something like that. So if you look at Antarctica to the tip of Santiago, well, that's where the penguins are, and that is within their swimming range. But they're also found in South Africa, and they're also found in New Zealand or in Australia. And if you look at this flat Earth map, those are all within range of the Antarctic islands or Antarctic shoreline. So another thing, that's how far they go. Well, on a globe map, those, South Africa and Australia are too far away for the penguins to travel, but they're there.
So the real problem is the idea of what's around us. And what I suspect is true is that Antarctica is ice and hard to get into. We know the weather gets worse, and at least in parts of the year, the further south you go, which makes it difficult. But if the Prague-Plok supposition is correct, then what that means is that the outer rim in any direction should be frozen because the sun is not heating it.
Yeah,
unless, of course, there's another sun that we're unaware of. Years ago, I saw some webcam images of Antarctica, and who knows what we're seeing. But it looked like another sun or another planet, which was in Antarctica. So, maybe these ponds are super close together. And again, we're just spitballing here. We're trying to figure it out. But here's the thing. Whatever layout we're talking about, the flat Earth, multiple ponds, more continents, whatever, that's all scientifically, physically possible versus the impossibleness of being a rock surrounded by water, surrounded by air, adjacent to a void, flying through infinite space. That doesn't work. Scientifically impossible.
Well, you see, nature ends at space, right? Because nature abhors a vacuum.
Right.
Right. I like to collect propaganda because they always make the biggest mistakes ever when it first happens. And this is a Life magazine that someone sent me on August 22nd, 1969. Talk about synchronicity. It came on August 22nd. And I was reading the exact, it's what Neil Armstrong said the month after. The moon had been waiting for us, and then Buzz Aldrin, lunar dust smelled like gunpowder. How could you possibly smell in a vacuum? Michael Collins, I rattled around in my mini cathedral. And one thing that they talked about was when they were playing catch, it was slow and it was like being in molasses, like being underwater. Whereas in a vacuum, like if you're playing baseball in Denver, you can hit more home runs because there's less atmosphere. And if you're 1/6 gravity and you have no atmosphere, the ball would actually fly for miles as fast as you could possibly, like way faster and way less slow than on the earth. So they were describing being underwater, and those type of things all get scrubbed. But that's why I like to collect these awful magazines from right when it happened, because they make their biggest mistakes and then they weasel them down over time
and sell them with a mini skirt. I got to ask you, Dave, how many continents are pictured in that image?
You know what? I didn't count. I'll guess 33.
I was going to say, I found in an old Buddhist scripture long before I was in the public eye, the claim that there was an original Buddhist map and it claimed that there were 33 continents. And if that were true, then it would start to echo with the divisions in the UN map, 33 divisions.
Hey, Weiss, Sherlock Bear says, why is it impossible for us to be on a ball flying through space? You want to tackle that one?
Yeah,
Here we
because, so think about this. You're on a round rock, a lumpy rock, and it's surrounded with flat water. We don't even worry about that. And that's surrounded by air, pressure. You can't have air pressure without a barrier adjacent to a vacuum. And the only arguments the globe, occultists have is it's a pressure gradient. It gets thinner and thinner and thinner until there's nothing, which is ridiculous. Okay. You in a tank of propane or a tank of oxygen or whatever, it's thicker on the bottom. It's liquid on the bottom and it gets thinner and thinner and thinner to the top. That pressure is all contained. Okay. So, on a rock adjacent to a vacuum, the gravity holds the air down, which means that I can't drink with a straw because the weak low pressure of my mouth and lungs can pull water and air up and away from Earth. But the Tor 17 vacuum of space, which we can't even recreate here, can't pull the air away because gravity is holding it down. That's retarded. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the more you look at it, the more retarded it is.
Gravity, just to be clear, gravity is a theory based on a theory that has never been proven. And I made up a law for myself, which is about theories. You can see that if you're interested with the work I've done. And basically what my law that I use for myself to help me think is that a theory that lasts a long time becomes less valuable every day and then tends to be used as propaganda in support of scientism, because a theory should only be in place long enough to either be proven or discarded or found usable in some respect.
That's true. Yeah, gravity can't be measured, experimented with. And some people will just immediately say, oh, you're so stupid for not believing in gravity. Don't you know? Aren't you educated? It's like, yeah, they haven't actually applied the scientific method to it at all.
It's a theory based on a theory. Actually.
Yeah, and it's just based on observations. They're like, well, then I'll throw you out of a plane and then we'll see who fucking believes in gravity. And I'm just trying to accept that there's people that just aren't thinking the way I do, and that's okay. And, when things hit the fan, I will decide if I'm going to give them goat milk.
You can have an express line for flat earthers for your goat milk, right? They get to cut the line.
Yeah, just anybody that didn't just call me stupid for pointing out obvious shit. Those are the people that are going to be at the back of the goat milk line.
Hey,
greatest of all time milk.
When they make fun of flat earthers for not believing in gravity is a theory. The high priest of scientism, Neil deGrasse Tyson, says he doesn't know what it is. And they have to make up 96% of it, saying it's dark matter, dark energy, right? And they say that the electrostatic force is 10 to the 20th power, which is a number that doesn't even exist. It's like so many times stronger than gravity. So let's pretend gravity is real. I drop something, okay? Right? It goes down because of buoyancy and density, but the thing that's telling me it's down, is it the weak force of gravity or is it the proven stronger force of electrostatics, right? I mean,
yeah.
And we can prove these things. With MIT came out with an airplane that is just doesn't have any moving parts. It just uses electrostatics. Now, is this thing defying gravity, or is it just using the electrostatic force, which is way stronger than gravity? Claiming that gravity made Neil's microphone drop to the ground is complete and total delusional.
Well, I mean, I used to be in the religion of science without realizing it because I didn't know it was a religion. Did you know that I had a physics? You should go back and re-listen to this stuff. It was called Surely You're Joking, and it was a physics podcast at Caltech with nuclear physicist PhDs, and I interviewed the guy who did the quote unquote Mars lander and all this stuff, and I had the biggest epiphany. And I believed all these guys. I interviewed Kip Thorne and all these guys that are getting Nobel Prizes for gravitational wave theory and all this. and I was more like the funny Paul Abdul character in the interview. Not Paul Abdul at the time. I was the one that was just making the lighthearted joke about it, and they were getting into the nitty gritty. But looking back, I'm more intelligent than they are because they don't apply science to anything they're saying. But the big moment for me that started the ball rolling, that allowed me to even see flat Earth or any of this stuff, was when they were trying to explain to me dark matter and dark energy, and their reasoning was, so I'm like, so where is dark matter? I was fascinated by it. They're like, the universe is 85-90% matter that you cannot measure or see or feel, but it is there all around us. And I'm having all these theories, and I'm like, man, if only we could see this dark matter. And I go, so how do you know it's there if you can't measure it? Quote unquote. They go, because if it wasn't, we'd be wrong. And I'm like,
there it is.
I'm like,
science.
Wait, what? Yeah.
Science says you have a theory, and if it's proven wrong, if you prove it wrong, throw it out and get another theory. But now science just goes, oh no, we'll just make up 96% shit to throw it in there and then say it's right.
And don't question it.
Only evidence of dark matter is that they're on the presupposition that their theory has to be right, because the ramifications of that in science would be so catastrophic. So they've come up with an idea that 96% of the known universe is something you can't measure, see, feel, or touch, because if it wasn't there, they'd be wrong, and they know they're not wrong.
You know what dark matter actually is? I'll tell you what it is right now. It's ether. It is the idea of ether, the permeating idea that connects, and however you want it, that makes all this possible for the movement and everything else. They did a tell in Marvel's Thor movie where they turned the ether into a scary red thing that the dark elves wanted, and it gets into you and it's poisonous. It's the idea of ether. And by the way, at one point, Einstein just said out loud, there is no ether. And he gave no experiment, no reason. And the reason is because Michelson and Morley had proven that there was ether, and they equated it that if you went down to the ocean to see a wave, guess what? There's got to be water or you ain't seeing a wave. And they equated what they had shown, and they did it with the speed of light. And they also proved that the Earth was not spinning with their light speed. And they sent Einstein out, their lapdog, who always wore the same suit, probably because they filmed him for a week or something. But it's all laughable. Let me try to explain how bad off we are in mainstream science. There was a guy named Tycho Brahe back in the day. And by the way, he's one of my heroes. That man spent his life observing, actually going out under brutal conditions sometimes to observe the stars. And what he did for us all was proved observation methods where he could prove down to a fraction of an arc second that, look, this star is here. And we can go do this again in a week and prove. And so his whipping boy was Kepler. So the guy we got was not Tycho Brahe, who gave us an accurate, what I accept as an accurate model of our so-called solar system, came from Brahe, was later again echoed out by Rudolf Steiner with very little variation. And I arrived at an idea like that before I ever realized either one of them did it. But here's the thing. We got Kepler and we got Copernicus. Copernicus said, as his stuff was taken, I never observed, you know, this is all theory, right? That's what Kepler said, or Copernicus said. Kepler inherited or stole Brahe's work, didn't even know how to use his instruments, and the only time he observed was under Brahe's tutelage, and he's the other authority that we got in the world. So in other words, these are the lesser value people that didn't even observe.
Oh yeah, and you get it all the time of people saying stuff like, well, I can prove the Earth is a spinning ball. Just look at the planets. Why wouldn't we be like them? If just go to Walmart and get a telescope, and you go, Big Bear, you fucking idiot. You go look up at the planet, and you'll see that it's a spinning ball. So they've never looked at the planets. The planets don't look like spinning spears of rock. They look more, I don't know,
luminaries.
Yeah, crows looked at the stars and the sun and the moon for like what, a few thousand hours. Like, what is it?
Over half a decade, day and night.
Yeah, it's it doesn't look like what they say it's supposed to look like. Sometimes they look like sound waves underwater. Some of these luminaries, they don't look like rock spinning anywhere. And then when you look at the moon and they say, "Well, Big Bear, you fucking moron. Don't you know that the moon is just spinning at the exact same speed as the Earth? That's why we only see one side of it. Oh, go back to school. You half a brain, blah, blah." The amount of abuse and
the moon is not spinning.
No, it's no. The amount of abuse and personal attacks, people feel completely comfortable laying at somebody that doesn't believe something that's absolutely stupid is mind-blowing. And I'm not looking for kid gloves or victim consciousness, but it's just something that people should think about, that me and Crow and Weiss and people like that are actually accurate. I'm sure there's things that we're a little wrong about or we're speculating or whatever, but what we're talking about is accurate. And look at how people treat people that talk that way. And you know what? I got to a point where I'm like, I don't want to go to your fucking Thanksgiving anymore. I don't care what you think of me. And those people are all now popping pills and sitting in their little apartment waiting for the Agenda 21 angels to take them away. And that's what they get. It's like, and it didn't come out of nowhere. Like, there's no victims, only volunteers. Like, they have been abusive to people and condescending and mean-spirited. And, you know, I'm to the point where I'm like, fuck them.
Is that supposed to be Mars, David?
That's Mars. It might be a little out of focus, but it's definitely not, you know, a dusty, dirty ball. So if Mars was what they told us, right? And we've seen the pictures from the rover, which are nonsense. It's a desert. It's a non-reflective desert. Now, if you're on Mars, you're farther away from the sun. So our sun from Mars is smaller than our sun. You have to imagine that smaller sun is lighting up Mars. That non-reflective surface is reflecting that light back to Earth. And we see it as bright as stars in the sky. No,
Nonsense.
We see it
with Pluto. Yeah.
So let me tackle what you're showing there. You're actually, it's providing that is Mars, which the color is right. I thought it might be Antares, the heart of the scorpion, but Mars is slightly out of focus. And I filmed this way on purpose to show the cymatic energy pattern emanating. That is not a rock, but here's the strange thing about Mars. If you want to accept the mainstream, they're going to tell you it's 93 million miles or whatever they'll tell you. I don't know how far Mars is. It's not nearly as far as supposedly 500 million miles of Jupiter. Any given day of the week when Jupiter is high off the horizon, I can get a perfect focus or damn near perfect, depending on the seeing. I can see the red dot. I can see the little so-called moons. But with Mars, which is a hell of a lot closer, according to them, you can almost never get a good focus. So how can that be? This thing that is much closer to me by their measuring, you can never quite get that beautiful focus. Now, I do have pictures. Now, here's another thing. What you're showing there, David, there is a guy down in South America who filmed Jupiter night after night after night. And it's not that detail, but it shows similar gaseous activity. But again, if you take it slightly out of focus, you will see that there's a cymatic energy pattern that almost exactly resembles something underwater, just to be clear.
And Cucumber just asked for, you can super chat questions at entropystream.live/app/Owen Benjamin Comedy. And Cod, hit me with any relevant super chats or questions. Thank you.
Let me, you know what, I'll send you guys a link. I'll show you my old Mars footage, which is one of the best focuses that I was ever able to get.
While you're pulling that up, you know, the people that get so triggered that don't know their own model, because if they knew it as well as we knew it, the heliocentric model, they would be flat earthers. They'd be anti-globers because the model's so stupid. But they call us science deniers when we're the ones that are using science, right? They tell us Polaris is 433 light years away, right? If you compared it to the sun size, at a light week away, you could not see it. Scientifically impossible to see it, excluding the brightness issue, just the angular size, and that's a light week, 433 light years. The difference of that is unfathomable.
And it's ridiculous to consider that your eyes can see something that far away in the first place.
Right. And light doesn't travel forever.
All right.
In its brightness. It spreads out.
Here it is.
And it gets thin. You sharing
Let me
screen?
send this to, no, I'm going to send it to you
Send
guys.
it to Weiss, because Weiss is better at tech stuff than me. I don't.
There you go. It's in the chat.
All right.
Now, what you're going to see here is guaranteed. I cross my heart and swear to God, this is authentic footage of Mars shot by me, and I'll talk you through what's there.
You want me to just share the screen?
If you could put up the video, however you want to do it.
Oh, is it better if you share it? Because I'm not sure how you're sharing it on your screen.
I'll figure this out. How do I? So is there a chat?
If you go on the bottom of the Zoom panel, it says share screen, and then select the window that you opened that up in.
Hello, all. Okay, so you want me to turn the volume off it?
Sure.
Okay, let me add this right now, and then we will just keep on.
This is how you know things. You go out and you use your God-given abilities to observe. That's the only way we can know things for sure.
All right, I'm hitting play right now. Mars, the moon, and a special thank you to UFO Planet. All right,
but you have to hit share screen on Zoom.
Share screen on Zoom.
Down the bottom in the middle where all the icons are.
Screen.
Share screen. App, whiteboard, mute, stop video, security, participants, chat. Share screen, got it. Okay, so let's share the screen. I'm just gonna click this and
then select the window.
Wow, I'm really learning a lot today. So look at that.
Okay, so what you're going to do is just click forward a little bit on the timeline, and we're not going to look at the end of this. It's an ode to a place where, when I shot this, I was still questioning whether aliens exist. This is just there. There's Mars right there.
Was that the moon there?
That's the moon shot through my telescope.
Okay.
And actually go down and make the video resolution 720 or 1080 on YouTube. HD. See where it says HD? Now click that.
720.
No, 1080. Yeah, that's
you had it. It was on 1080.
Okay, so click up till you see the little dot that's Mars in the timeline.
All right, so we'll go to here.
Right there. Yep. So this is typically how you see Mars on any given night when the seeing isn't beautiful and perfect, but what you notice is there's a little reddish hue on top and a little bluish hue on the bottom. Now now you see the little white, that is the so-called polar cap. Science will tell you that's the polar cap, but you can also see a dark region. But here's the problem. If I compared Jupiter or Saturn on any given night, it would make this focus and this resolution look like crap. Mars is an odd duck.
But wait a minute, Crow, maybe your scope isn't as good as Copernicus's was, because he saw incredible detail with his hand-polished glass telescope.
Well, it's hard to know exactly what he was using, but my point being, okay, so there is, I believe we're still on Mars. That is without any eyepiece. That's just the resolution of my scope with a camera on it. And what I'm showing you here is I'm not tracking. See how the planet is moving in the sky? That's because my scope is not tracking it. My scope is pointed in one direction. You are looking at the movement of that luminary. Click forward a little bit, Owen. I don't know if there's anything more here.
All right, let's go forward.
No, that's it. You can dump it. I don't think there's anything more worth looking. There might have been a lunar wave in the beginning up there. I'm not sure if that was an old lunar wave footage.
Let's
unshare the screen.
I'm trying to figure this out. You are sharing screen, unshare screen. This is a good time. So if I go here and we say, how do I not share the screen?
You at the very top, there should be an unshare button.
Stop sharing.
There you go. Stop sharing.
You're back.
And if you want to do one more thing, if you click on the three dots and Crow's box and say, don't show non-video participants.
Huh?
If you click the three dots in the corner of Crow's screen right next to the mute button.
Yeah.
And it says, is there an option, don't show non-video participants?
Hide non-video participants.
There you go. Do that.
It'll give you guys more screen.
That way we don't have a blank crow screen.
All right. Everybody's having a good time.
Just jumping back to the maps. I'm not saying this is a real map. I'm saying this is a possibility that, we live here and there's other little pieces of the plane, a planete, if you will, a piece of the plane, right? These could be the other planetes.
Perfect. Fortune pointed out that planet used to mean small plane.
Yeah. I figured that out too, because when you think about French, like baguette and anything with et is a small of whatever you're saying.
Yeah, so we want the right to go explore.
Which we were born with, so our rights are being violated.
Yeah, let's talk predictions for what's coming. What do you guys think? Weiss, how's New York?
New York, they people are thinking, oh, it's over. They've taken off the restrictions and stuff, but no, they're still having, like, everyone's still required to get the thing in the arm and to, all of the stuff. There's still people being fired. The teachers are have a stay, which I believe is coming up like next week or something, or very soon, where they're all fired if they're not jabbed up. So it's a mess here. So I think they do what they do. They push as far as they can until we're ready to fight, and then they pull back. They wait, they get everyone used to it, and they push. I mean, think of where we are now. If 2-3 years ago I said we're going to be at this place, and people would be like, no friggin' way, no one will allow that to happen. Push, hold, wait. Push, hold, wait. Right? And that's what they're doing. So prediction, I think that nothing is set in stone. And if people like you keep doing what you're doing, and people keep waking up, and people keep, what I say is, unplugging from the heliocentric matrix, right? Unplug from the system of government, then they just dissolve. We just need enough people to say no, not even violently, just like, no, I'm out. Look what you're doing. Look what many of us are doing. And if we do that, that makes a difference. So, people that say, there's so much crap going on in the world, why are you focusing on flat earth? Because everything winds back to where your feet are planted. If you don't know where your feet are planted, you can be manipulated. You can be pushed and spun around in space, and you could be turned around, and you could be lied to about anything. That's why I think this is the most important topic of our time.
Yeah, and I think it's important also because it's a brainwashing tactic of giving over your free will to an authority, because people can say whatever they want. It does not look like you're on a spinning ball. There's no evidence with your eyes, your hands, or ears, or anything that you're on a spinning ball. So to accept that worldview means that you're putting another entity above yourself when it comes to discernment. And once you do that, then they got you. And so that's why it is important. I wouldn't have been ostracized and called insane and stupid and crazy by people that I don't even respect anymore. But it's like, if it wasn't for the fact it's important, because if you look out and you're like, this does not look like a spinning ball, and then some asshole in a bow tie with a needle in his hand says, no, we're on a spinning ball, and you say, okay, you're smarter than me, I will give you authority over me. That's a brainwashing tactic. It's so preposterous to think that you're on a spinning ball that it would be the equivalent of if you're like with a woman and you come home and you have lipstick all over your neck and you still have a condom on your dick, and you're like, and you're like, oh no, no, I didn't cheat on you. And she'd be like, okay. Like if she gave up all her discernment, where it's like, you could come home with a receipt to a whorehouse in your pocket, and you're like, oh no, that's a new restaurant. And she calls and it's like a whorehouse. And you're like, the numbers must have changed. And she's like, okay, that's literally how fucked up NASA is. That's not even an exaggeration. It's like, oh yeah, we didn't go to the moon. We destroyed the technology because we had to tape over the videotapes, and we're going every 4 years, but we never do. And Elon Musk is going to the Mars, and just shut up, And so if someone takes that deal, then it is a form of mental slavery. And here's the craziest thing is if you're still like into the globe and all that, it doesn't even matter if it's a globe or not. It's you have a right to decide. Like you don't have to put your authority into people that are actively trying to kill and sterilize you. At this point, you at least should have some reprehension for science, like some modicum of like, you sure? They just told you to inject graphene into a little kid's arm for cold and flu season. Like if at this point you're not willing to pull back some authority, you're going to have a rough ride. And so that's why it matters. And so when people are like, you fucking idiot, like the abuse is crazy how people, because they say that I can be hard on people or I can make fun of people and all that. Not on the level that the average person thinks they can do to anybody who calls himself a flat earther. It's nuts and it's not deserved. And it's, right. I find it, if you really think about how abusive people are, it's nuts. But they're only going to bite themselves in the ass because they're giving away authority to depopulationists.
It's crazy. There's what I call anti-flat earthers out there. These are the people that, whether they're paid or not, or just possessed, who knows, that are out there literally fighting for our enslavement, fighting for, just to protect their globe. Then there's other people that are just brainwashed from birth. I was brainwashed from birth. You were brainwashed from birth. And those are people that just haven't had the courage to go look and have allowed other people like the anti-flat earthers to divert them. I have allowed Google results when searching flat earth to divert their attention.
Nor are they brave enough to go against something that is unacceptable. In other words, they would rather go with what they know the mainstream will accept than fight for something that might be true.
Absolutely.
And they're only screwing themselves. Denmark Bear just said, who's a doctor in Denmark, just said 2 heart attacks in 2 days in my shop.
Oh,
like people are dropping dead right now.
You asked for a prediction. I'm going to look in what I do in life. I have now, and I know Owen has this too. I've met people that I never would have met in my walk of life. The train wreck has already happened. In my view, we're waiting for the body count. It's going to happen in slow motion. Very soon, you're going to see digital currency come. When digital currency is implemented and the main form, we will have lost more freedom than the entirety of any time that I'm aware of. What's going to go on beyond that was proven by Papa Bush when they put him on network news splicing, corn genes or something. Then they took what Monsanto, I think it was Monsanto, had done to the Supreme Court, who told them, yes, you have a patented product that modified the genes. You can now claim ownership of the thing you have modified. That is no different than what they have claimed the shot does. By the way, from people who are in the know, you can be scanned and they will know instantly whether you have had the shot. The movie that I think blows their dream into your face the hardest was one by small Peter Dinklage, I Think We're Alone Now, which ironically, I was telling Fortune this, and he says, Young Crow, it was not Tiffany who wrote that song. And I said, well, who wrote it, Fortune? He said it was back in the 50s, I believe, by a band called the Zodiacs. And I was like, oh, just go figure. But it shows, and there's a day and a time given in that movie, which ring weird for me. I think it's a Tuesday at 3 p.m. for some reason. But that's where I think we're headed. But this is not written in stone. If everybody began to stand up and grab a little bit of their adult authority back, this whole thing could collapse overnight. They're never going to quit trying, though. We know that much is true.
Yeah, the beauty is I think that multiple things can happen simultaneously, where as that happens, other people can reject it. Because I know there are people that want that, and they'll do anything to get it. And so that's why I know it will happen. Like the digital currency and the endless shots and the claims on the genetics and all that, because a lot of people want to be slaves. And Kanye West said this publicly, and then they conveniently reprogrammed him. He said slavery is a choice. And of course, all the victim consciousness people were like, how dare you, chains, 400 years, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, it's a choice. And a lot of people do not want to admit that they want to be slaves because it alleviates them from thought, from responsibility, from anything.
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, I used to do a bit where I'm like, being a cult would be great. I never have to think about what to wear. It's every day. It's just the same robe. It's the robe, you know, and that's true. And that's a lot of these people are in a form of cult. And then there's going to be people that don't want to be slaves and they choose not to be slaves, and they won't be a part of it. And that's why the more people we can, it's not even just about waking people up, because if people wake up to nothing, that can just be super depressing. And then they're just almost like they're aware of their slavery and they're just like sad. But if you form communities and you actually build stuff together, then there's no limits. You can have within America, you can have the population of France not participating in the hell, you know, and you can use the digital currency if you want to or not, kind of like your birth certificate. It can be a tool versus an enslavement thing. And you can use silver and you can barter and you can just reject it. I predict an entire industry will emerge of people that are willing to take the vaccine and buy and sell for other people. You know, I think that
I had never thought about that. That's a good one.
Oh yeah, if there's a will, there's a way. We are in a free will realm. So, because there was a story of this one gypsy who got like 100 vaccines because he kept going in with different IDs and getting people their vaccine cards.
Oh man!
And this fucking gypsy is just still doing it. And I'm like, oh, there's a whole industry for that. There would be like Uber Eats or something for people that don't want to take the chip. And so then they're like, yeah, I'll do it. And then they just, because I got buddies that just don't care. They're like, yeah, give me a shot. Give me 20%. I'll do it. And so I see a lot of things emerging. And so, but yeah, I mean, do you guys think that Deagle report is going to be anywhere near accurate about all the death?
It's interesting. Yes. I believe they took it down, right?
They did take it down. Yeah.
They always, with all of these things that are up that predict stuff, they always take it down just before it happens.
Well, the other thing I forgot to mention is right now we are provably in the wealth stripping phase of what's going on. And one of the ways you'll notice that this is going on is gold and silver, which a lot of people buy as this safety net in their life. They have plummeted. What they're doing is they're wealth stripping everybody everywhere. And so when you get broke, you have to sell your gold and silver back, which is at an all-time low. As soon as they've bought back a lot of it, it'll go through the roof where people can't. But what the wealth stripping is queuing up for is UBI. And I know this from the highest authorities who sit in the actual meetings, that universal basic income is their wet dream, because that is ultimate control. When the powers that be pay for your existence, you have to listen to what they tell you, is the idea.
Yeah, it's the ultimate control. And that's why even if you don't want to do something, you know, but the thing is, it'll also degrade the population where they're not as productive or efficient. Because the most productive people, they do it because they love it or they want to. You can, you know, the most productive slaves are the free range slaves that don't know they're slaves. So once people are like under the yoke of UBI, where it's like, I don't want to wave a rainbow flag today, but damn it, I need my bread. Like that won't be effective. Like it'll work for a little while. That's why a lot of prophecy is that, you know, it's like 3.5 years of that. And then it'll collapse. But because it's like, you're not going to get, like, the best warriors are the ones that are like fighting for their families at home and freedom. To like threaten someone by turning their chip off or not getting food, I just think they get really alcoholic and drug addicted and depressed and not very effective.
You know, Owen, you were a huge step for me. You know, I grew up in Fairfield County, you know, college, corporate America, started my own company, and I had everything that we're supposed to do, the American dream. I was doing it all, and something is telling me to pull away from this. And I was talking to you, and you're like, just do it. Just leave. It'll work out. And, you know, one thing that Flat Earth did for me was it brought me to the Creator. Okay. And I tell everybody, your journey with the Creator, that's your own personal journey. Because you can't be a flat earther and not know there's a creator. You can be a globe earther, believe there's a creator, or not, or be on the fence. But it's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I mean, I left everything behind, all materialism, everything. I just
well too. Some people that leave everything, they're like, I left my job at Denny's. You left your own business where you were doing making some really good money.
Yeah. So
which for Jews is really hard to leave. So that's actually like
I did the same thing. In 2008, I left corporate.
On an older note, I grew up on a street with a guy who I'm still friends with, who is a Jewish janitor. Just so you know.
Really?
Yes, but he's a little slow. He's on the spectrum. He's like on the spectrum, a little heavily on the spectrum.
And how dare you call me accurately a free range slave?
We got some questions here. So we got a quick question for all three. Can flight times and distances be measured on a flat Earth map? I'm on the journey myself, and I just really want to figure it out. I've sent Weiss a video about it. Thanks.
Yeah. So let me go with that. On the app, frequently asked questions button, hit Southern flights and watch those videos. But here's the thing. If you're in an airplane, how fast are you going? You're going as fast as they tell you. At altitude, you have nothing to base it on, right? So if a plane flies at 500 miles an hour, you got two planes. One of them's going 5,000 miles, and the other one's going 10,000 miles. But the one that's going 10,000 miles is flying at 1,000 miles an hour, and the other one's flying at 500 miles an hour. They're both going to get to their destination at the same time, right? So also, like the flight from Santiago to Australia, they fly at like 45,000 feet, and there's winds up there that are going like 200 plus mile an hour tailwinds, right? They're also in special planes that have layers of heat resistant paint on them. Why do they have that? Sounds like they might be going a little faster than they tell us, right? So add those two things together. Yeah, all of it makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. So there's a whole bunch of videos there.
Well, the fact they don't fly over the South Pole was a big wake-up thing for me, because there's so many flights that would be a lot closer and a lot easier if they just flew over Antarctica, just like there's, 10,000 flights over the North Pole every day. And the answer as to why they didn't do that was they didn't want to disturb the penguins. And that I found so insane that people believed it, but it's because they don't want to go against their authority. Because, guys, it is a little scary at first. Like, if you guys are on this journey, like when you start being an authority in your own life and you're like, well, I get to figure out what I believe is true. It's overwhelming at first, but it gets very cool. And it's, you live a healthier life, in my opinion.
Look at this image here. On a globe, Australia and Santiago are actually closer together than they are on this flattened map. And so if they just flew across that same latitude, that would be the shortest trip. But instead, they go all the way up and all the way down. And if they want to go to Western Australia, they go all the way up, all the way over to China, right? And down. But if you look at that on a flat Earth, it's literally a straight line.
Yeah.
Right? But now there are some flights that I believe that are flying out here, and they're catching those tailwinds and they're flying at faster speeds. So again, until you can verify where you are and how fast you're going, that's no place to look up into the sky where you can't measure to prove the shape of the Earth. And another thing, someone mentioned it earlier in chat, Jay Widener's been talking shit, saying he's challenged me to a debate. Untrue. I've also accepted him. And he goes, not until you can prove, you say that nobody lives at the South Pole. It's not what I say. There are people that believe they're working at the South Pole. But if you just go on the flat Earth map, and you go out to here and say, oh, you're at the South Pole, how will you ever know where the hell you are? Not until somebody goes from Santiago across the South Pole and magically shows up over in New Zealand or in Australia.
Yeah, that's never happened either.
Never happened.
So there's a few things that can get laid down. See, when I first put out the video, Flat Earth erupted, and then everyone's emailing me, is it true, Crow? I don't freaking know. I shot a lunar wave. How the hell can I know? And everyone's asking. So what I finally did is I worked out methods that I could prove it to myself. First thing I did is I took a hella long throw lens and my camera out, and I shot over 10 miles on a lake and instantly discovered within a second that I could see too far, knowing that the curvature was wrong. Then I began to seriously look into it. Now I'm going to tell you two things. The first is the work of Samuel Robotham, who took 25 lighthouses. And the thing, I grew up on the water. When the government certifies the distance you can see a lighthouse, that is a fact. The reason it's a fact is because people will die if they know the seeing is good. They can't see the lighthouse, or they can. They have to know how many miles, or that ship could go down at sea. So what he did was he took the government certified distances for lighthouse and he proved you could see too far. The government sends a guy to debunk Robotham, and he honestly goes in thinking Robotham's a crank, and he thinks he did his math wrong. The first thing he discovers, and he announces there's absolutely nothing wrong with the math. The second thing is a response, because it's all he could come up with. And he said, Robotham clearly cherry-picked the lighthouses. You have been told the truth in that statement, because if there is one damn lighthouse that you can see too far, the curvature model doesn't work. He found 25. But if you want to claim back the God-given abilities that you were granted by the Creator, clear your mind, shut your eyes, have a cup of tea, go outside, close your eyes, and imagine everything you've been told about the globe is true. You're spinning on a globe. That's spinning around the sun. That's spinning around a guy. Imagine it all and do it for about 5 minutes, then stop. Go inside, live your life for an hour or two. Then sit down, clear your mind, have a cup of tea, go outside, close your eyes, and imagine you are stationary and solid as a foundational rock. And if you have done what I did, your life will change. From that moment will be the first time in your life you have ever made a decision about life from a stationary position, because you've been on the spin cycle.
When you do that, when you actually, imagine all of the spiraling, and you literally feel nauseous, then clear your head, go out and imagine yourself on a solid foundation, not moving. As soon as you do that, your spirit, something inside of you lifts up. You get this light feeling. You get this connection where I believe it's your soul saying, yes, finally, shut your ego off and listen. And when you make that connection, everything changes.
There's an old saying about computers, bad data in, bad data out. Well, I got news for you. That's been applied to us for hundreds of years before a computer was ever thought of. If you are in error about where you live, then every single decision you make will be coming from a place of error at its foundation. The thing that matters here is, if it's not true that we're spinning, then you are permanently in a spin cycle. You have no solid foundation to make any decision about anything. You are spinning in imaginary space. If it is true, well, then that's the story of our life. We have no solid foundation to move from. I would point out, for those of you who appreciate scripture, the Bible tells you the truth about the solid foundations of the earth not being movable, by the way.
Yeah, but what they really mean, it says, the Bible, the whole Bible's flat. It's definitely not spinning earth. It says that the earth is made fixed and unmoving. And then people go, yeah, but relatively though. No. A spinning ball is the definition of not fixed and moving. It's not, it can't be the opposite of that. And so that's why all these like diehard Christians that are arguing against flat earth, I'm like, listen, you can believe what you want, man. I'm not going to call you dumb or crazy, but you do realize what's that?
But you're going to think it.
Well, I think it when they're really angry about it. That's when I'm like, you're a piece. I think they're pieces of shit. I swear to God. But if somebody's just still, that's their worldview, I mean, that's all right. Everybody has different worldviews, but it's when someone's like, you fucking idiot. I'm like, dude, read the Bible. It says fixed, not moving. Well, but relatively though, that's only from where you're standing. No. If God made a spinning ball in a vacuum, it wouldn't say fixed and not moving. How could Jesus be brought up and shown all the nations of the world on a ball? Did he have like a 20,000 mile curvy cartoonish telescope to look at Australia? Like, that's retarded. It's just all so stupid. That's all right.
there's a lot of things in the Bible people, and plus you got to realize how many times the Bible's been translated. Every time you come out of one language to another, you will bump into concepts that can't be translated directly, and sometimes words that can't be translated directly. As an example, the word Mazzaroth shows up in the Bible. That's the zodiac, ladles and jelly spoons. Another thing is, can you doubt the sweet influences of the Pleiades? This is right out of Job. Or can you loose the belt of Orion? Well, wait a minute. You're telling me that the Bible recognizes that the Pleiades is giving us sweet influences? Isn't that about like saying astrology is true in a single phrase? That there is something to the energy that comes to us from the sky clock. And this is where we are. We're waking up to finite detail now, and we're claiming back the ability of being an adult to learn without being told.
Crow, look at what
they mean. But what they mean by Pleiades is give money to Israel for another war that we'll fight in. That's what
only if you're talking to Gideon, but he owns the hotel chain.
Go ahead, Weiss.
The programming in the indoctrination camps is so insane. From in kindergarten, the first worksheet you bring home is the orbits of the planets and the moon and the sun.
Right.
And then, in college, I took 4 years of astronomy. I laughed at people that said astrology was real. That's pseudoscience. Astronomy is real, measurable, testable, right?
Yeah, me too.
And it's all complete and total nonsense. It's the polar opposite.
Scientism.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ides of Apocalypse, it says, remember Edgar Allan Poe called out bullshit gravity and scientismos in 1848.
Good for him.
Story. He went to war with those guys. It got intense. They tried to get rid of all his novels.
Should I lay down the solar system as I currently accepted, as observed by Tycho Brahe all those centuries ago, and then reaffirmed by Rudolf Steiner over 100 years ago?
Yes, as long as someone did just request that you say poppycock. As long as you say poppycock, then you can.
All right, what I'm about to say is not poppycock in my view, but here it is. I'm going to ask you a question that prefaces what I'm about to lay down, which is information that I currently accept is true. And I say it that way because if I learn something new tomorrow, that baby's getting thrown out with the bathwater. I'll get a new bath and a new baby, and I'll start over. Here it is. If I asked everybody listening, is the earth is it alive? Is this earth alive? Now, for those of you that decide the answer to that is yes, then let me ask you this question. How could you ever look up at the luminaries and not know that those luminaries are consciousness or living in some way? How could you draw the difference between those? Here's what I think is correct. And I admire Tycho Brahe more than I can say. He did what I did at a much higher level long before I'd ever really realized who he was. The first realm of spiritual influence is from the earth to the moon. That is the realm of angels. The second spiritual influence realm is from the moon to what we call Venus. By the way, Venus and Mercury may have been swapped in older manuscripts. Actually, I'm going to say not Venus, I'm going to say Mercury so that I lay it down properly. From the moon to Mercury, which doesn't match what you've been told, is archangels. From Mercury to Venus is the Archai. Now, the critically important spiritual realm from Venus to the sun is the powers of the sun, the true provable light of this world that prevents you from living your life in darkness and has provided that life can get along here every single day. It's been here. And by the way, it will rise every morning without fail at the exact second it's supposed to. From the sun to Mars is the spiritual influence realm of the mites. From Mars to Jupiter is the spiritual influence realm called the dominions. Now, beyond that are the ancient ones. From Jupiter to the ancient Saturn is the thrones of Saturn. Beyond that are things like the cherubim and seraphim. Everything I have just described does not have free will and does the bidding of the Creator in a moment's notice, never thinking about it. They ensure that the will of the Creator is instantly implemented. Now, beyond that is the Creator. Within that, surrounded by, penetrated by, made up by, is the Creator in this way of describing it. Now, if we come all the way back down to Earth and we look around, We understand there's elements, right? The old idea of water, fire, earth, wind. Well, there's these things called elementals. They are basically slaves. They do not have any free choice, and what they do is they ensure that nature will proceed according to the will of the creator. This is why in black magic you are told, do not F around with elementals. If you use an elemental using magic that in some way that is not altruistic, it will make you wish you were never born. That's why in movies like Sinbad, the black magician starts losing his feet, or his arms start rotting off him or turning into a bird because he messed with elementals. For those who want to catch the newer versions of this explanation, go read Rudolf Steiner's Spiritual Hierarchies, is in the title. For those who want to know the basis for the solar system that I just laid down, go look up Tycho Brahe. So there's what I can offer. And this views everything as alive and as a spiritual influence and as a luminary or a consciousness or all of the above.
Crow, you always talk about how there's nature doesn't lie, and that is the greatest truth. And and look at your life. You're surrounded by truth. You ever go out in your garden and find a lie? You might find a weasel or some bugs or something, but there's no lies.
Which by proxy means that Owen has returned more closely to the creation and the creator, and having done so, and the things that he learns in his portion of the creation have been shown him by the creator himself, herself, itself.
Oh yeah, totally. It's like every day there's a new metaphor, and that's super truthful in nature, and it's unavoidable. And even my dog Benny right now is like definitely on his last days, and I was crying all morning and stuff, but it's the first time in my life that it's not like unimaginably painful. It's like I do understand death. I do understand that it's part of the cycle. He lived a great life. And I owe a lot of that to the farming life that I lived, that I have a much, much higher acceptance of death now. Whereas, 10 years ago, if Benny were to die, or even if he was old like he is now, I mean, he's 19, it's part of life, but it would have been crazy for me. So attached to this dog, I met my wife walking him, and, it's just the amount of memories are insane. But death isn't bad. And I know that death isn't bad. Like I'm like pretty aware that it's painful for those that are still left, but you mourn and then you just keep crushing.
I was going to offer an old saying, cliche saying to Weiss, because I think it fits so well what he does. Those of us who are dancing have been labeled insane by those that cannot hear the music.
Wow, that's good. Speaking of people who can hear the music, we got a lot of questions for you guys in comments. If anybody wants to support entropystream.live/app/Owen Benjamin Comedy, it keeps the gravy flowing. All right, Toronto Jew Bears says one more. That's second question. I'll read up from the bottom. Question for Crow and Weiss: what are the white dots that go straight across the night sky that they call satellites? 2 weeks ago, we saw a string of 8 of them in a perfect line go across the sky, and the space geek science called atheists we were with said that was Elon Musk's Skylink.
I'll give you my answer, and then Crow, you could throw on, as Crow says, the only thing that we can say is that they're lights in the sky. But going a little further, we could say what they're not. If they're the satellites that Elon has, which are tiny satellites at the height that they're telling us, it's scientifically provable that you can't see them. The angular size is too small. And if they had mirrors on them reflecting the sun, they'd have to reflect the sun directly at me and not somebody down the block from me. Okay? So we can prove
Sputnik is like the size of it's like tiny. And the
basketball.
The claim they made about Sputnik, I don't think people understand how lumens dissipate over space. It's so hard. Just go into your yard with a spotlight and just go down the street and look at it. Look at a car light. You
can't see small things from a far distance.
The analogy I use is a balloon. If you have a balloon that's not blown up, the rubber is the light. Blow it up to a foot wide, that rubber is thinner. Now blow it up to 10 feet wide, and now blow it up to 100 feet wide. Is there any rubber left? Is there any light left?
Yeah,
it spreads out exponentially, and it's gone.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use the law of the peanut butter jelly sandwich that I worked out for myself so I could teach myself how to think properly. I'm in the middle of a desert and I see this old shack. I can't see any tracks going up to the shack. I go into the shack and there's dust everywhere. It doesn't look like anyone's been there, but lo and behold, there's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich sitting on the table in the shack. How did it get there? There's only one reasonable answer. A human being made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and they stuck it there. That is the only acceptable, logical answer. When you look up and see those lights, I will make the following assumptions, part of them undeniable, part of it based on logic, and part of it the best we can do. You are looking at man-made technology within our atmosphere. That's what you are looking at.
And whether it's real tech or whether it's a parlor trick, like a projection.
Right. And the other thing is, go look up Project Loon. They were openly caught. It used to be a commonplace video on YouTube. One of their satellites fell in the jungle and someone filmed it. It said NASA satellite or something on it. It was connected to the balloon still, but Project Loon showed Google, was it Google, Dave, launching satellites with balloons?
They're crashed all over the place.
Yeah, they're all attached to balloons.
Not in outer space.
No. Toronto Drew Bear follows up. One more question for Crow and Weiss. I've studied the physiology of the human eye, convex lens, receptors, etc. And combined with personal observations, I believe there is a hard distance limit of the naked eye, somewhere between 40 and 70 miles. What are your thoughts on this?
I think what you're thinking about is helpful, and I would urge you to continue using this thinking. There was a point when someone tried to make the point that, hey, man, the reason Mars or anything else up there looks circular to us is because of the lensing of the tool we're using and the lensing in our eye. And I thought, you know what? That is helpful thinking. Whether or not it can be proven, this is the kind of thinking that breaks the boundaries of nonsense. What would you add, David?
Well, I'll add this. So we have this light here. This is this the sun setting? Is it the moon? Is it a sphere? Right. And as we look at this light, is it approaching us? Is it getting bigger? But you would say, hey, that's a sphere. It's a sphere. So if we jump forward a little bit and we see what it really is, it's a train and it's not a sphere. Everything turns into a sphere in the distance.
That's cool.
Love it.
All right, next up. If the moon is a map of the Earth, what do moon craters mean? Markers on a map. Also, what are asteroids, shooting stars, etc. for flat Earth model? We are living in a petri dish with lamps above. Thoughts?
There's a couple things going on here. There's an individual, or maybe more, I don't surf much, that has been working to show that the moon is reflecting truths about the realm we live in. Again, helpful way to think. Good for you. Go for it. Put your balls to the wall, go at as hard as you can, show everything you can, but let people try to rip it apart. Look for flaws in it. This is the kind of thinking that will lead you in a direction. Since I don't know anyone else that thought of this idea, maybe it's even unique in our world. Secondarily, what was the second part of that, Owen?
Oh, what are asteroids and shooting stars?
From my point of view, the ancient art of alchemy proves where we live. The closest analogy to living in this place would be a snow globe or the sealed alchemical flask. From my point of view, everything that is here, all the water we've ever had, all the air, anything we've ever had has always been here. It's just alchemically morphing from one thing to another. My point being, nothing comes to us from outer space. In my current point of view, the firmament prevents it. Dave?
I have a bunch of videos on what about meteors and asteroids. And basically the big craters that we see here on Earth, they come from within the Earth, whether it's plasma hitting the Earth or a bubble, a methane bubble, but they're happening all over the Earth all the time. And they're geysers. You know, old geysers look like craters. And if you compare them, they're the exact same thing. So what's going on the moon? I don't even know if the moon is a physical thing. So I can't reach it. I can't go there. I can't measure. I really can't say. But, the lights that we see in the sky that they say are meteors, meteor showers. Think about this. We're corkscrewing through space, right? 4.5 billion miles a year, right? We're going never to return where we were before. So, this is the alleged motion of the Earth. 4.5 billion miles. Well, every August, second week or third week in August, we get I think it's the Perseus meteor showers, and that's because we're going across the path where a comet had passed, and there's dust in that path. Is that path corkscrewing through the galaxy following us? I mean, it's so stupid.
Yeah, and this brings me to a question here. Carpenter Bear says,
Wait, one more point. Sure. But think about this. If we're on the Earth, different places of the Earth would see, like if I see a meteor going down, somebody south of the equator on the same latitude should see it going up from the horizon. No one has ever seen a meteor going up. They all come down. Down.
Carpenter Bear says, I'm not a flat Earth guy. I believe that God could have created a round Earth, but believe men have treated science as unquestionable religion, man's truth greater than God's truth. Reaction to question, man searched for truth entirely. God created a universe with orders. Yeah, but see, this is the irony of what you just said. The scripture doesn't say you're on a ball. In fact, it says you're not. And all scientific experiments show it's not possible to be on a spinning ball in a vacuum. So like when people say, listen, I'm not a flat Earth guy, God could have created a round Earth. God could have created a penis Earth or a boner Earth or a vagina Earth or a microphone Earth. It's like, what does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. It's like just saying God could have created a round Earth. That contradicts scientific scripture and Christian scripture and science. It's just programming.
Well, you're also making assumptions about natural law, which is the only true law that cannot be broken by man. And by the way, words have meaning, and ancient sayings have helped us comprehend how to think about what Dave said about the moon. The moon is the most mysterious thing you will ever look at in your life. There is an old Tibetan saying says, the closer the moon gets to the sun, the darker it gets. There's another old Asian saying that says, do not point at the moon to show it to me. Show me its reflection off a lake. There is a more modern saying about the moon that says, do not talk to me of the moon. Show me its reflection in a glint of a piece of broken glass. Wow. The moon is a mystery beyond mystery, and it has something to do with life and death, and it has something to do with being a reflection.
But one thing I do know about the moon is 3 Freemasons played golf on it.
Of course. That's what Freemasons do.
Big Bad Bruce says, hey, fellas, great show. Quick question. Can we see Polaris from the Southern Hemisphere? If not, how does that explain it?
Twice.
So, again, Polaris, they tell us it's 48 times bigger than our sun, or 46, but I round up to 48. And we can prove that our sun at a light hour away, which is 8 times farther than it is provably unseeable. So Polaris at 2 light days away, right? 48 times 1 hour, is provably unseeable, and it's 433 light years. So with that said, the lights that we see are here in the sky, like street lights on a straight road. When you're underneath a street light, that could be your North Star. And then if you walk down the road or just look down the road and say, okay, what if I was that far away? It'll just merge into the horizon. So the problem is weather conditions, optics sometimes have favorable days. And Polaris has been seen as far as 30 degrees south. That is tens of miles, I think hundreds of miles of curvature that it would have to see through. It's been seen as far as 30 degrees south. The fact that, and you can't see my house right now doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. It proves that there's something blocking my house, right? There's something.
I can see your house right. I can see your house right now.
There's another thing to point out, Dave.
Yeah,
some brilliant people who did observation like I did realized that when the moon rises, it's an angular size that you can measure. When it gets straight overhead, it will be slightly larger, and as it moves towards the supposed horizon, it will get smaller and smaller. What this proves, beyond argument, is that it's getting closer to you as it comes over your head and getting further away as it goes to what you might call sunset or moonset. This has been observed with both the moon and the sun. The problem with the sun is the glare of the sun, but if you have the right tools, these are measurable things.
Carpenter Bear is Spiral Metal. He says, I have lots of arguments that are not answered by Flat Earth, and you yourself say that you have the ability to read the scriptures and understand them for yourself. Trinity discussion. Yeah, but when the scripture says that the earth is fixed and not moving, how do you then say that means it's a spinning ball despite every discernment? Like in the Bible, when it says God stopped the sun in the sky, why wouldn't it say God stopped the spin of the earth? Like these aren't like that's a form of self-deception. I mean, let's say it is a spinning ball, that would contradict the Bible. Okay, which is okay. It might be a spinning ball. Go ahead. That's fine if you think that. But you can't then say the Bible backs up that, because it doesn't, according to logic and the definition of words. Now, the Trinity and all that stuff, it gets a little more debatable and hairy and all that. But
let's try this. I give thanks every day that the Creator granted me the divine spark of life, free will, and he made me beneficiary of this creation, which provides everything I will ever need. In having granted me free will, there is a responsibility that comes with claiming that right. All these things that you want to know about, it is now your duty to go out and investigate them, and to the best of your human ability, try to rip holes in things to see if they're false, and find things that are not false by realizing logically or being able to tear them down is not possible. These are your responsibilities, and simply saying the Bible says this or that, that's kind of a cop-out. You have an idea of what the Bible says. By the way, it's called the Living Bible, which implies each set of eyes may take away different meanings from those scriptures. It is now your job to set out to discover what is true, what you will accept as true. And I would add furthermore, what I accepted as true when I was 40 years old is not what I accepted as true when I was 45 or 50 or 55. In other words, a tree taught me the truth. Every day I set up my telescope for 5 years, a tree that sat next to me kept growing. And one day I realized it. And I realized I had been stagnant, holding on to beliefs I'd had since I was a child. And at that point, I threw them all away. And I promised myself that I would try to grow every single day as the tree has showed me was correct and true within the scope of natural law provided by the Creator.
Crow, we don't know what the moon is. It's tied to women's reproductive cycles. It's insane. And people want to believe it's a rock floating in space that doesn't spin. It has perfect orbits. But here it is, cloudy night. If it was 238,000 miles away, it would light up all of the clouds in the sky. It wouldn't light up the ones that it's right next to. So again, what do I mean? Is it right next to it? How come an airplane doesn't, get above it? I think it's in a position that is, it's an apparent position. And as you move, it moves. As you go up, it goes up to a point. Like when we send balloons up, the sun will rise with it, but at about 120,000 feet, it's almost at the same level as the sun is. So
I would add a slight modification. I would say that the woman's reproductive cycle, as are the life cycles of men, are tied to the moon, not the other way around. In other words, I would point out that our lives are fashioned to the moon, not the moon fashioned to our lives.
Yeah. That's a better way to say it. And then people are like, well, if the earth was flat and there was a moon up there, as it moved, it would, its angle would change. Well, that's because you're not thinking of the optics of the sky. The optics of the sky are no way to prove the shape of anything, right? So if there's water in the sky, this guy is not facing us. He's facing straight forward. But if we look at, if his stomach was the moon, it's facing us no matter where we move across here. Now, am I saying this is how the sky's set up? No. I'm saying
that's a key point that you're showing, by the way.
Yeah. The optics, good.
I'm sorry. The Mbuiti tribe, which is supposedly responsible for bringing us Iboga, had a method, which I was just taught yesterday by, I think, Owen, where you had to verify things with 3 senses to understand that they are true. What you are looking at here is your eyes trying to fool you into thinking there is a true thing that you can't put your mind around. In other words, things are not always as they appear. And there's proof of it in the clip David is showing you. Now let's talk about the moon as a reflection on a lake or a glint in a piece of broken glass. I can't taste it. I can't smell it. I can't feel it. What am I left with? An illusion.
And I want to show you one more little demonstration I did. So I believe that the sun and the moon that we see are not physical. The ones that we see, there might be a physical component of them, which is being, for lack of a better word, projected. So I have a light on the other side of my sky sheet here, about 10 feet away, and I have Paige is off to the left of me, and I said, Paige, where do you see the sun? And she points, she goes, well, I see it right over here. All right, but I'm over here, I see it here. If I move over to her point of view, she's looking at the sun right there. I could draw a circle on it right there, and I see the sun over here. We're looking at the same thing in two different positions. Okay, I think that's partly how our vision works, how we're seeing these celestial objects.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, give us some more gravy. Throw some of these videos.
Here's another one for you, which I like showing is people say, what about, ships over the horizon? So my question is, if my face was a mountain or a skyline or a boat, can my finger hide my entire face? Well, if my finger was in the foreground, closer to you, I can hide half the skyline, right? Right. So we have no ship out here. This is we're zooming in, increasing our optical size. And as we increase, oh, look, there's a sailboat, right? Yeah. But as we zoom out, now these waves in the foreground, these little waves are going to hide the entire boat because the little waves in the foreground are going to hide the boat, just like my finger can hide that boat.
I mean, that alone should blow anyone's mind that's into Globe Earth, like just that video. Because I've seen that with my own eyes, where you see a ship, because I always thought we're on a globe because you see a ship go over the edge. The fact that we can now zoom in and record it and show that it's not over the edge, that it's an illusion that's done by waves, that should affect people. But the fact it doesn't is they just don't want to deal with it. They don't want the ostracized. They want to be ostracized, called crazy. That right there shows there's no curve.
Right. But here's the other thing. You can't always zoom it back in. There could be big waves out there. And those big waves will literally block that smaller ship, right? The ship's here. Well, now the ship is tiny over here. And that wave is hiding the ship and you can't zoom back in through the wave. But most of the time,
in the distance, there's hundreds of waves.
Yeah, there's all sorts of things. And then also, and this is what I always show, but just for those bears that haven't seen it, just for those bears that haven't gotten off the ball, you don't see me. You see the light that's bouncing off of me. Well, the lights that I have out here are brighter than the light that's bouncing off of me. That just makes sense. You understand that. The sun is the brightest light in the sky. And out here is Mount Canigou, 175 miles away. And you can't see it because the light that's bouncing off of it can't push through the thickest part of the atmosphere. Now, a glober will say, well, no, you can't see it because the top of that mountain's over a half a mile below the curve, according to globe math. But twice a year, the sun migrates in between the tropics. And twice a year, it lines up with Mount Canigou and that viewing place. And when it does, all of a sudden, it starts backlighting Mount Canigou. Now, the very top right there should be over a half a mile below the curve if the Earth was a globe. And the only thing the globe occult clowns have is, the sun and the mountain are below the curve, but they're refracting up and stopping magically at eye level.
Yeah, they're curving.
They're curved. Well, flat is curved. Flat curve.
A million light years away, there's no curve. It goes right to your eye, like precision.
Yeah. The Lagrange mirage doesn't work that way. It would show the mountains upside down. I've seen it plenty of times on the Great Lakes where there's a ship and there's a mirage. The ship is replicated above the ship upside down. In other words, the smokestacks are touching. One is the ship on the water. The other one is a mirage flipped upside down.
Yeah, no, it's just coping mechanisms. Hey, Weiss, do you have that video of zooming into the sun that was setting?
Oh yeah. The sun fade out. Let me pull that up. But real quick, I want to just show you this one. Where is it? How come that's not going?
We should mention the double sun that I filmed because that's on film.
Yeah,
that too. This is one where people look out, and this I spliced in a water level here for an experiment. But people would say the flat earthers and globe earthers get this one wrong. They see this ship out here and they go, it's floating in the air. Okay, but this is just an optical illusion. This water here has wind over it, and it's causing ripples. This water here is calm, and the sky is nondescript, and it's reflecting the sky. So people are assuming this is the horizon, when in reality, the horizon is up here. Okay? If I draw a line, that's the real horizon. This is just ripply water and calm water, and everyone goes ballistic over this. This is floating ship and the Fata Morgana and all nonsense. There are Fata Morgana mirages, but this isn't one of them.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, sun.
And real quick, Josh had a thing. He was talking about, does the sun have to move? I could see a yellow street sign from, or no, that wasn't it. He said the sun has to move faster in the southern something.
Yeah. So in if I go right here, so in the summer, the sun is over this inner yellow line, Tropic of Cancer. And in the winter, our northern winter, it's out here over the Tropic of Capricorn. And that's a bigger circle. So it would have to be going faster to make the circle because it's a bigger circle. And what I say is, I don't think the sun that we see is physical. So take a flashlight, point it 3 feet away from you on the ground, and then turn around for one turn in a minute. And you just drew a circle 6 feet in diameter around you in 1 minute. Now just move the angle of that light to 6 feet away and turn around at the same rate. Well, you just did a 12-foot circle without ever speeding up your flashlight. Okay? So the optics of that are it's just an optics thing. So if that's how the sun works, that's a perfectly good explanation for it. So the sun fade out is a good one. I've actually added the whole series of them on the app for people that are looking for them. And I'm accused of Photoshop. I wish my Photoshop skills were that good. But where the hell is my sun? There it is. I actually filmed it 7 times, and I actually live streamed it from my drone to prove that it wasn't Photoshopped. And the other thing is, people go, use a solar filter, right? And so one time I put a solar filter on it, and we watched the sun. It went down, 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 and it just faded out. Landed the drone, took the solar filter off, went back up, and there was the sun again. Use a solar filter is like put blindfolds on so you can't see the most important part of a sunset, which is the actual last minute. Up here, the sun was up, and in 5 minutes time, it went down, down, down. Now, if we were spinning, it would just keep on going, but it didn't. It stopped here. It sat here for 10 minutes. My friends over at the beach down here said the sun already set, and I'm just watching it, and it's just not going down. It should be going down at the same rate as it did from up here. And it just sat here, and it went away, and it took its light with it. Bam. Gone. Here it is again. I'll go forward and backwards right over here. It just took its light with it.
Yeah, there you go. Just getting further away. But the solar filter knocks down 98 or 99% of the light.
And when I did that, the solar filter made it disappear at about this height. It was like gone. Couldn't even see it. So down here, and here's the thing. People go, I've watched 1 million sunsets and I've never seen that happen. I was like, oh, did you do it when it was below freezing outside on a super clear day at an elevated altitude with a 4K camera? It's like, no, well, how would I ever have done that?
Seeing is observation of the sky clock is everything depends on the seeing, what's called the seeing. And in the dead of winter, when it is miserable out, some of the best seeing is achievable because there's no moisture or heat in the air.
Oh, and you've seen my showing you how perspective works. We have a celestial view, an elevated view of the sun moving across its level path. Right here is a city skyline, mountain range, or just the atmospheric deck of opacity. I never go below it. This sun is moving level. Now I have a terrestrial camera at the other end on the counter looking up at this, and this is what it looks like. Okay? And if I showed you this first, I'd say, is this line level? And you'd be like, no, it's sloping down. And then I'd say, this, which is now at my eye level, it appears to be, but it's not, is the sun going below it? Well, yes, it certainly is. And if I zoom in on it, it's even worse, right? Look at this line. This is a level line, and this is not going below this. Okay.
Such a no-nonsense example.
And it's at eye level. And now if I compare it to a real sunset, here we go. The sun is going behind the atmospheric deck of opacity right there. Looks exactly like that.
That's awesome. That's a great idea.
That's all it's doing. That's all it's doing.
That's so interesting. What do you think the sun is?
Great question. Crow?
It's maybe an aperture, maybe. When you sun gaze and you get up to a long time of staring into the sun, it almost looks like a tunnel you could go into. But I was going to mention, I filmed a double sun. And at first when I did it, I didn't have confidence in my ability because I'd filmed the moon for thousands of hours and only a couple hundred on the sun. As I began to do all these tests to make sure that it wasn't somehow refraction or something else going on, I finally posted, look, here's the footage of the double sun, which is in my movie Shoot the Moon. By the way, all members get free access to a 2-hour movie called Shoot the Moon. It's got 10 awards now. The last 2 from India, Mumbai and Jaipur, India, gave it awards. So here's the thing. In all the old Masonic woodcuts, if you go look at them, you'll always see the clouds block off whatever's outside of our world, but there's a hole through the clouds with light that comes in to power our sun and our moon. I suspect that the power source for what we see as the sun is outside or maybe on the other side of the firmament or something like that. That's possibly what I filmed. I think it's also possible that it's a reflection on the firmament. Anyhow, whatever it is not arguable, and it is not lens flare, which is proven. And by the way, other people have replicated what I filmed to Shoot the Moon. And by the way, I've had a number of people who were trained in Ayurvedic and other medicine types come up to me and say, yeah, didn't you know there's 2 suns? There's more than one sun. They say to me matter-of-factly, like it's something I should have known from birth.
Yeah, that was trippy when I saw that footage of and used and so how'd you show that it wasn't any other thing? You used
so I was shooting through a hydrogen alpha solar telescope, and I had a double stack which shows surface detail and prominences really well surface detail. I took a big wrapping paper tube and I put it over the end of the telescope so that like 3 or 4 feet of tube were blocking the possibility of any light refraction. And then what I did is I moved the scope, and it moved like an object that you're looking at should move. And by the way, I found it in the same place multiple days. It was roughly 2 sun widths to the east and 1 sun width up away from the sun we see it with our eyes. By the way, many people have filmed a double sun at sunset. It seems to be as if in certain cycles, this is a thing you can see. And the other thing we noticed is at the time people were filming it naked eye at sunset, chemtrails were blocking the sun almost every day.
What do you think it is?
The source for our sun, another sun, maybe our realm is bigger than we think. And it's just the cycles where the sun from the other realm is cycling closer. I don't know. I can only guess. Everything I could say is a guess, but I know for a fact that it's there.
That's some great gravy to end on. I know you guys have stuff to do today, and I'm gonna attend to my little doggy. Any final thoughts, or where can people find you?
Go ahead.
I want to say, anybody here, I would doubt that many people here with their families are planning on sending their kids to the college system. Do not send them to college. Okay, take that money, do something good with it, and send them to Crow University. Okay, Owen, I think you've been binge watched every Crow episode since we've met. Owen? We lost Owen?
He's the master blaster. Without him, there is no show.
He froze.
Hold on. Let me text him. You may not be recording, David. Just a second.
I'm recording on my end.
Oh, then maybe you should keep going.
There, you're back. I can't hear you. Muted.
Am I back?
Yeah, now you're back.
Am I back?
All right. You better say.
That was my bad.
You better say that all again, David.
Yeah,
I think they lost it.
Dave, sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I was saying that, anyone that's sending their kids into the indoctrination camps, especially the, college, is just really hasn't seen what's going on in this world. And I think, I call it Crow University. If I had a kid right now, I'd say listen to one episode every day, 3 old ones and 2 new ones every week, and then take the weekend off. And that's it, 2 hours a day. That kid is going to be more useful in this world than anyone from any college university. Now, if you want to be an electrician, if you want to be a trauma surgeon, yes, get that training. That's good stuff, right? But if you want to go into business or whatever, forget it. Forget all that nonsense. And Owen, you have been binge watched every Crow episode since we've met, right?
Yeah, I've listened to every one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a staple of my week. So that's there. And then where Crow, you can talk more about yourself, but where you can find me is you can get my app. It's called the Stars, Moon, Flat Earth, Sun, and Zodiac Clock app, according to Owen Benjamin. And it'll teach you about Flat Earth. You can find it at flatearthdave.com.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to say a thing here. I respect these 2 men. Now, what David has done has been honest without just nonstop. And if you get his app and you are honest with yourself, I would like to hear from you after you've challenged everything that's there to see if what happened to Owen on the air happens to you. And I admire Owen beyond so many other people for the simple fact of community, the community that he has built. When I talk with Fortune, he says the only way is New Jerusalem. And what he's saying there is build community and get ready to take care of yourself. Yeah. As far as dropping out of education, I want to say a thing. I don't tell you what is true. I can't tell you what is true. What I try to do is teach common sense, and above all, to teach respect for all living things, and to hold the creation at the highest protection level and respect that you can. It is the only place we can learn where there is no lie. Now, my work at this point is not anywhere but my private website because of censorship. It's crow777radio.com, CRROW777radio.com. I think it's $8 a month now. We do 8 shows a month. That's $1 a show. And by the way, everybody who's a member at any level, and you can cancel anytime you feel like it, gets Shoot the Moon for free. Shoot the Moon is a film that Jason put together covering 2 hours, and it covers everything interesting I ever shot, mostly with a telescope. It's got 10 awards from around the world. And by the way, I call NASA roundly and every space agency a liar. And when we put that movie out, I didn't think anyone was going to pick it up. Lo and behold, the world is ready to consider whether or not NASA's telling the truth.
And one more thing, 2 of the greatest apps on Earth besides mine and Owen, your Bertaria app is bringing people together. This is being used as a dating app now because every single dot on here, it's a true friend finder because every single person on here is of the like thinking, right? And that's the biggest, like when you go out into a crowd of people, how many of them can be a really good friend? All of these blue dots can be good friends. Maybe 1 or 2 of them not. But
or something more, or something more.
Right, and so it's growing exponentially, and it's getting better and better. But also, I've included in here, if you go to the shopping cart, not the shopping cart, to the homeschooling part of it, I have your app right here. It's just like things that you need if you're going to homeschool your kids. You need some community, you need some skills. It's all found here. I got Crow on here. I got other researchers on here. Benny Wills, he's giving, if you have a hard time talking to people, Benny teaches you how to have interpersonal skills, not being the conspiracy theorists that we are, or the conspiracy researchers we are.
Can I give a closing idea, Owen? Here's a closing idea. People would say, why do they lie? Why do we have to question why? Well, here's the thing. Your mind creates this reality. All our minds together, conglomerated, help shape what happens in this place. This is why movies portray violence and bad things about what it means to be a human being. This is why the news constantly covers just the worst information that could be put on the airwaves, because they're trying to make us permanently sick by warping our minds into negative mindsets. What we are doing here and now is a spiritual battle, and you get to choose which side you're going on. You want to go with the synthetic darkness, that is your privilege, and you can drive the nicest car ever built and have air conditioning and everything you ever dreamed of. But guess what? The creator and the creation is going the other way. And we are all actively winnowing ourselves, putting ourselves through the human colander by the choices we make and the way we think about which way we are going. For my part, I'm going with the creator and the creation. And I'll give up anything I have to remain in that line. And I think it's important that people comprehend. Turn off the negative movies, TV, music, all of it. It is making you sick. And that's what I would add.
Yeah, it's so true, dude. And it's like, and the flat earth, I'm really into flat earth, as you can tell, and so is Weiss and all these guys. But what Crow just said is even, I wouldn't say, I don't want to like put an order of importance, but just get your mind out of the hell as best you can. And then worry about what you're standing on and whatnot. Because I know that that's really jarring and shocking to people because of how abusive friends and family can be when you're doing that. But, I don't know. I got a lot to say, but I just want to land this plane and let you guys go. But this has been awesome.
Thanks, man. Good talking.
Hey, I'm so glad to be here, and I admire what both of you do. So thank you so much.
All right, peace, gentlemen. Keep crushing.
Cheers.
There you go.
How's it going, man?
Welcome. Sorry about that. I'm a complete noob when it comes to Discord.
No problem at all. Good to have you here, Robert.
Thank you. So, wondering if you had anything you want to pick the brains of a physicist.
Yeah, real quick, before you start, can you tell us what you're a physicist of and maybe a little bit background so we can kind of know a little bit about you, if you don't mind?
I am a cosmologist at a university in Britain. I'll prefer to just leave that unnamed if that's okay with you. But I'm a cosmologist, essentially. I work with the early universe.
Oh.
Cool, man.
So you study celestial objects? Is that what it is?
No, that's way too new for me. I study background radiation and what happened, during the original Big Bang stuff, inflation, all that kind of stuff. When stars and stuff have formed, it's already way too recent for me. I mean, I know the stuff, but my research is before stars form.
Okay, like the microwave background radiation and stuff like that.
Much before galaxies form.
Okay.
Before. I mean, we kind of look at the superstructure of galaxies because it tells us something about how the universe began. But I don't actually look too much at the individual stars.
Are you in touch with the people in Antarctica doing their research down there about the microwave background radiation and that sort of thing, or is that something different to what you're talking?
I don't have anything to do with that research. I'm working with ESA vaguely with there's a probe that's going to be launched in 2024, which is going to be measuring some background radiation. I'm doing a little bit of work with that, but that's about it.
So Robert, do you know? Have you ever looked into flat Earth?
Oh yeah. I've been talking to flat earthers for 2 or 3 years or so. It's I enjoy it.
That's cool, man.
So, Robert, you understand the background of the initial flat Earth claim: we see too far. The spherical geometry does not adhere with the reality of which we measure and observe. You understand that, yeah?
I've heard all those claims before, yes.
What gives you the stance that you do right now at this point, studying the cosmology, that some people come in here and say that there's terrestrial planets out there? What give you the idea that there is that information that you can go ahead or evidence that you could cite maybe?
Sure. I mean, again, that's not the stuff that I do, but I mean, I know the science that's going on. It's kind of cool. Because it's pretty new. It took us, it's only 30 years ago we detected a planet around another star. Before that, we had no clue that there were any planets outside our own solar system. Yeah. But we found them. We have really cool ways of finding them. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into with that. I can explain how we see them, how we know they're there, and how we know what they're made of, all that kind of stuff. It depends how curious you are, really.
Could we get what they're made of from you? I mean, can you explain that?
The way we do that is because we have a really fortunate thing called spectral analysis. It turns out, if you go into a lab, forget all about planets and everything outside in space for now. You just go into a lab and you take all the elements that we know. We've detected elements for hundreds of years. We have a whole periodic table. We have them all in the lab, right? And what we do is we put this, we send electricity, we really force a few electrons through this gas, because what happens is that the gas sends out light. It starts emitting light when we shove electricity through this gas. This is well known. This is how light bulbs, modern light bulbs work. That's not a big deal. The great thing is, though, that the lights that it put out is dependent completely on the element that we're looking at. There are some, and that's called the spectrum of the element. So every single element in the periodic table has a completely different signature of light to it.
Like a fingerprint?
Yeah, completely different. There are no two elements that have the same spectrum. So that means it gives us an incredibly cool way of knowing what element we're looking at simply by looking at the light from this element, because the light from the element is the indicative of what the element is. That's really practical when we're looking at stars, because one thing that stars do, obviously, is send out light.
A quick question.
So if we analyze the wavelengths of this light, it tells us exactly what the stars are made of.
Ask a quick question.
Astronomers and physicists in general.
Ask a question.
So that's how it is used. And we can look at the starlight,
Let
which
him
is
finish explaining.
being muted or something?
Ask a quick question, please.
No, Robert. Chad is asking if he can ask you a question.
Go ahead.
When you say you can tell what things are made of by the light they emit, is it the thing that you're telling what it's made of, or is it the atmosphere of the thing around it? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chad.
You can't hear me. Robert can't
Can you hear us, Robert?
Me?
Robert.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Robert.
Yeah, we can hear you, Robert. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so Chad's asking you a question right now, so go ahead, Chad.
Can you hear Chad? Sometimes there's a thing where you won't be able to hear certain users. I don't know what that is.
I didn't hear a question from anyone.
Oh.
Question. Can you hear me now?
Can you repeat the question, maybe? The people who I can hear?
I'm repeating it now. Is it the object that you're seeing the light from, or is it the atmosphere around the object which you're seeing the light from?
I'm hearing nothing. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, Robert, will you just try leaving the voice chat and coming back, and sometimes it resets the sound?
Press back, I guess. Just hold on.
Just like disconnect and then reconnect.
I'll try.
Yeah.
That's a problem. It's a problem with Discord.
It's the phone.
Refresh on the page. That's what I do. Hear me now?
Okay, yes, I can hear now. Are you Chad?
I'm Chad, yeah. I was asking, is it the object which is that is emitting the light that we can see, or is it the atmosphere around the object which is making the colour of the light different?
If we're talking about a planet, an exoplanet, is that what we're talking about?
Anything we see in the sky, are we seeing what the actual planet's made of, or are we seeing what the atmosphere is?
We would be seeing the atmosphere of exoplanets. That is what we're able to see.
Right, so we don't actually know what the planet looks like itself then?
We have a very, very bad low resolution image of something called the Beta Pictoris system, where we can see a few pixels of the planets, but that's all we have. We don't have any
seeing the planets. We're seeing the air around the planets then, yeah?
Well, of course you're going to see the surface of the planet. I mean, you can't look through a planet that's opaque. So, yeah. We are definitely not in the position to see actual, good images of planets at this point at all. They're way too far away.
You talk about the planets in our solar system, Robert, or what planets?
No, sorry, no. We're talking about exoplanets. We're talking about planets around other stars. We have very good images of our own planets. But
okay, I just didn't know. I wanted to be clear about what you were saying.
Yeah, sure. We have excellent imagery of our own solar system, but we don't have pictures of other planets around other stars, aside from a few pixels, which were basically just there to show that we could do it. It's really, really hard to see them because the star, of course, is very bright and it's blinding out the planets. But we did manage to do it once.
Hey, Robert. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I in the channel? Yeah.
I can hear you. Yeah, sure. Hello.
Wait, you can hear me?
He can hear you.
He can?
Yes,
I can hear you.
Have you heard about sonoluminescence?
Sonoluminescence is this weird phenomenon which causes light from sound waves and bubbles.
Yeah, in water. So what? Scripture has the word of God. It has the dividing of the waters, and it has the light. That's all of the constituents of that scenario right there. So,
if you want to interpret that Genesis line as sonoluminescence,
no, we're not talking about religion here. We're talking about the flat Earth.
No, but it's fine. If you want to interpret it like that, I'm not going to.
No, it isn't fine.
In that case, I won't answer it. Anyway, Chad, did I answer your question as you wanted? Because I feel like we didn't get into the atmosphere versus surface.
Like the sun, are we seeing what the sun's made of, or are we seeing the sun's atmosphere?
We are mainly seeing the atmosphere of the sun. I will
We
agree.
don't know
with
what the
you,
sun's
Matt.
made of. Then we just see in the atmosphere.
Well, we can see what the atmosphere is made of, but the thing with the sun.
Do you know what the sun's made of, or not?
Oh, the atmosphere of the sun is
What
made
the
of, and we
atmosphere is
have
made
very
of.
yes, and we have very good seismic data for deeper into the sun, and of course we have clear understanding of what's going on in the core of the sun.
Sorry, did you say seismic
You're saying
data?
you can only see the atmosphere of the sun. That's all you can see, isn't it?
Well, yes, but
You said spectroscopy. I can't even speak. Spectroscopy. I just had a coffee. I can't speak. Sorry.
Spectroscopy.
But I think what you need to remember is that the light that comes
We're talking about what we can see.
Can I
See,
respond?
when we look at the star, what we see is its atmosphere, isn't it? Not what the actual star is made of. Wrong or right?
You're completely right. What we see directly is the atmosphere of the sun.
So we don't know what the sun's made of, do we?
Well, we do, because the sun is not. The sun is not.
Spectroscopy.
Or
Let him speak.
The thing about the sun is it's not a solid object. The photons that come off the atmosphere come from inside the core originally. That is how the sun works. It is a ball of plasma.
Okay, I have a question, Robert. How do you know that?
Well, because we can see the motion. It's not really.
I'm saying, how do you know it's coming from the core of the sun?
Yeah, that's a good question. We know that because we can see the convection patterns. Do you know what convection is?
Yeah, we know what convection is.
Convection, you can see the way the flow of the plasma is working. That we can see, and we can see the magnetic fields of the sun. At least we can measure it. And the magnetic fields also tell us how the plasma is moving.
Okay, but you were saying that you can only see from the atmosphere of the sun. But you said
we can only see the surface.
How do we actually measure the magnetic field of the sun? I'm not
It's
sure.
kind of visible from the Earth. That is a good question. It's really hard to do from the Earth. We have a solar probe which did it. You have to actually send the probe.
That's what. I know we can measure magnetic flux with a Gauss meter or a flux meter. So I was wondering who probed the sun or got close enough to get a Gauss reading or magnetic flux density reading of the sun.
Exactly. We had a probe of that. I can't remember what the probe's name was. It's about 10 years ago. We did a really nice mapping of the solar power. And it has some really weird properties, which we have no idea why they do. I mean, it has a northern magnetic pole, but not a solid southern one, which is super strange, but whatever.
How close did that probe get? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. Closer than Mercury, definitely. It was incredibly...
It did not melt? Yeah, I was about to say, what kind of material? Because I like material science myself.
That's cool.
What kind of materials?
Is it the Parker one? The Parker solar probe?
Probably. Honestly, I only know about this probably from...
Just summarise what I think of what you've said, Robert, before I'm going to stop talking after this. Basically, you said we can know what the sun's made of because of this spectroscopy. We can only see the atmosphere. We don't know what it is. So you just lied, and I'm finished with you. Thank you very much.
That's cool. Anyway, anybody else?
Hey, Robert, if you look in voice text for everyone, I have a little shot where it's a picture from ESA where they show an event on the surface of the sun where it causes ripples in the sun's surface.
Cool.
So I want to know how that could happen if the sun is not, or is a gas, or is just plasma.
I mean, there's no big... you think that these ripples would require a liquid? Is that what you're implying?
Well, does that happen in plasma? Because I've never seen it happen in plasma.
Happens in gravitationally bound plasma, of course. All you have there is an emission of energy. I mean, I've never seen this photo before, so all I'm just doing is looking at it. But these ring waves, that's a disturbance in gravitationally bound plasma. It doesn't surprise me that it looks like that. It looks cool, though. What's the scale?
How do you know that it's gravitationally bound plasma?
We know it's plasma because we can measure the temperature of it and we can measure the composition of it. And that's just, we know the pressure, we know the temperature. It's not a big deal.
You're measuring the composition, from the light based on you're inferring it or correlating it to
the composition of metals or the light that's emitted by the plasma of the metals here on Earth, correct?
Not metals, because
well, like sodium metal, or you can go noble gases. I mean, metals do. Like I play around with this stuff too. Believe it or not, I like vacuum stuff, especially lighting stuff. So yeah, mercury is a metal, and we have mercury plasma or mercury vapor lamps. Sodium is a metal, and we got low pressure sodium and high pressure sodium lamps. And yes, we do know that like the spectral, whatever. What do you want to call it? The spectroscopy of it, or whatever, that complicated word. So you're just correlating that data with whatever you're getting from the sun, right? And then you're hypothesizing that, hey, you know what? Since this is like that, thus the sun is X metal, or a blend or amalgam of these metals, right?
Well, apart from the fact that it's not metals, it's hydrogen and helium. But yeah. We have no other way. Yeah, but that's beside the point. We have no other way of getting those spectral lines unless hydrogen and helium are present, basically. Those spectral lines will only occur if hydrogen and helium are there. So we know what the sun is made of from the Fraunhofer spectrum. Does it emit sodium spectral lines or not? Yeah, it has some sodium in there, but it's not very clear. But it does have some.
It does, right? Doesn't it?
You say that it was the atmosphere which makes the light. And you've just gone back again. We've already told you it's the atmosphere. You just said it was, and you've gone straight back to saying it's the sun.
The atmosphere is part of the sun.
We're analyzing the light from the sun, correct, Robert?
The light that is emitted from the surface of the sun. That's all we can do.
Oh, correct. Right. From the sun. I just call it the sun. I do not know what it is. I'm just analyzing this light that I'm receiving here on Earth, right?
Yep.
It's not science then, is it?
It's definitely not science, is it, Robert?
Yeah.
It's good correlation, but it's not definitive.
Yeah, it's not. We're not doing science here, are we? We're not proving cause and effect relationships, are we? It's just correlations and inference.
You wish to call it that, but I would just like to say, what on earth? What else would make those spectral lines if it's not that?
So you do agree that it is an assumption then? But like as you might put it, an educated
guys. You got to stop being hypocrites and stop yelling at him. You're telling.
No one's yelled. Angry. No one has yelled.
You're putting him down like what he's saying is just ridiculous. It's like you sound like a bunch of children, not even considering.
Yeah,
mute that guy.
Sorry, I can't deal with that. No one's shouted at you, mate. So let's carry on.
No, I'm fine. I'm completely fine. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. You're saying that it is not definitive proof.
Right. So we would say it's an assumption, though, right? Wouldn't you agree? An educated guess?
I would say that it's much closer to being a fact than being a guess.
Okay, but you're still dancing. I'm a flat earther, okay? And you came in here and called yourself a physicist. So be honest to me. You don't know what the Polaris star is made up of, do you? You don't know, do you?
I don't know, because that's not how science works. Science works by the best possible guess.
No. You're a physicist. You're a scientist. You do know the scientific method, don't you? So science proves cause and effect relationships, doesn't it? Don't start telling me this isn't what science does. Science proves cause and effect relationships, yes?
Science proves nothing. Science establishes theorems. Proofs is for mathematics.
Pardon? Oh. No, hold on. Let me get this right. Scientific method, we are doing cause and effect relationships. Science studies the physical and natural world. The question we ask is, what causes that effect? After we have proven cause and effect relationships, after experiment and validation, we can then move on to scientific theory, taking the things of which we have proven and building our theory upon the things that we have proven.
And nope.
I can't believe I'm actually explaining this to a physicist.
We need to agree on what proof means. Always continue this. Because I would disagree on that definition, essentially. What a proof is. Because you can't prove anything in natural sciences at all. All you can do is get very close by consistently attempting to falsify your theory. And if it fails, then you get closer to the truth.
You're talking about logical deduction, Robert, right? Logical deduction?
I'm talking about proof, as in what happens in mathematics and logic. Yes, and that doesn't happen in science.
Hold on. Do you think maths proves things?
Of course, maths proves things, but it doesn't prove anything about the natural world.
Okay, so maths not proving things, yet we're studying the physical and natural world, and in science we prove cause and effect relationships. After we've proven those causes, we can then go on to build scientific theories.
Is your definition?
So no, your maths isn't proving anything, and you're not doing any actual science, are you? You're basing it upon an assumption.
Try again.
And it's not his definitions. I have 5 university papers that actually comply with what he's saying, if you'd like to see them.
What I'm saying is, mathematically, you can prove things within the realm of mathematics. There you have proof. It's easy. You can prove lots of things.
Can you put yourself on mute? I can hear you.
Hear me?
Your hot mic and Vito.
What's good, gamers?
Am I visible?
What's good, gamers?
Can you hear me? I think maybe
we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
How are you doing? What brings you to this Discord?
Hold on, G. We're having a conversation, bud.
Yeah, hold on.
Proof.
No, we're talking to Robert. Hold on, man. Continue.
So it's about what proof is. I mean, is it the big question is, can you prove any statement about the natural world?
If you can physically manipulate your presumed cause of the effect, then you've proven the cause of the effect. It's not like you are going to the sun or the stars and physically manipulating that actual thing. You're basing it on inferences of things that you can do here and form a logical fallacy because of what you say light in the sky does based on your inferences. This is not science. You're not proving cause. You can't physically manipulate the sun, can you? You can't get there.
What you're saying is indirect measurement doesn't count for you. Is that correct?
Indirect measurement? No, it's a nice inference, as I said, but you're not doing science. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
So look, you have 2 methods. You can do non-experimental, where you lack independent variables, and the best you can do with non-experimental is correlate. And we know in science, correlation is not causation. Now, if you want to establish a cause for something and prove that's what it is, you then do you have to manipulate that independent variable so you can establish that cause and effect. So a non-experimental, you lack the independent variables. Experimental, you have a manipulation of it.
If you want to establish a correlation, you cannot prove a correlation. Not in science. It's just not possible. But you can get really, really close to accepting it as true. That's easy. But I think we need to talk about what an indirect measurement, why would that be a less plausible measurement than a direct measurement? Would be the problem.
Can I say something about the sun and the spectral lines real quick, Robert?
Sure.
Let's say if I have a source, because that stuff, it's very intriguing. Let's say if I have a source of some ultraviolet electromagnetic radiation, correct? And it's contained within a boundary. On this boundary, I have phosphorus, which we know it does react with ultraviolet electromagnetic radiation and emits light.
Hello. How's everybody doing? Quite an interesting chat we were having there with the cosmologist. I remember that. I was in the background kind of saying a few things. But he did admit he doesn't know, throughout that discourse that we had with him. So there's a lot in there that you can start to see from these guys who are in academia coming into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, not understanding anything about what they know from the things that they're looking up at the sky at. And they're making a lot of inferences, but they're not giving us any detailed information of how they know that to be true. They're saying that science doesn't deal with anything that they can be sure of. It's just always evolving according to them. So they only can give you their best guess as to what things are in the sky. So they're just basically telling you a story. That's it. They're telling you a story about how things are because they're correlating with things here on Earth and with spectral lines that they can examine here on Earth, and then saying that attributing to those to the same properties that the sky has. But how do they know? They don't. They're just saying because of what the information they have here, they're making it sound like that's what it is up there. But they don't know the environment that the sun is in. So they can't tell you what it is. They're only just guessing. And this is what people are hinging their worldviews on. are these guys, supposed experts, that are telling you what your worldview is. Explanations. And you believe them because you want to believe the earth is a globe, and whatever that guy is saying, he studied it. Well, he didn't study it. He studied things here on earth and then made a correlation about the things here on earth to the things up in the sky. So it's really not knowing what those things in the sky are. He's just making a guess at what they could be. But so what? He doesn't know anything about cosmology, if you're going to say it that way. He's just saying that, well, we have some things down here that looks like what's up there. So that's why people are in this kind of confusion state when they come into the server. They don't know. They sound like they do because they sound like this guy, the cosmologist who was on the audio clip just right before I came in here. I was there when it happened a few years ago. So yeah, it's very telling with these guys that they don't know anything. And so we offer that to you guys. You guys who come in here, it's all for you. To listen to these experts who you defer to when we're starting to have conversations with you. Well, I don't know, but the scientist knows. Well, guess what? He was a scientist. He was somebody who supposedly studies the stars, the sun, the moon. And he said it's our best guess. So that's important, right? We're listening to some people tell us a story about the cosmology in which we're in, but they're only making correlations to things that are here on Earth. Things that are here on Earth and then things in the sky. Well, they haven't been to the things in the sky, but they're telling you what they are. So that in and of itself is where people are getting these stories that they're following with these guys who are supposed experts. And that's why we tell everybody about, like, how do you know what that is up there in the sky? It's a rock, it's got ice, it's hot, whatever it is. There's stories attached to the things that you're looking at. But you're only told these stories because people are just guessing at what they are. So it's interesting for those people who are still following with the globe idea and the cosmology that comes along with the globe. So when you come in here, it's just like the guy who was a cosmologist. He was in here talking with us, and he doesn't know. Basically, it's just education by way of the studies that they're doing, learning the information from one person down to the other. And as